Hello! Let's see if we can't finish Higurashi Arc 6 today. I really hope we can. And I really hope I don't go till 8 o'clock. If I go till like 6 or earlier, I'll be very happy with that. But we still got 4.5 chapters to go. So, let us begin. And you'll notice in the corner here, I asked Marshy to make me another little asset. Which is basically, yeah, this game might have content that might make people, uncomfortable. So just, be aware, take care of yourself. Hazel wants you to take care of yourself. And, yeah, let's begin. Let me just scoot out just a little so you can see the whole thing. Oop, 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 ba-doop. There you go. But yeah, once again, she did a really good job. All right. So where we last left off, we were getting a more scientific explanation as to as to why the curse might be a thing. The next day, Rena came to school, acting normal, like she said she would. Yes, and Keiichi's in on the conspiracy a little bit. Or at least the potential conspiracy. She talked with me on as cheerfully as she always did, and it made me wonder if the story she told me last night was a complete fabrication. That's because the story was really too ridiculously crazy to believe. This village has a very weird and rare endemic disease, and there are religious fanatics who want to use that disease to revive their weird cult. And they've been researching the pathogen of the endemic disease so they can spread it throughout the village. I was deeply influenced by Rena last night, and I believed everything she said. But thinking about it with a cool mind under the bright sunlight, it sounded too crazy to be true. The story Rena told me was based on Takano-san's crazy hand-me-down ideas. It's based entirely on her theories, which, though very feasible, have no evidence whatsoever. The fact that Takano-san was murdered lends credit to the story. I'll give you that, but I looked over at Mion. She was fooling around with Rena. It's hard to believe that she's involved with some crazy conspiracy. Hey, are you listening, Kei-chan? What? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Wake up, sleepyhead. You need to get enough sleep or your brain stops working. Mion made fun of me for reacting too slowly. It's almost impossible not to trust this bubbly, cheerful girl. I trust Mion. I trust my friends. I know she'd never have a hand in a crazy conspiracy like that. Yes, as we know, Mion did nothing wrong. If she knew about it, she wouldn't be able to act this cheerfully. Rena told me not to tell Mion because she might be one of them. But it might be worth telling her without letting Rena know. Ooh, that's a bad idea. Of course, there's at least a 1% chance that the conspiracy is true and that Mion is one of them. If so, I'd be doomed. But if I had to choose between believing the crazy conspiracy theory and trusting my friends, my answer would be obvious. I know that my friend Mion isn't part of any conspiracy. She'd never be involved with something like that. Even if the conspiracy exists, I'm sure Mion will be on our side. So whether or not it's true, it must be worth telling Mion about. What's going on, Kei-chan? Why did you call me out here? You told me not to tell anybody. You're not going to extort money from me, are you? It's the first thing you think of when you're called out to a gymnasium storeroom? Not like you're getting confessed to or anything. No, I'm being extorted. Oh, I know, you want to give me a love letter, don't you? There you go. That's more stereotypical. People usually use the shoe locker for that, you know? We don't really do that in the city. A lot of guys hand over their love letters in person. Really? So wait, are you kidding me? That's not why I called you here. I have to talk to you about something very important. I want you to listen without making fun of me. What is it? Do you know that there are people who want to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama? Huh? What? What are you talking about? This is, of course, just my way of getting a feel for the situation. I wanted to see how she was going to react by getting straight to the point. But Mion really did look puzzled. People wouldn't normally react like this if someone pointed out their secrets out of the blue. I always panic, if only just a little. Either Mion was a brilliant actress, or she really didn't have anything to do with the idea of reviving Oyashiro-sama. I decided to tell her everything. Mion, your family, the Sonozaki family, has a lot of influence in this region, including Hinamizawa, right? Do you think that there's a possibility that they're working to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama behind the scenes? Revive? Why? Well, you know, people today don't worship Oyashiro-sama like the people of the old days did. So, people like fundamentalists might be trying to make people worship Oyashiro-sama in the same way as as the people of Bonigafuchi? What? Wait a second. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you sure? You really have no idea what I'm talking about? Of course I don't. It sounds like one of those popular novels that sold 5 million copies over in America. Because it probably would. Mion's reaction was very natural. It seemed impossible that she was pretending that she didn't know anything. I continued. Well, there are people like that in this village for real. Do you know anything about them? You're saying that those people want to make us worship Oyashiro-sama like the people of Onagafuchi did? What good will that do? You know, I think it means a lot of people who really believe... But think about it, Kei-chan. Who'd be happy to live under those strict ancient rules? In this day and age, it's almost impossible to live without leaving the village. But if, for example, think about Rika-chan. All the old people say she's the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, right? Those people might be religious fanatics and... Are you talking about old man Kimiyoshi? Hold on, we're on an ad break. Okay, looks like we're back, so on we go. Alright, so... Are you talking about Old Man Kimiyoshi? Well, I know he's a deeply religious man for sure, but he isn't a fanatic. Believe me, there really are people who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama. Okay, I'll believe you for now because I want to hear the rest. Go on. I found out about the curse of Oyashiro-sama was just an endemic disease unique to this village, so now they're researching the pathogen. Where? First of all, what's an endemic disease? What's a pathogen? Yeah, these are a lot of really big scientific words that probably wouldn't be as well known in a small, countryside village. They sound gross. I was getting confused. I didn't know what I was talking about myself anymore. I was deeply influenced by Rena last night and believed everything she said. But having to say it all out loud, I realized how impossible the story sounded. What's going on with you? Did Mio-san tell you all this? How did you know? She's infamous for that kind of thing. She's an oculate maniac. She always makes up crazy stories. A few people have gotten badly taken in by her before. She told me some of her stories once, and I remember they were actually very interesting. Uh-huh. Is that true? I think you've heard about this once or twice before in the village. Once or twice before, but this village had a unique culture back in the old days. They did a lot of oppressive things, like having very strict rules, very strict punishments, and a bunch of other cruel traditions. They're well known among oculate maniacs. Mio-san is one of them. So the story I heard about the weird parasites that control the village was... What? Parasite? Is that the new story she came up with? What do you mean, new story? I told you Mio-san is an oculate maniac. She studies weird legends surrounding Onigafachi and enjoys making up hypotheses, theories, and wild stories about them. She's created a lot of different ones aside from the theory that parasites are controlling the village. Okay. One I heard was an awful one a while back. One I heard an awful while back was about UFOs. That one was interesting since it connected a lot of different dots. The story was about that a UFO crashed in the Onagafachi swamp long ago. The alien was in the UFO, and the villagers had a battle or something like that, and it was one of those sci-fi horror B-movies. The one Satoka heard was a theory about a creature from the bottom of the ocean. A movement in the earth crust opened up, and connection between the underwater world and Onagafachi, and... the princess of the underworld fell in love with a young man of the village. It was like a sci-fi version of Romeo and Juliet. The story about the parasites that you heard must be a new one. I hope she makes all of them into a book one day. Hee hee hee. Mion began laughing so hard that she had to hold her stomach. As I looked at her laughing like that, I realized I fell for something that ridiculous. At that point, it was obvious. I had been completely taken in, which is why you need to be very careful with charismatic individuals. I'm sorry, Mion, but please answer my questions. First, do the fanatics who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama exist? No, they don't. I mean, it's totally the opposite. The three families have agreed to open Hinamizawa to outsiders in order to make this village thrive. I'm not supposed to tell anybody about this, but there's a project to build a new highway by the end of the 20th century. The Sonozaki family is promoting its construction without informing the villagers. If all goes well, this whole area will flourish. My grandma is betting she'll make a fortune when it causes land prices in the region to skyrocket. Well, most of the work will happen in the 21st century, so I'll likely end up taking over the project. So you don't think there are people who hate outsiders? I told you, there's no such people. What makes you think we want to make this village more inconvenient than it already is? Hi, Nero! Good to see you! In fact, we've already started selling the land of the village to the rich people who want to build country resorts here. I'm doing pretty well. I hope you're doing okay too. Your house is one of the first lots that we sold, Kei-chan. Didn't the villagers welcome you? The three families are trying to do everything they can to stop young people from leaving the village. Yes, what's the completely random question? There was nothing vague about what Mion had said. Her story makes a lot more sense than Takano-san's delusional theories. And so Mion's words woke me up from that delusion. I like some, but I haven't listened to anybody current for a while. I have been aware of some rap beefs. Hi, Ghost! But I'm not opposed to the genre at all. Like the whole Drake and Kendrick Lamar thing. That whole... whatever. So what about this? I heard that the residents of Hinamazawa have extraordinary high levels of something in their blood. It proves they're infected by parasites. I can't remember if I said hi, Ghost, so hi, Ghost! Really? How did Mio-san figure that out? Takano-san's a nurse. I'm sure she can do that. And you think anyone would give her their blood samples for no reason? Because I sure don't. Even if she could get blood samples somehow, how and where would she examine them? How many blood samples do you think she examined all by herself? Mion was right. I couldn't believe I thought Takano-san could do all that just because she was a nurse. It struck me hard to believe that she got that many blood samples and did a high level of examination without any help. When I thought about it rationally, I shouldn't have believed such a ridiculous story so easily. I heard that people here don't get hay fever, which is proof of their being infected by parasites. Some people just never have that. Only people in cities get hay fever. I heard it has something to do with the fuel emissions. Oh, interesting. Hey, Chan, you're talking about Hinamazawa. I mean, even people in Okonomiya don't get hay fever, I think. Well, what about this? I heard that the Sonozaki family has a death squad, that they kidnapped the grandson of a government minister once. That sounds cool. I wish I had a squad like that. Even I was sounding... I do love that she was like, oh yeah, we're not bringing up that the minister's grandson absolutely was kidnapped. That absolutely happened. Of course, she was probably just a kid, and they probably didn't say anything to her. But I believed all of it last night. I believed it because Rana looked so very serious. It is true that the grandson of a minister was found in Takatsudo. We didn't do it. We just act as if we did. Oh, okay. What do you mean? Please explain. Okay. The Onagafachi Guardians protested violently during the dam conflict. They did something close to terrorism as well. But there were people who used the resistance movement for their own benefits. They used the name of the Onagafachi Guardians to rob people of money and valuables. The Onagafachi Guardians were a very aggressive force at the time. There's a high possibility that some people thought they could use the name to extort money. Yeah, that seems logical. The kidnapping case was one of those incidents. The kidnappers thought they could stifle the police investigation by acting like they were the Onagafachi Guardians. They kidnapped the boy to demand a ransom. To tell you the truth, the members of the Onagafachi Guardians were all very surprised. They were actually impressed by that those guys actually pulled it off. I remember they even said they'd give them an award. Wait a second. So the Onagafachi Guardians had nothing to do with the kidnapping? No, not at all. Mion said it firmly. It was a simple and clear answer, which left no room for suspicion. And thinking about it, it's not surprising. Kidnapping the grandson of a prime minister and negotiating with him in person is a huge deal. The Onagafachi Guardians were a very aggressive group, but their operation wasn't so easy that it could be carried out by any of the normal residents of Hinamizawa. It was obviously the work of a professional criminals without a doubt. Like I said earlier, the Sonozaki family acted as if we were the masterminds of the kidnapping case. What do you mean by that? This is a secret. This is a secret precept of the Sonozaki family. You can't tell anybody about this, okay? When an incident like this happens, we traditionally act as if we're responsible for it. It's a tradition of bluffing. Bluffing? Really? Yeah. It doesn't matter what it is as long as it works out in our favor. It can be a criminal incident, the weather, or even lottery numbers. We act as if it happened because the Sonozaki family wanted it to happen. It starts to sound like we're a very powerful organization, doesn't it? That's the point. This is a secret strategy that only the Sonozaki family heads know about. Strategy is meant to make us look bigger and stronger than we really are. Ah, so the puffing of the chest, as it were. Wow. So, what about the plan they had during the dam conflict? The one to attack the Ministry of Construction? Was that true? I heard that they obtained weapons and even trained for it. That was the spin we put on it. There's no way we could actually carry out a crazy plan like that. Our real goal was to make people believe that we were capable of doing things like that so that we could extract pressure from the government. That's all. They obtained weapons and went through the training just so they could exact pressure. They had no plans or intention to actually carry out the plan. The Sonozaki family was just bluffing. Now, see, I believe it's somewhere in the middle of that. I believe that they can be that powerful when they band together, but there is definitely we want to appear more powerful than we are. I think they're somewhere in the middle. That made sense. Of course it did. It's impossible to attack the Ministry of Construction. Even if they did, it wouldn't solve the problem. All I had to do was use common sense! Even if they did, they would have been crushed within seconds by a huge number of policemen. Why didn't I think of that? What about the weapons and the training? As for the weapons, no comment. Ha 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 ha. We did go through the training. We needed to do that in order to make the bluff look real. We gathered some younger men from my father's office and appointed Kasai-san as the leader of the group. We went to a desert in Texas and played war games with some instructors and went sightseeing in San Francisco afterwards. What a lovely trip! Ah ha ha ha! So, I couldn't think of anything else. It was obvious now. No, Rena and I both. were completely fooled by the scrapbook of Takano-san's delusion. Rena was so serious about it, so I believed her, but if you examined it closely, there were so many inconsistencies. I couldn't believe Rena took a delusion like that so seriously. Well, 'cause she also suffered from them. I knew the reason why, though. She was still in a state of shock after being caught with the corpses that day. She was mentally unstable. Ah, yes, the 2 bodies in the dumpster. Then she came across a tall tale, and she believed it. Rena is a smart girl. She wouldn't have taken it seriously if she was stable. Plus, another thing happened to wake me up from the delusion. The white van I saw yesterday came to school during lunch break. 4 men in work uniforms I saw were there too. I said thank you to Mion and followed them. The men who talked to me yesterday knocked on the door of the teacher's office. Hello, I'm from, Okonogi Gardeners. Oh, thank you for coming. It's very hot today, isn't it? It sure is. By the way, you look very beautiful today as always. Ehehehe. Thank you. Well, can you start whenever you're ready? Yes, then we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give this to you. The quote and the invoice, I see. The date is left blank on both of them. Well then, there shouldn't be any problem. Thank you so much. All right, we'll start right away. The man was talking to Chie-sensei with a big smile. Hmm? What are you doing here, Mayabara-kun? Oh, principal. Who is that guy? The principal pointed his finger at the window. When I looked out, I heard the noises of the engine starting. The noise was coming from an engine of a motorized lawnmower. I saw young men in work uniforms taking another lawnmower, some brooms, and a ladder out of the van. They're gardeners. We haven't taken care of the grass around the fence or the trees for a long time. I wanted to clean them up before summer. Mr. Principal, thank you for giving us a call. The man noticed the principal and took off his hat and bowed. No need. I trust your work. Please take care of things. Ah, good. Hi, Soul. Thanks for the lurk. Think we can finish it today. We might make a lot of noise, though. Each worker took one tool and walked towards the fence where the grass was growing. The engine of the lawnmower was very loud, and the kids who were playing in the schoolyard looked at it curiously. Hey! It's dangerous out here. Go back to your classroom. It was Chie-sensei. She handed an envelope with documents to the principal. Said, Okonogi Gardeners, in green on the envelope. Principal, please sign the invoice and drop it off at their office next time you go into town hall. Of course. Will do. Ah, Chie-sensei. Did they come here yesterday? Yes. They came here to look at the grass late in the afternoon. They told me they got lost on the way back because they tried to take a shortcut. The village has a lot of small roads branching off everywhere, and they can be very confusing. I remember when I first came here. Chie-sensei started talking about when she got lost, and they laughed together. There was never anything suspicious to begin with. I thought they were suspicious yesterday because of what Rena had told me. At first I thought it was unusual to see a white van. But then, after I heard her creepy story, I saw a white van parked on the road and I got scared. Gardeners weren't familiar with the roads in Hinamizawa and they got lost trying to take a shortcut on their way back. That's all. I had it totally twisted around? I believed that fake-sounding story. I believed the Sonozaki family was working behind the scenes, and I fabricated the existence of a group of fanatical believers in my mind? Worse, I doubted Mion. Damn it. I'm such a fool. She's my friend. We took each other's hands that day, saying that we were family. We're a family made of friends, and that friends were friends no matter what. I said that, but then I doubted my friend. I'm so stupid! Anyway, Rena was the problem. She also needed to wake up from the crazy delusion. I had to hurry and wake her up. And it seemed like she had no mind to listen to anyone else. She truly believes that the Sonozaki family are the masterminds in a large-scale conspiracy. I remembered the plate number of the white van, and I also remembered their faces. Without a doubt, this was one of the vans that had been following me. So far, I've confirmed that 3 of the 4 cars have been following me. I could especially recall this white van because it followed me around the longest of all. The people who were in the cars must be the lookouts, and the ones in this van must be tasked with direct contact, like kidnapping or assassination. Okay, this text is red. The lookouts secure the surroundings, and the ones in this van attack the target. So is Rena... That's a common maneuver involved in both kidnapping and assassination. The scrapbook said that too. Okay, so this is probably Rena just slightly losing her mind. If so, I'd better watch out, because it was them, not the lookouts, who came to the school premises. I don't think they'll attack me while I'm in school. They're in the early stages of their covert operation now, hiding their fangs and claws until the late stage of their horrifying scheme. That's why they won't take action in school, because people are watching. But it looked like they were talking with Chie-sensei in a very friendly way. I could hear only bits and pieces of their conversation, but it sounded very suspicious. I tried to remember the chatter and movements of their mouths, and I played my memory like a videotape in my mind. Hello, whoever. Oh, thank you for coming. It's very hot today, isn't it? It sure is. Thank you. Well, we can start whenever you're ready. Yes, we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give this to you. I see. Is left blank on blah blah blah. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Thank you so much. All right, well, whatever. I used the information I had to guess what was going on. I played the video again and again in my mind, and also paused and let it play in slow motion again to check many things. Then something unbelievably horrifying started to emerge. There's no doubt that they were acquainted with Chie-sensei. But I've never seen them visit the school before, so it's hard to believe that Chie-sensei is their contact. There's no doubt that they're the death squad under the direct control of the Sonozaki family. They have the local accent, which proves they were chosen from the Sonozaki corps. The death squad was talking with Chie-sensei. They know each other. What's their relationship? Who is Chie-sensei anyway? I think she got isekai'd from a different game. During the dam conflict, Hinamizawa School was closed, and it was merged with the one in Okonomiya. But the Onagafuchi Guardians didn't accept that, and they made a part of their forestry service building into a school. But needless to say, the school they made didn't have a teacher. So, it was only going to be a token form of resistance. But a teacher who had a strong passion for education and felt sorry for the children, and she came to work here. That was Rumiko Chie-sensei. It was obviously strange. Teachers are government employees, and they normally belong to their prefectures. As long as they lie low and don't cause trouble, they don't get fired, and they don't get demoted. They can work up until the official retirement age, and they're guaranteed to have a fixed retirement fund. She was one of those government employees, but she defied the Board of Education and came to work for Hinamizawa. The villagers admire her as a teacher of passion. I heard that Oryu Sonozaki herself successfully negotiated with the Board of Education that suspended Chie-sensei for defying their orders. It was easy to get an answer from this by connecting the dots. Chie-sensei was recruited by Oryu Sonozaki as a teacher to work at the school the Onagafuchi Guardians had created. In other words, she was already working for Oryu before she came here. As for the principal, he was the principal of the school of Hinamizawa from the beginning. He's a respected person of this region, and he's been closely associated with the three families for a long time. So that means the school has been under the control of the Sonozaki family all along. That's why Chie-sensei is acquainted with the death squad. It makes sense now. Chie-sensei is confirmed that I came to school today, made a phone call, and called them here. I didn't want to know why she called them here. If she called them here just to monitor me, they'd wait near the gate until the class was over. But they came to the school premise. Why? Stop pretending to be a fool, Rana Ryugu. Do you think nothing will happen if you pretend not to notice it? Think. Think hard and calm down, Rana Ryugu. What will they try to do to me today in school? In school? How are they going to do anything with my classmates and friends all around me? It's easy. Chie-sensei will tell me to come to the teacher's office during the last class of the day. What about my clubmates? That's easy too. Chie-sensei could easily make them go home early using her authority as a teacher. She can make up any reason she wants. Maybe the classroom is going to have a carpentry work done today, so they can't stay in school. It sure is, bebe. Today, bebe. Eh. Thank you. We'll start whenever you're ready. See? There's no doubt. They clearly said they're ready to do it today. And what else? Yes, we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give this to you. The bebe and bebe. I see. Bebe is left blank on bebe. There shouldn't be any problem. Thank you so much. I see. They gave Chie-sensei an envelope with some document in it. That blank is an eerie phrase. But was my name supposed to be in the blank? Why is it left blank? What does that mean? I told you, Rana Ryugu. Do you still think that nothing will happen if you pretend not to notice it? Stop that. So what it must mean... This is an order from higher up. It says, make Rana Ryugu become blank. I took a peek from the shadows and I saw the principal taking documents from out of the envelope. He started reading them. He looked stern. He looked very serious. I wish I could take a peek at that document, but it was too far away. I kept looking at him just to see if he'd react at all, and then the envelope caught my eye. The envelope said, Okanogi Gardeners, and it had some numbers that looked like a phone number. Fortunately, I had good eyesight. I memorized the number. If they're a death squad, the gardening company must be a camouflage occupation. It probably doesn't even exist. I wanted to find out, so I looked for a phone. Oh, ad break. Hey, looks like we're back. There's only one phone, and it's in the teacher's office. Fortunately, the teachers were chatting in the hallway, looking at the gardeners. It was now or never. I made sure nobody was watching me go into the teacher's office. I rushed and grabbed the phone on the principal's desk. I went over to the phone number in my head and dialed it up. I'm glad they have a touch tone phone. It would have been difficult if it was a rotary dial. Somebody answered. I only have to ask, is this the Okonogi Gardeners? Then I'd wait for an answer before hanging up about it. It should be easy. It connected. The number you dialed is... I felt a cold chill run through my body from the bottom of my feet. Wait, don't make a quick judgment. I might have remembered the number wrong. No, I think I remembered it right. It was an easy number to remember. It's impossible to remember it wrong. Then, did I dial it wrong? I put the phone down and started over. This time, I dialed the number more slowly. The teachers might be coming back any time. In this situation, it'd be risky to do anything slowly. But I needed to make absolutely sure. The number you dialed is... It's the same. There's no doubt. The company, Okonogi Gardeners, doesn't exist. It's just a camouflage occupation for the Sonozaki family death squad. Please make sure the number you dialed is correct. The number you dialed is... I was too stunned to put down the receiver. The announcement kept running over and over again. The voice was cold and creepy. I hung up the phone and rushed out of the teacher's office. I ran to the bathroom and held my head in an attempt to cool down. Calm down, Rena. Calm down, Rena Ryugu. Stay cool. Rena Ryugu. I wasn't safe here anymore. If I stayed here, I might be erased, even in the open. They'd erase me? Why? They aren't certain that I have the scrapbooks. I told Keiichi-kun where I hid the scrapbooks. Yesterday I told him I hid them in my hideout, in the garbage dump. Is Keiichi-kun in cahoots with the Sonozaki family? I felt as if my head was a pot that was cooking some dubious stew. There was only soup in my brain! Oh no! Not soup! I cut up clues, information facts, just like I cut up vegetables and threw them into the pot. Some of them were floating on the surface, and others were at the bottom of the pot. They were being cooked in a boiling soup. No, it can't be Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun is on my side. He's the only one who's on my side. He held out his hand to me at the trash piles. There were no lies in that hand. When he grabbed my wrist, I felt nothing but his strong, pure heart. He promised me he'd be on my side, and he still is. I shouldn't doubt Keiichi-kun. He's the only one I should trust. He's the only one who's on my side right now. This is going well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Keiichi-kun. I was about to doubt you. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I said it out loud on purpose, full of regret that I had doubted Keiichi-kun, the only one who was on my side. Now that I think about it, whether I have the scrapbooks or not might not matter to them. Erase anyone who is suspicious. That's the safest way. Does that mean they're in a hurry? The day of Oyashiro-sama's revival might be just around the corner. And that's why they're trying to get rid of any small fish bones that get stuck in the throat by any means before it's too late. We don't need her anymore. Just erase her as if you're worried so much. I could easily picture Oryu Sonozaki saying that. Picture? No, she did say that. That's why they're here today. What should I do? What should I do? Should I wait until school is over? I was like a fish in a pond. No matter how many times I escaped from the net, I was in the pond, and they own the pond. I didn't stand a chance. Then what should I do now? I couldn't keep escaping from the net. I should just get out of the pond. I didn't know how to fight them, and I didn't know who was on my side. I was about to give in to despair. For now, I'd have to think about how to survive this, so I'd at least have time to think about how to fight against them. I have to get out of this pond. When I was about to leave the bathroom, one of my classmates came in. I pretended to be sick and talked to the girl while leaning on the wall. I don't feel so good. I think I better go home. Can you tell Chie-sensei I left school early? I shouldn't let Chie-sensei know that I'm leaving school early and that I'm trying to run away from them. But if I didn't, they might think I ran away without cause. That might lead them to chase after me without mercy. If that happens, I don't stand a chance. They were planning to capture me after school is over, but if I happened to be sick and left school early, if they took it that way, then they wouldn't think that I noticed the noose tightening around me. I was about to go back to the classroom to get my bag, but I changed my mind and turned around. I didn't need my bag anymore. I realized nobody was watching me, so I stopped pretending to be sick and started running. This is fine. Chie-sensei, take a look at this. Take a look. Is something wrong with the documents? Yes. The date on the quote and the invoice are left blank. They're supposed to put today's date here. Oh, they wanted to leave them blank. They said they couldn't put the same date and quote on the invoice. They were told to leave them blank by General Affairs. Okay then. And this phone number on the invoice is different from the one on the envelope. You know which is the correct one? Oh, I didn't notice that. Hello, excuse me. Yes? What's the matter? The phone number on the invoice is different from the one on the envelope. Which one is correct? Oh, it's the one on the invoice. I used the old envelope we used at our former office. I'm sorry about that. I told our part-timer to add a stamp with the new phone number, but I guess she forgot. I apologize for the confusion. Can you just erase the number? Wah ha ha ha. Alright, so that should be the end of chapter 9, I think is where we are. Alright, new tips. Lunch takeout list 3! Yep, fish in a pond. The danger of culture-bound syndrome lies in the fact that it can easily trigger delusional misidentification syndrome. That is to say, in the current case, every time the patient sees something trivial, she tries to interpret it as a curse. And it's believed that as the result of the accumulation of these events, in its understandable form, a delusion system is created, ultimately leading to paranoia. Okay. Furthermore, the patient is also exhibiting slight signs of a personality disorder. Of course, it's a very mild level, and it's not causing any hindrance whatsoever to the patient's daily life. It is common for even healthy individuals to have primary delusions in their daily lives. But they usually ignore it automatically without recognition, since those delusions are nonsensical. Again, take any of this with a grain of salt. However, there are some cases where these delusions accumulate despite being incomprehensible. It largely depends on the particular characteristics of the individual, and is believed that the patient shows relatively strong characteristics in this area. I believe you're very much aware that the primary delusions are categorized into 3 different kinds. Delusional mood is the feeling of impending crisis without basis. Delusional intuition is the feeling of a sense of duty or a goal without a basis. And delusional perception, which is the feeling of baseless cause against a baseless target. So we're in mood, probably. In the patient's case, it's believed that these incomprehensible delusions accumulated acted out simultaneously with the cultural bound syndrome, which triggered a delusional misidentification syndrome, and is ultimately the cause of incomprehensible delusions to become understandable by interpreting them as a curse. The comprehensible delusion system indicates an understandable secondary delusion, further strengthening the patient's delusional system with the passage of time. Delusional paratosis mentioned earlier can be considered a secondary delusion. A common factor in all cases of paranoia is that even after an outbreak, they still appear perfectly normal with no change to their personalities. The patients are unaware of their own ailments, and due to their personal interpretation of their delusional system, there are many cases where patients arm themselves logically, making it extremely difficult for a third party to point out that they're having a delusion. Thank you, Zerk! Alright. Hugs for you too. Hi, Zerk! Furthermore, although it may depend on the tendency of the delusions, there are cases where the precursory delusion turns into a pursuit delusion or a conspiracy delusion, resulting in the patient creating imaginary enemies and taking up antisocial behavior. I'm doing pretty well. I hope you're doing okay too. For example, there are cases where believers of a religious cult were deeply influenced by the cult founders' paranoid visions, which shifted the group into a conspiracy delusion and made them conduct antisocial behavior in the name of self-defense. Although no such cases have been reported in Japan yet, it could very well happen in the near future. Are we done yet? Nope. Fortunately, the patient hasn't reached that serious condition as of now. With proper treatment, she should be able to make a full recovery. Please make sure that her father also understands that this is not an unusual case. Yay! Oh, that sounds like a lovely day. But something causing the accumulation of a number of innocent factors... er, eh, but something caused by the accumulation of numbers of innocent factors anyone could have. The patient can be treated only for her deepening bond with her father. As long as she has that bond, she can certainly be treated. For the reasons above, if the patient is to return to her home village, I strongly recommend that the patient continue to receive guidance from specialized medical instructors or institutions. Please excuse me for writing such a long letter. Not an excuse. Thank you for reading until the very end. You're welcome, I guess. Yep, end of chapter 9. They were mowing the grass near the fence, which is probably a cover to monitor the surroundings, just in case I tried to escape from the school. But they must have been thinking that would happen only after school was over. They seemed to have no idea that I already noticed their plan and was trying to run away at that very moment. If we didn't read the long letter, then it'd be like, oh, what do you mean Rena suffers from acute paranoia and acute delusions that she's totally not slipping into right now? I couldn't use the front gate since they'd find me easily. I moved behind the school building, made sure nobody was around the curry garden, ran through it, and dashed into the forest. I walked through the dense undergrowth, stepping on the dead wood, climbing over fallen trees. After walking through the forest for a while, I came to a small road. I know many back roads in the village because of our club activities, and that knowledge has finally come in handy. So what should I do now? I'm sure the girl already passed on my message to Chie-sensei. Those men must be going crazy now, not knowing that I ran away. Did anyone else talk to Ryugi-san before she left school? Everybody in the class looked at each other and shook their heads. Chie-sensei looked a bit upset that Rena had left school early without telling her in person. Rena-san has been feeling sick these days. Meep. She left her bag here. What happened to her? I have a bad feeling about this. What? I think I know what's going on. I'm not sure, but I have a very bad feeling about this. She must have taken another ridiculous story seriously or something. I hope she won't do anything crazy. I hurried home. My father might be at his new job, or he might have gone shopping. He wasn't around when I got there. Now that they're on the move, I'm no longer safe in my house. They're very dangerous people. They've trained it to be capable of attacking the Ministry of Construction, and they actually pulled off the kidnapping of the grandson of the minister. Locked doors and windows don't mean anything to them. In fact, it'd be like I was hiding in a box which they could open up to get at me. I could no longer stay at my home. It's very sad and very frustrating. I killed Rena and Tepe and finally regained a peaceful life with my father. But at what cost? How could this happen to me? Something made my mistakes. I remembered what Keiichi-kun told me before I expressed my feelings better than anything. Takano-san left us with a huge parting gift. Why did she give me those terrifying scrapbooks? Why did she tell me the secret of that unthinkable conspiracy? She got me into this. I didn't do anything at all. It's all Mio-san's fault. But who was interested in her stories? I was. Who let her continue talking? I did. I did that out of curiosity. Who let these memories of Ibaraki return and told Mio-san about them? I did. Something faded away. I depended on Mio-san, hoping that she could somehow save me from the memories I've been trying to forget. I shouldn't have remembered anything about that bizarre incident. If I hadn't, I would have gotten involved in that unthinkable conspiracy. I could have just played around with my friends today. But even if I didn't know about the conspiracy, it'd still continue behind the scenes. I would have been one member of the mob running on in panic, not knowing what was going on the day of Yashiro-sama's revival. I would have been just swallowed up by the conspiracy anyway. Would I have been happier if I faced that day without knowing anything? Would I be happier if I struggled knowing about it, but ended up swallowed by it? If I'm going to end up the same way no matter what I choose to do, I'll fight. I'll choose to fight. Because that's how I seized my happiness before. When Rena invaded my home, seducing my father, I felt like it was the end of the world. I lived on the verge of despair every day. I thought this was the worst misfortune that could befall anyone. I mean, it still sucks. It absolutely does. The way things are going, it wasn't really that bad at all. I had only 2 enemies, Rina Mamiya and Tepe Hojo. I knew my enemies. I knew how many there were. I lured them out one by one and attacked them in the dark. It was a very easy problem to solve. But what about this one? I don't know who my enemies are. I don't know how many, or how strong they are. Even the people I once trusted might be my enemies. Yeah, life sucks right now. I can't possibly be sure. It's totally different from the previous problem. This might be the end of the world. This time it really might be the worst thing that could possibly happen. Oh dear, you're sounding like my anxious brain. But is that really the case? With Rena, it felt like it was the end of the world, but I no longer think it was that bad. So this might turn out to be an easy problem to solve in the end, and I might be able to laugh about it someday. I know that day will come. I know it for sure. So I shouldn't think about this as the end of the world. Let's fight. I can fight. I can still struggle. I'd eat grass and drink mud if I needed to. I'm gonna bet on that 1% chance, even if it's unbelievably small. Mio-san didn't leave me the scrapbooks. I wouldn't even have been able to sit at the table to bet. I was lucky that I received the scrapbooks because they gave me a chance to choose my future. If I don't fight, they'll spread the terrible parasite and the village will face a great disaster. According to the legend, When the demons first came out of the swamp, people became demons right after being infected. And it happened while they were inside the village. These days, the symptoms appear only with the infected people leave the village. But that only applies to the later weak parasites. The original parasite can reenact the curse of Oyashiro-sama even when the inflicted are in the village. Legend of Oyashiro-sama will be reborn. Humans and demons will start killing each other, and Oyashiro-sama will come down and pacify the disaster. That's what they want. That's what they want people to prostrate themselves before the miracle, and only the people who truly worship Oyashiro-sama will be saved. I see. I know their true intention now. They're going to reenact the legend of Oyashiro-sama. After all, the villagers have always said that Rika-chan is his reincarnation. The stage is all set. They're going to use the parasite as the curse. So how are they going to make it look like Oyashiro-sama came down to pacify everyone? I get it. They must have some kind of medicine. A specific cure for the parasite. When they recreate the stronger form of the parasite, they found a cure at the same time. They're going to use the cure to save only those people who believe in Oyashiro-sama, and as a result, the village will only have those fervent believers. They're going to make themselves the absolute rulers of Hinamizawa. This is going great. Wait, I still might be underestimating them. Are they going to carry out the horrifying act of bioterrorism only inside Hinamizawa? History proves that when their goal is to control others, people desire to spread their religion across a wider area. I'm sure they conducted research not only to bring back the primitive form of the parasite, but also to overcome its weaknesses, namely, that it only thrives in Hinamizawa. According to Mio-san's research, the parasite doesn't like its host to be far from the region. Its weakness is distance. If they could extend the distance, if they could extend the area where it can live. I wonder how far along their research is. By now, the parasite might be able to live not only in Hinamizawa, but Okonomiya as well. Or maybe even in the city? Maybe the whole prefecture? It might be able to cover nearby prefectures as well. This is too serious to just call a conspiracy. It's horrifying enough and a scale large enough to call it a revolution. The day of revival is possibly not far off. I can tell by how they killed Mio-san and by the extent of the pressure they're putting on me. They're trying to get rid of the small fishbone stuck in their throat by any means, because that day is coming even closer. I'm the only one who can stand up against the revolution. I can't trust anybody. I think I can trust Keiichi-kun. Hi, Belle! How was Oblivion? I think that's what you were playing. I hope it was a good time. Yeah, I need to fix my shout out because I want to have it so that the lovely new Cherish Ball emote that I have will be like right there. Because we have a new emote. Let me just scroll up real quick. Get back here. Oh yeah, that's totally fair, but good job on the quest! So yeah, if I can fix it, that'll be what'll appear on the shoutouts as well. But yes, for those who just came in, we are towards the end of Arc 6 of Higurashi. And one of our main characters is doing so well right now and totally not having a mental breakdown. Yeah, it feels like Arc 27, believe me. I think I can trust Keiichi-kun, but no one else. Ichan is out of the question. Oh no. I can't trust Rika-chan either. Satoko-chan and Rika-chan stick together like superglue, so I can't trust Satoko-chan either. I can't trust any adults. I can't trust anybody. No one is on my side. I have to stand up against them alone. The clock is ticking towards the day, and the ticking noise is making me frustrated. How should I fight against them? What should I do? I needed time to think. I needed a safe area, where I could concentrate on thinking. Surely we won't go into the dump. Fortunately, I had such an area already. My hideout in the garbage dump. Oh boy! Totally not where the bodies are buried. Nobody ever goes there, so it's safe. Even if they found out about that place, I'm familiar with its surroundings. Yes, she lives, well, not lives, but hangs out in a broken van in the garbage dump, totally where some bodies are buried. I know the escape routes and the places I can hide. But it had its big shortcoming as a hiding place. It's not that hard to imagine what that is. I don't have any stock-up food in there. That's why I came home. I'm gonna live off canned tuna. I opened one of my father's drawers and took out his cash box. The contents hadn't changed since the last time I looked inside. Thanks! Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Go back to work! Yeah, no, that's still goofy and I love it. There were many new 10,000 yen bills in the cash box. Not back to the car! I took them all. I couldn't tell how many bills there actually were, but it looked like about 80 of them. That's a lot of money, and I can't even convert yen. This should be plenty. If I evaded them long enough to use all this money, that would mean I did pretty well. Plus, I might use it to buy someone off. You can never have too much money, especially in a situation like this. I didn't take the bank book. If they were waiting to ambush in a bank, I'd be done for. It's too risky to withdraw money at the bank. I grabbed my backpack. I took the key from my bicycle, put everything I could think that would be convenient to have into the backpack. I didn't care if it got heavy. I'd choose what was necessary and carry it around later at my hideout. If it ended up being something I didn't need, I could leave it there. I looked at the clock. It had been 30 minutes since I came home. I stayed here too long. I rushed out of the house. I went to a small convenience store and bought as much sweet bread and canned food as I could fit in my backpack. We are just about to hit an ad break. An old lady was at the register, probably suffering from dementia. She showed no interest in the extraordinary amount of food I was buying. But as soon as the manager in the store checked the sales that night, he'd find out. The idea didn't bother me because I could no longer walk around the village in daylight anyway. My backpack was full and the cans hurt my back as I walked. But that didn't bother me either. I got to my hideout still carrying the heavy backpack. I organized the stuff I bought. It was very heavy to carry, but now there was sufficient food. Okay, ad break. Okay, we're back. So let us continue. The abandoned construction office was has running water, so I can get some from there. I wanted to get some vegetables, but in a situation like this, I could hardly complain. After I organized things, I took out the scrapbooks I had hidden there and put my brain in top gear, flipping through the pages. So, now what? How am I going to stand up against this gigantic conspiracy? I needed to calm down and stay cool, but also to think fast. There might not be a lot of time, so I'd have to hurry, but I didn't know what to do. It's easy to run to school in the mornings when I oversleep. It's easy because I know where I should go. But now I don't know where I should go or what I should do. Now I've come to this point, I should probably tell Oishi-san everything. It's highly likely he's an enemy. But that doesn't matter anymore. If that's true, I'd just declare war. But if he was on my side, he'd be my only remaining hope. I'm far too weak to stand alone against the terrifying scale of a conspiracy posted to instill fear throughout Japan. I'd have to use a public phone to make the phone call. There's only one public phone in the village that stands at a place where it's hard for people to spot you. Phone booth. Yeah, the phone booth in front of the convenience store. It stands in the middle of nowhere where nobody really comes around. Many bugs gather around the light when it's dark. It's not a pleasant place to go. I think this is the phone booth where Akasaka went in Arc 4. But I can't think of any other public phones. And that I can use to contact Oishi without being seen. Even though it stands in the middle of nowhere, it's still dangerous to use in the daylight, so I'll do it at night. I should wait until nightfall and take advantage of the darkness. I heard that Oishi-san had been holed up in the station since Mio-san's murder case, so I should be able to reach him any time. I have the number for the direct line to his office, too. The sky was still bright. Even though I had no time, I still had to wait for it to get dark. Frustrated, I glared at the sunset. Set faster! Should I find something to do? I couldn't waste any time that I had, so there must be something to do. After I thought about what I could do, I found there was something I wanted to confirm. Something I'd been worried about. I couldn't do anything else before it got dark anyway. Staying here, doing nothing, would just make me more frustrated. I made my decision and left the hideout. Rena's father paced up and down restlessly in front of his house. A bicycle appeared, its rider ringing the bell. Police officer! Here, over here! A police officer from Hinamazawa police station has shown up. Having rushed to get there, he was breathing hard. I hope you didn't wait too long. Please tell me what happened. I know I locked the door before I left. But when I came back, the door was left open and... He led the police officer into the house. And look, my cash box was left open in my room. Is this how you found it? You didn't touch anything? I didn't touch the cash box itself because I thought they might have left fingerprints. I didn't touch the contents. I did touch the contents a little to check what was missing. And what did they take? They didn't take my bank books or my personal seal, but they took the cash. They didn't take your banknotes or personal seal, huh? You were lucky. Professional thieves today don't take bank books because they know how easy they are to get caught by using them. This might be a professional cat burglar. Instead of taking the cash box with him, he opened it here. He has to be a pro. So how much cash was in there? I haven't counted it for a long time, but I believe there was about 110,000 yen bills, so a lot. I see. Did you tell anybody that you had that much cash in here? No, I didn't, but they probably knew I kept some cash in the house. They? Who are they? Can you tell me more about them? Well, it's kind of an embarrassing story. Her name is Rina Mamiya and... Just then the phone rang. Oh, excuse me, I'll just go get that. Please give me a minute. He grabbed the phone. Hello, this is the Ryugu residence. Ah, hello. This is Mayabara. Is Rana-san there? No, she hasn't come back from school yet. He hasn't? I'm very sorry, but I'm in the middle of something right now. Can you call back later? I'm sorry, bye. He hung up after that. I was stunned. It didn't look like anything had changed on the surface. It was hard to find this place at all because it was perfectly blends in with its surroundings. I only found this place again because I remembered that there was a tree with a big lump of wood in it nearby. The spot where I buried the corpses was perfectly camouflaged, as if nothing had happened. That's why, at first, I thought I came to the wrong place. But I could make certain once I stuck the shovel into the ground. I should be able to tell right away whether this place was where I was dug up before or not. After several false starts, I found the exact spot where I had buried the corpses. But the biggest problem was that there were no bags in there at all. Why? How come? Did I bury them deeper than this? No, I didn't. I remember exactly how deep I buried them. I know I didn't bury them deeper than this. So where did the bodies go? I wasn't expecting this. I came here to check on the corpses. I just wanted to do that to kill some time. I didn't want to stay in my hideout and doing nothing, so I came to check on the corpses I buried while I was still here. I'd make sure that they were still there, and I'd feel relieved. It was supposed to go like that. This was such an unexpected turn of events that I broke out into a cold sweat. What's going on? What's going on? I don't need to calm down to think about what happened. Corpses can't come back to life and crawl out of the ground. This is not a zombie narrative. Someone must have dug them out. Who did it? And for what purpose? Did anyone see us burying the corpses here? And did they dig them out after we left? What if they handed them over to the police? No, that can't be it. It's been quite a while since the day we buried them here. It was before the Watanagashi festival. So if the police did find the corpses when Oishi contacted me, he had to have known about Rina and Tepe. But he didn't tell me anything about them. I don't think he was hiding anything on purpose either. So that means the police don't know about Rina and Tepe yet. Then why are the corpses gone? That would only leave one answer. Who knows about this place? One of us came back here, dug out the bags, and took them away. The first person who comes to mind is the Sonozaki family, but I can't think of a reason why they would do that. The murder of Rina and Tepe had nothing to do with them. I'm sure they didn't want to get involved either, let alone be falsely accused. They must want to stay as far away from this case as possible. Why would they want to keep the corpses? It's just like keeping a joker, even though you'll lose if you have the joker by the end of the game. If I was Michan, what would I do? What would I do if I was the club president? The joker is a card you want to get rid of, at least in the game I mentioned earlier, but it became a powerful card in other games. What kind of game would that be? An electric shock ran through my spine. At the same time, I realized that they're one step ahead of me. The Sonozaki family got the corpses to use them as a joker card, as a wild card. They're trying to use them to sell me out to the police. The Sonozaki family is trying to kill me using their death squad, but they want to have insurance just in case they fail. The thing is they're afraid of most is that I might work together with the police. Oh, she is just spiraling. If they could prevent that from happening, I'd have no one to work with. If that happens, I can no longer run away from them. I'd still be a fish in their pond. They're going to use those corpses to sell me out to the police for the murder of Rina and Tepe. If the police started seeing me as a suspect, they'd never listen to my story. They could have been my last hope, but this will certainly turn them against me. But I'm sure the Sonozaki family doesn't want to use their joker until absolutely necessary. After all, me and Sonozaki helped bury the corpses. Plus, they don't want the police to hover around the Hinamizawa when the day of the revival's so close. I'm going to call Oishi tonight, and I'm going to ask him for help. I'm going to tell him everything, including the things I haven't even told Keiichi-kun. I don't know if Oishi will believe me. Excuse me. This is his gamble, and my chance of winning is very small. But my worst enemy has the Joker, the bags with the corpses inside. I'm impressed with Mion. That's just what I'd expect from the leader of our club. This is a battle that I'm betting my life on, but Mion has the board game taking place across Inamazawa itself. I grinned, repeating to myself that it's just a game. I put my life on the line in every club activity we do because I don't want to suffer the punishment. This time, it's become the literal truth. There could only be one reason why they're trying so hard to drive me into a corner. It's because they're afraid of me. I assumed I was just a little girl with no power running around in confusion. But my enemy must not be thinking that way. If they didn't think I was a threat to them, they wouldn't have taken the risk to drive me into a corner. That means the scrapbooks Mio-san left me must be more dangerous to them than I think they are. I see. They have a Joker, but so do I. The Joker I have is so deadly and powerful that it could break their plot into pieces. It's already breaking the plot into pieces. That's why they're so eager to find me. A cornered mouse can still really bite a cat. I felt my fear towards my enemy fade all of a sudden. Just as I fear them, so they fear me too. So this is an evenly matched game. I don't have as bad a hand as I thought I did. I was right to come here. I found out about the card my enemy was holding. This is a big deal. I felt myself shiver with excitement. I grinned to encourage myself. I don't need to be here any longer. They know this place. They might come here to find me. It's not safe for me to stay here for long. I decided to go back to my hideout. On the way back, I passed close to my house. I noticed something different right away. I hid behind a bush to look at the front gate of my house. My father was talking to a police officer. I strained to catch their conversation. Yes, she usually parks it there. My father pointed to the place where I usually park my bicycle. Okay. Please let us know whenever your daughter comes back. We'll try to find her as well. Mi-chan, you're good. Did you already play your Joker? Man always started a battle by attacking without hesitation and wins. It seems like the police are already after me. My chance of being able to explain the conspiracy to Oishi was small, but this makes it even smaller. No. That's why I'm going to talk to Oishi. He sees the Sonozaki family as his enemy, and he's trying to expose everything about them before his retirement. That's why he'll be on my side. He's not going to fall for this trick. Of course, there's a very high possibility that everything was a part of their trap from the very beginning. It's possible that he claimed the Sonozaki family was his enemy in order to make me believe that he was on my side. But their Joker is actually giving me hope. If Oishi is one of them, it would be easy to play with their Joker. Oishi isn't one of them. That's why they got a Joker, so they can play it before I go to the police. No, wait, this might be a trick to make me think the way in order to make me trust Oishi. Oh boy. When Mion gives me two choices to choose from, it's usually better to choose the one I like without thinking too much. Mion, after all, likes to guess people's intentions in order to confuse them. So when you think about a choice too much, you're already in a trap. I'm gonna do as I planned. I'm gonna call Oishi after it gets dark. If he's going to become my ally, we can talk about the future. And if he isn't? That, I realized, was what I had to think about before it got dark. This is fine. No, don't worry about calling so late. I don't get paid overtime, but I'm on duty as long as I'm here. I started the conversation with an ordinary greeting to try to gauge his reaction. There's a 50-50% chance that Oishi is one of them. If he's their pawn, he'll either lure me out somewhere so he can arrest me, or he'll ask me where the scrapbooks are. But even if he didn't, that wouldn't prove anything. It's going to be difficult to determine if he's on my side or not, and I'll have to tell him about the scrapbooks no matter what. My heart is beating very fast. Even if I were sure that Oishi isn't their pawn, I'd still have to make him believe such a crazy story. And I'd have to do that over the phone. Worrying wouldn't do anything for me. I know, a gamble. I have a small chance of winning. If I didn't put my chips on the table, the game wouldn't even start. I told you a little bit about this before, but I think somebody is following me. Are you sure about that? Yes. I wasn't sure before. I thought it was just my imagination, but things have changed over the past few days, and now I'm certain. What do you mean things have changed? A few cars have been following me. One of them is a white van with 4 men in it. They disguise themselves as gardeners, but they're actually attack units. Attack units? You mean the Sonozaki family's death squad? Yes. I'm pretty sure that's them. They came to my school today. I managed to escape from them in time, but it was very close. But why would they do that? Do they think you're trying to sniff out the connection of Tomitake's murder? She hadn't mentioned the scrapbooks yet. It sounded rather unnatural to beat around the bush like that by mentioning Tomitake's murder. But as I haven't told him about the scrapbooks, it could be a legitimate reaction. To tell you the truth, I just heard some bad news. I wanted to confirm it a bit more before letting you know, but we did promise to share new information with each other. So this is what I heard. It seems like the Sonozaki Corps in Okonomiya are on the move. Are you talking about the Sonozaki Corps? Yes. You might find it a bit of a shock. They ordered their greenhorns to find a certain person. A certain person? My heart stopped for a moment upon hearing that. Are they? It's hard to believe, but you're the person they're looking for. They're trying to find you. I just got this information, so I don't know the reason why, but they're mentioning your name. So you believe my story that my life is in danger? Yes. It matches with my information perfectly. Ryuga-san, what's going on? Do you have any idea? What they're really looking for are the scrapbooks I have. They want to know where they are, and they believe that I'm hiding them. They must be thinking that they'll be able to hide the information in the scrapbooks forever if they succeed in shutting my mouth. But I couldn't tell Oishi-san about that yet. I answered his question by asking him a question. What about you, Oishi-san? Do you have any idea? I can't think of anything. No, I'm afraid I don't. It's hard to believe that the Sonozaki Corps are using their resources to capture an individual like you. But it's true. It came from a reliable source. It might be the Sonozaki family who are after me, not just the Sonozaki Corps. It's very unusual for them to take action like this. They only do it when one of their people runs away with their money or something like that, you know. It's usually about some kind of trouble within the group. They've never done things like this to an honest person like you. Well, I'm honored to be the very first one, but I need you to do something other than tell me that they've never done this before. I understand, Ryugu-san. Please calm down. Isn't it your turn to tell me something now? What do you mean? Like I said, the Sonozaki Corps don't take action like this often. They might be under some kind of misunderstanding, but still, it's very unusual that they would do something like this. Are you sure you have no idea? You could have gotten them confused about something without you knowing it. My guess is that you sniffed around the Sonozaki family and found out a secret of theirs. Or they think you did. You can't let them mobilize like that by doing nothing. It must have been obvious to them. Are you sure you have no idea? Is he my ally or my enemy? I still can't figure it out. This is it. Make your decision, Rena Ryugu. Maybe they're after me because I have Mio-san's scrapbooks. Mio-san? Mio Takano? Her scrapbooks? What do you mean? If he was my enemy, he wouldn't be able to hide his excitement. But his voice remained steady and didn't sound unusual when he said the word scrapbooks. Well, I met Mio-san at the library a few days before she was murdered. We talked and got along well, so she let me borrow some of her scrapbooks, in which she wrote about her studies. Scrapbooks? Her studies? Mm-hmm. Yes. Mio-san was studying the history of Hinamizawa. She summed up her findings in those scrapbooks. I think when they killed Mio-san, they found out that some of her scrapbooks were missing, and so she gave them to me. They're after the scrapbooks? Ryugu-san, what in the world are you talking about? She collected all the research about Hinamizawa and the ancient past of Zonegafuchi in these scrapbooks. She wrote about the origins of Oyashiro-sama's cult in them, too. The origin of the cult of Oyashiro-sama? You mean the story about the man-eating demons? Yes. In her research, she discovers a very important secret about Oyashiro-sama. The secret was extremely blasphemous for people who worship him. I see. Those people, the most devout believers, couldn't accept the results of her research. Oishi-san was taking notes. I could hear him writing something when he spoke. They killed Mio-san, and now they're trying to get her scrapbooks. They weren't sure I had them, so they followed me to find out. But I think they changed their plans yesterday. They're now trying to kill anybody they think is suspicious. I see. That doesn't sound good at all. I'm going to arrange a security detail for you. And let me take a look at the scrapbooks, too. I might be able to find some clues about her murder. No. I mean, they might have pawns inside the police force. So don't worry about me. I can look after myself. Same with the scrapbooks. They're going to try to destroy them, even if they were kept at the police station. You may be right. If the Sonozaki Corps is chasing after you because of an order from the head of the Sonozaki family, that means our enemy is the Sonozaki family itself. If so, I'm afraid I really can't guarantee that we don't have a traitor among us. That's what I'm saying. Please don't worry about me. But I have a favor to ask of you. It's very important. Go ahead. What is it? According to Mio-san's research, there's a horrifying conspiracy at work at the shadows of in Hinamizawa, and they're about to be carried out in the near future. A conspiracy? What's that about? I got tense all of a sudden. If I tell him everything, it's going to sound like a big lie. I should leave out the bizarre-sounding parts for now. It'd actually make the story more credible. Fanatical worshippers of Oyashiro-sama are the ones behind the conspiracy. Since the Meiji era, belief in Oyashiro-sama has slowly disappeared, so they're trying to revive a majority of Oyashiro-sama's worship. The majesty of Oyashiro-sama to the people of Onagafuchi once worshipped. Go on, I'm listening. I'm just writing this down. According to Mio-san's research, the origin of the legend of Oyashiro-sama lies in a primitive endemic disease. People feared this endemic disease and called it the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and then someone like a doctor treated the disease and was then worshipped by the villagers as Oyashiro-sama himself. The village was under his control. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Go on. The endemic disease was caused by a parasite unique to this region. But it became weaker with every generation, and now it doesn't do anything to harm the people, as you can imagine. To them, it's a harmless endemic disease. Means no curse of Oyashiro-sama, no curse means no savior. They can't keep the sanctity of Oyashiro-sama like that. And to revive the sanctity of Oyashiro-sama means they have to revive the endemic disease, right? That's right. They want to recreate the legend of Oyashiro-sama in order to make Oyashiro-sama a deity again. That's why they're trying to create the original parasite, because it can bring back the powerful strain of the endemic disease. The The true intention of this series of mysterious deaths is to test the results of their research. And now they finally succeeded in reenacting the maggot's disease with Tomitake-san. It took them 5 years, but they managed to bring the parasite back to its original power. What the hell? Their goal is to spread the parasite, to use the curse they developed to save those people who believe in Oyashiro-sama, and create them for them a paradise. Are you sure this is all true? The scrapbooks say most of the residents of Hinamizawa are infected by the parasites. There's medical evidence of its existence, too. I can't believe it. Damn it, that hag Oryu is on death's door already. Yet she can't just cross the sticks on her own. This is indiscriminate terrorism. What the hell? The original parasite could only survive around Hinamizawa. But there's a high probability that they've improved it to be able to survive wider areas. It's just going to destroy not only Hinamizawa, but also Okonomiya, or even the entire city, or the entire prefecture. Damn it. What should we do? Who's behind all this? It's the 3 families. Most likely the Sonozaki family is in charge. But I'm not sure if Oryu is the leader or not. I can only refer to them as they. Ah, yes, the mysterious they, who can be anyone or anything. I also have no idea how far this thing reaches. Do you know where they're doing all this research? I can shut it down. I don't know. That's not in the scrapbooks either. Do you have any idea? It must be a big facility to do that kind of research. You can use a garage for remodeling guns or something like that, but when it comes to parasites, I don't think it would be enough. Mio-san is a nurse at the Irie clinic. Do you think that could be it? I always thought it was a bit too big and fancy for a small village like Hinamizawa. Ah, the Irie clinic. They need a specially designed facility with advanced airtight containment, among other considerations, to be able to do research on dangerous parasites like this one. It's easy to equate suspicious research with a clinic facility, but it also sounds a little too cliché. At first, I thought they were converted to be part of a clinic into a secret research center, but that actually sounds a little too unrealistic. Anyway, I don't know where it is, so please find that out. Can't you just raid every suspicious place at once? I don't think you have the force for that. As you know, we need a warrant for that kind of thing. There's no way I can get one even after doing a raid, but I need conclusive evidence that that's been actually the research building in question in order to do that. Oishi is a police officer. If he's going to work as a police officer, he has to follow the rules. But they really are planning bioterrorism. There has to be a reason why they killed Mio-san so quickly. I think the reason is because the day of revival isn't far off. Okay, I understand. Okay, we're in an ad. Okay, we're back. Okay, so da-da-da, day of revival isn't far off. Da-da-da, okay, I understand. I'll try to do what I can. With an unthinkable plan like this, I'd imagine it'd be difficult to keep all of the Sonozaki family members on their side. I'm sure that there are some who are secretly against it. I'll try to make contact with those people. Don't worry, I'm very good at things like this. Nfu. She laughed to try to cheer me up. I was upset with the work of the police before, but Oishi's positive reaction was very reliable. He's what you might call an outlaw. Oishi's greatest advantage to me is that he doesn't exactly play by any rules. It's very encouraging that he has that kind of skill, especially since we both have to act very quickly and without conclusive evidence. The police normally investigate incidents after they've happened, but that doesn't work in this case. If this incident actually does occur, it's going to be a big disaster. Mio-san exposed such a horrifying conspiracy, I'm scared. She met with a very sad end. She was burned in a drum in the mountains of Gifu. I feel very sorry for her. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you something. We found something odd about her death. Something odd? Well, at first I thought it had something to do with the case. But after hearing your conspiracy story, it's going to sound like nothing. The crime lab probably just made a mistake. Please tell me, I want to know. We promised to tell each other everything, didn't we? I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that it might sound like a silly horror story. Ryugu-san, do you remember the night of the Watnagashi? After the festival? You and your 4 friends talked with Tomitake and Takano, didn't you? Yes, we did. We just talked for a few minutes or so, I think. Well, we found Takano's dead body that night, but the crime lab in Gifu Prefecture, she had been dead for 24 hours when she was found. But that doesn't make sense. If that's true, she would have had to been dead the night before the festival. What's that supposed to mean? I'm confused. If she was found dead on the night of the Watnagashi, and she'd been dead for 24 hours, then that means almost the Watnagashi wasn't the Watnagashi. So, who? In short, it means that she was already dead on the night of the Watnagashi. So, how did she talk to you? So the Takano whom you saw that night was a zombie. I got you, didn't I? Haha. Well, like I said, they just made a mistake. I felt my brain freezing over. Oh, she laughed, saying that it sounded like a horror story from summer camp. But actually, the fact that Mio-san's time of death was off backed up her incredulous theories. I haven't mentioned this to Oishi-san or Keiichi-kun. If I did, they'd start to doubt everything else I've said. That's how absolutely unbelievable this theory is. At any rate, the mismatch with the time of Mio-san's death means a lot. What irony. Mio-san came up with the theory, and she proved it correct in her own life. No, not yet. This doesn't prove anything yet. If her theory is true, it might happen again. There's no way it can't be true. I still can't believe it. Oreishi-san just said it. He said Mio-san was already dead on the night of the festival. It means that Mio-san, who was walking around in the arm in arm with Tomitake-san on that night, wasn't Mio-san. Mio-san was already dead, so that wasn't her. That means she was... I felt a new sensation, one I'd never felt in my life before. It wasn't an ordinary kind of dread. It was the fear of the truth. No fear is worse than the fear of accepting a truth you don't want to believe. Compared to this fear, the fear of being stalked by the Sonozaki family or being burned alive in an oil drum looked silly. That's how deep of a fear I felt. And I felt it crawling all over my body. Ryuga-san, please listen to me. I understand you don't trust the police. It's true that the Sonozaki family has control over the entire city. There are some traitors at my station, too. But you're in danger. You can trust me. I want you to trust me as an individual person. I can provide shelter for you in a place nobody knows but me. Please trust me. I don't doubt Oishi at this point. I actually think he's very reliable. I would have said yes without a second thought. But the music is telling me otherwise. But the situation has drastically changed. Mio-san's death backs up this unbelievable truth. I trust Oishi. I believe he'll find the enemy and take him down. But I'd rather protect myself on my own than let somebody else do it. If the unbelievable truth is real, then I couldn't just trust anybody except myself. No, even myself might appear before me too. Oishi-san, thank you so much. Anyway, please find the research center and put a stop to that conspiracy. I'm going to hide somewhere for a while. I'll call you again. I noticed I'd been on the phone too long. I'd been using the phone booth with a light on in the middle of the darkness. In other words, I'd been telling everybody, I'm here! Hello? Hello? She hung up. Oh, she wanted to talk more. He clicked his tongue and put the phone down. His junior, Kumagai, rushed into the room. Oishi-san, it's getting really bad now. It's Tatsuyoshi Kasai who gave the Sonozaki Corps the order to find Ryugu Rena. Kasai? Akane Sonozaki's right-hand man? That one? Right there? Tatsuyoshi Kasai is a pretty high-ranking big shot, even amongst the boss's younger brother. Zuh. He used to be the boss of a subordinate branch, but after suffering a bad injury during a gang war, he stepped down and is now served as the boss's aide. Akane Sonozaki relies especially on him as her right-hand man. He's still feared even now, and is a babysitter to her terrifying daughter. When Kasai moves, other gangs consider it a declaration of war. They fear him very much. He's a warrior among warriors. He's been lying low these days, but he's led countless numbers of gang wars. He's also the leader of a professional attack squadron that went to the U.S. to receive military training during the dam conflict. They were crazy enough to think that attacking the Ministry of Construction was real. Or for real. It looks as though he's causing quite an uproar amongst our informants. They say that Rena Ryugu must have found some kind of information that's very inconvenient for the Sonozaki Corps. I'm impressed at how to the point informants actually are. Nyahaha. Still, this is getting serious. Sato-san thinks it's the tape Oryuu and the Minister of Construction recorded during their secret negotiations. If that's true, it's going to cause quite a few deaths. This is more serious than that, Oishi thought. If her story is true, this is a massive conspiracy. It's going to cause a lot more than quite a few deaths, which, yeah, it does. It might destroy the entire village or prefecture. This is going to be the biggest terrorist strike in history. If you'll remember how some of the other arcs end, this is not going to go well. Rena Ryugu is in danger. Kuma-chan, arrange for an unmarked patrol car to keep watch on her house. She's there, my guy! As of today, we're gonna put Rena Ryugu under protection. She's convinced she's being threatened by the gang. I'll talk to the section manager later. Well, actually, Rena Ryugu seems to have run away from home. A police officer confirms that a lot of money disappeared from her father's cash box. Sounds like she took it and ran away. I also had to call about a car belonging to the Sonozaki Corps parked in front of her house, too. What? Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Rena Ryugu is in great danger. She wasn't calling me from her house then. We need to find her right away. Get me a car. Arrest the people parked in front of her house. And get some guys over here. And they're coming with me. Yes, sir. What? Oh, hi, Shion. It's been forever. Renaissance wasn't at home. It's pretty late. Yes. I waited in front of her house for a while, but she didn't come home. Oh, Mion must have asked him. Maybe she's at a friend's place. She might be at Sis's house with her other friends, doing their club activities or whatever. Shion was lying down on the sofa, picturing her sister and her friends fooling around and playing games like they always did. I thought so too, so I stopped by Mion-san's house, but Rena-san wasn't there either. Mion-san was worried about her too. Oh, really? Well, I wonder what happened to her. She might have been caught by some hoodlum and thought that would... She might have been caught by some hoodlum, though. That would be unusual. I already told my staff to look for her just in case. I don't think that's what happened. She's not as weak as she looks. Uh-huh. Anyway, why did she want to see me? Kasai took off his jacket. Shion only told him to go see Rena because she heard that Rena had requested to see him in person. Oh. I thought I told you. She said she found something you lost. Oh, right, from, way in the beginning. Rena-san wanted to give it back to you in person. Hey, I guess she likes you or something. Tee-hee. Oh, please. Anyway, I hope she's all right. Right then, the phone rang. Kasai answered it while loosening his tie. Yes? Yes. I understand. At once. Kasai sounded very serious, and Shion immediately figured who he was talking to. Who was it? Was it my father? Yes. The Sonozaki family has sent out an order to find Rena-san right away and bring her to the main house. You mean Audio gave the order? I wonder what Rena-san did. Will she have to peel off one of her own fingernails? I hope Audio goes easy on her. Poor girl. Rena hasn't come home yet? No. I heard that Rena ran away from home and she's still hiding somewhere. Hiding somewhere? What do you mean? Also, I just got the information. It seems the police are looking for her. What? An unmarked patrol car is watching her house right now. It seems like there are several patrol cars looking for her in the village. Uncle Kimiyoshi received a call from the police too. He was told to use the town network to find out if anybody knows where she is. Do you think they found the corpses we hid? Oh no! We hid them deep in the mountains. They couldn't have found them that easily. No, it's 100% impossible. I guarantee you that. Wow, how can you be so sure? Well, to tell you the truth, I let the Sonozaki family take care of them. They moved the bags to a secret place. That's why she couldn't find them. Secret place? Calm down. Don't worry about it. I heard that there was a major logging project happening this summer in the mountain, on the mountain where we hid the corpses. So I arranged help and took care of it. I see. You're a very reliable person when you're on my side, but you're a very scary person to have as an enemy. Hee hee hee. I recommend you never underestimate me. So, if it's not the corpses they're after, then why are the police trying to find her? I don't know. But it seems like many gang members knew that Teppei Hojo and Rina Mamiya were trying to blackmail the Ryugu family. So that might be the reason why the police are after Rena. I don't think they consider her a suspect yet. They probably want her as a material witness. That's the same thing. Damn it. Rena finally regained her peaceful life. I'm not going to let them ruin it. Mion, we need to help her. Of course. I already told my family in Okonomiya to find her before the police can. You can trust the Sonozaki family. They can protect her from the police. 100%, 120% guaranteed. But just finding her in the first place isn't going to solve the problem. We have to do something to clear up suspicion. I'll think about that after we found her. We can make it as many alibis as she needs, as many witnesses for alibis as necessary. We have very good lawyers, too. We'll never abandon our friends when they're in trouble. That's right. We can save Rena. Damn it, I wish I could do more than just depend on you, Mion. Well, don't worry about it. It's okay to let somebody else handle a situation when that person is better at it. This is true. This little man will take care of everything. Also, I'll create an alibi to fool the cops watching the whole village. We'll say Rena was spotted near, Gogura. The wider the search area, the fewer policemen in one place. I see, that's a great idea. This is like nothing to us. We did more during the dam conflict. I'll protect Rena. And Kei-chan. Rena trusts you more than anybody. So she might come to you. If she does, please protect her. And give me a call right away. Yeah, will do. Rena is a strong girl. She should be fine. She can overcome this. Yeah, I think so too. I hesitate to say something. Rena hadn't been her normal self lately. If she was her normal self, I'd have no doubt that she could overcome this. But Rena is deeply convinced that Takano-san's delusions are true. Rena believes that the Sonozaki family is behind the conspiracy. I'm not sure she'd trust the Sonozaki family to protect her. Don't worry, I'm her friend too. She'll understand once I sit down and talk to her. Just like Kei-chan, and I cleared up our misunderstanding, I can do that with her. Hee hee hee. I still can't believe you believed such a crazy story, though. Well, I can't believe I did either. This is going to be the most embarrassing thing to ever happen in my life. Oh, you have no idea. I was really deeply convinced until I talked to Mion. Even after the promise of friendship we made, I doubted her. Takano-san was endowed with magic, and I think the scrapbooks she wrote also carried a spell. The scrapbooks can make people go mad. They're forbidden scrapbooks. Nobody is supposed to read them. Rena is captivated by the power of that magic, even after Takano-san's death. I have to wake her up. I've got a very bad feeling about it. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody's at the door. It might be the police. I have to go now. Okay. I'll tell them that Rena is hiding near Gogura. If they ask you something, just please keep telling them that you don't know anything. Okay, got it. And waited for my answer, then hung up the phone. After she hung up, I slowly started to feel like Rena was being consumed by some huge, unthinkable fate. It's not only the police I'm worried about. I'm also worried because Rena is ensnared by the power of Takano-san's magic. I fear that she might be suffering from incredible anxiety. Boy, howdy is she! Oh, right. Rena might be hiding in her secret base in the garbage dump. Rena once told me that she used to spend the time there when Rena-san was at her house. And she told me she hid the scrapbooks there too. If she's hiding there, she must be hungry by now. I should bring her something to eat. Oh. I went to the kitchen to look for some junk food. My mother looked confused. Mom, I'm going somewhere, but I'll be right back. At this time? It's late. It's very important. I promise I'll be right back. And if Rena comes here while I'm gone, let her stay in my room. And if someone calls and asks you if you know where she is, just tell them you don't know and hang up, okay? My mom looked angry that I was leaving the house so late at this hour, but I rushed out of the house before she could say anything! I grabbed a flashlight from the wall in the garage and got on my bicycle and sped off into the darkness. The moon looked beautiful, but in a creepy way. I feel like something terrible is going to happen. I don't know what it is, but I know it's coming. We've got, like, 3 chapters! Something's going to happen. Yeah, something's absolutely gonna happen. The moon, seeming to know what something would look like, was laughing at us, pacing back and forth in confusion. Damn it. Laugh all you want. Laugh at this funny story as much as you want. Tragicomedy! I'm not going to laugh. I'm going to fight. I'm going to smash through whatever fate is waiting for us with my bat. Rena, I hope you're there. Maybe my bicycle needs some oil? It was making a lousy noise as I pedaled. Damn it, even my bicycle is laughing at us. The others. Village of the Body Snatchers. I finished talking with Oishi on the phone as soon as I left the phone booth. I realized something and a chill ran through my body. I was in a phone booth that stood out tremendously in the dark. Somebody must have seen me. I was certain I was being watched. I saw glowing eyes staring at me in the dark. It wasn't human. Was it an illusion? No. I know who they were. They were the ones controlling the 3 families who ruled Hinamizawa. This is fine! Its eye level was too low to be human, and its outline was vague. I knew from the past records they were physically frail. The silhouettes which indicated the inhuman appearance was also unbelievable. Oh no, is she believing the UFO theory? Especially its protruding head. One of the scrapbooks I received from Mio-san described their appearance in detail. Oh no, I think she's believing it. Their eyeballs were pure red like blood. Their bodies smell like, anemia. Even though some of them have it at times, they've been captured around the world. All of them melted and disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The only trace remaining was a mark proving of their descent to Earth. Yeah, no. Right then, the impossible, unrealistic silhouette took a step closer, and closer, and closer, towards me, making a realistic noise as it crunched across the gravel. The noise pulled me back to reality. Don't come closer, you monster! It kept walking towards me. It sounded like it was kicking pebbles, like I was kicking pebbles everywhere as I walked, or it walked. It was coming closer and closer. I was scared, so I said the same thing once again. And this time, the glass door of the phone booth started rattle and shake. Bang! It made a weird sound as if being struck by something. I screamed loudly in fear and started running. I ran so hard that it felt like my lungs were about to explode. Then I looked back to find that the thing was no longer chasing after me. Was it my imagination? Probably. There was no way it was just my imagination. I definitely heard the sound of gravel being kicked and the phone rattling. I needed to calm down. You've needed to calm down for about 5 chapters now. Right, now I needed to make my heart stop beating so fast. I'd have to fight them eventually. The next time they appeared, I was going to strike back at them. I was going to squash their heads with my big hatchet. I protected Hinamizawa. It was my duty to do so. I wouldn't allow them to do whatever they wanted. I saw the lights flickering in my head again. Yep, this is fine. End of chapter 10. 3 more chapters to go. I think I can do it. But either after this halfway point or the end of the chapter, I will take a caffeine break. Even if I turned the light on in my hideout, nobody would see it because of the piles of abandoned cars in the way. Well, I'm aware that I decided not to turn it on just in case. It's a bit scary to hide in this quiet place alone in the dark, holding my breath. I'd have to keep myself busy with something. But my brain wouldn't work properly, and I didn't even have the energy to think about what to do from now on. However, I don't have the courage to lie down and sleep to regain my strength either. Every time I had heard I heard a suspicious sound, I'd gasp and stare into the dark. That's all I did all night. Ugh. Aishi believes that the Sonozaki family is behind the conspiracy. But he can't do much without solid evidence. For that, he has to locate the facility where they're doing the research on the parasite. But we have no idea where it is. I think the Irie clinic is still the most likely site, but I have no credible evidence. Really, I don't think they could do their research in a place so obvious, even if I could guess it. They might be using some of the bomb shelters that were built during the war as some kind of secret underground research center. Now that I come to think about it, I remember a secret building nobody is allowed to go into on the premise of the Furude Shrine. I think it's called the Ritual Storehouse. According to Mio-san's research, the Furude Shrine is the center of the local worship of Oyashiro-sama. Priests kept the tools for ceremonies in the Ritual Storehouse. One of the ceremonies is the Bazaar Festival Watnagashi, and so the shrine storage must be something very sacred. If I remember right, Watnagashi also was a medical ritual designed to vaccinate and immunize people against the all-too-strong parasite. That means the tools they used for the Watnagashi were medical ones. Which, nope! If my guess is right, the Ritual Storehouse is the most sacred place in the village, as well as the most appropriate building to use for medical purposes. It's suspicious. There might be a secret research center at the Ritual Storehouse. Ah, damn it. The police should be performing a raid on the Ritual Storehouse, not the area clinic. Why didn't I think of that when I was talking with Oishi on the phone earlier? I hope Oishi realizes this too. Should I go back to the phone booth and tell him about the Ritual Storehouse? But when I thought I heard a car coming closer, I held my breath. It's not normal for a car to come here this late at night. I thought about many possible scary scenarios, which made me nervous. After a while, I saw the headlights of a car near the former Dan construction office. The car must have passed by me and gone to the office. But it was a deserted, empty office building. There's nothing there. It's not a place where people would visit this late at night. While I was staring into the dark, the engine of the car stopped and its headlights were turned off. I could see two flashlights flickering in the darkness. The lights moved into the office building. They must think I'm hiding there. I held my breath and kept watch of their movements. I can't tell who they are, but I bet they're the pawns of the Sonozaki family. They know that I ran away from home. They must be looking for me everywhere in the village. Though I needed to conceal my breath, my face started feeling itchy, and I had the urge to stretch my legs. My own body infuriated me. The humidity made me sweat all over, so the back of my knees and my neck had been itchy for quite a while. Scratching would make an unbelievably loud noise, so I decided not to scratch anymore. It usually doesn't make noise when I just scratch some mosquito bite. I'm probably just being nervous and overreacting. There's quite a distance between me and them, and I'm in the dark, holding my breath. They wouldn't notice even if I sneezed, let alone scratch myself. Well, they might notice if you sneezed. But I didn't want to make any noise at all, so I tried to forget the itchiness. But after all that, I ended up scratching everywhere like mad. Oh, yeah. I have to live in hiding like this for a while. I don't know how long I can go when I'm so nervous on just the first night. I need to toughen up more so I can remain placid even in a situation like this. I forced myself to relax, scratching my neck without hesitation, and tried to cope with the sticky sweat all over my body. This can only go well. I started getting hungry. My stomach growled. That's a good sign, though. It means I'm starting to relax. I can't eat yet, though. It'd make a lot of noise. Ad break! Okay, we're back. Can't eat yet. I'd make a lot of noise. I decided to wait until they finished looking for me and went away. Go away, go away. I can't eat if you go away. It seemed like the intentions I was sending out bore fruit. They had stopped looking around the building. However, I must have had to concentrated my thoughts too strongly. They were pointing their flashlights in my direction. Did they notice me? No. Not only that, they were walking towards me. I made my body as small as possible and hid under the blanket and listened for the footsteps as carefully as I could. All the while, I heard their footsteps coming closer and closer. Since their footsteps are coming straight towards me, they must already know where I am. I think it's scary. But there's no way they already know where I am. If they did, they wouldn't have wasted their time looking for me around the office building. They wouldn't have walked as slowly as they just did. It's just a coincidence that they were walking in this direction. Since I'm hiding out under the blanket, I can't see who they are. I don't know where they're shining their flashlights, so I can't stick my head out from the window to see who they are either. I just had to stay motionless like a rock until I sensed they were gone. They stopped when they came near my hideout. I could hear their conversation. I don't think she's in here. Let's look somewhere else. You look over there. I could tell by the sound of their footsteps that they went separate ways, and that each of them has walked around the piles of trash separately. I made this hideout out of an abandoned car. I just redecorated it. So on the outside, it still looks like nothing other than an abandoned car. But once you look inside, you can instantly tell it's more than that. So if they look inside, I'm done for. It's obvious that they're looking for me. Are they the Sonosaki Corp attack unit? If they find me, I'll be killed for sure. I know all too well that this place is perfect for murdering people, because I've already done that. Killed 2 people here myself! If I can do it, it'll be no problem for them because they're real professional killers. Even so, there's nothing I can do right now. I just have to pray that they'll leave here soon. At that time, I heard a slight beeping sound. This is Atsushi. I can hear you loud and clear. Yes. Gogura? Yes, understood. What's wrong? It seems like Rana Ryugu is in Gogura. Somebody saw her there. Oh man, that's it. We'll never find her now. What are we gonna do now? It's an order. We have to find her no matter what. We have to bring her to him. It doesn't matter if she's in Sapporo or Hakata. We have to find her. It'll be impossible to find her, though. Do we still have to look? Rana Ryugu has Miyoto Kano's scrapbooks and he wants them. He was pretty upset about it, so I'm sure they're worth a lot. So what are we going to do? It seems like he recalled the others except for the ones who were watching her house. So we should go back to his office too. Let's have some barley tea or something. I heard their footsteps go further, then I didn't hear them anymore. After a while, I heard the engine of their car starting. I finally got out from under the blanket and looked outside the window. The car made a U-turn and drove away. The sound of the engine faded into the darkness. I heaved a sigh of relief. I scratched at all my itchy mosquito bites, wiped the sticky sweat off my face and neck, and finally allowed myself to cough. I'd heard their conversation clearly. They're the pawns of the Sonozaki Corps without a doubt. Totally not Oishi's police officers. Not at all. It matches with what Oishi told me. And they said something very important. They clearly said that they're after the scrapbooks. Up until now, I'd only assumed that they were chasing after me because I had Mio-san's scrapbooks. I could have forced myself to believe that was just my assumption. But they said it out loud and clear. We need to find Rana Ryugu. She has Miyoto Kano's scrapbooks. That's what they said. They also said that they were keeping watch on my house. I'm not surprised. That's exactly what I would do if I were them. I can't go back to my house anymore. It's out of the question. But, in fact, they said something way more important than any of that. They said, Rana Ryugu was seen in Gogura. If this was a normal situation, I'd probably think that somebody saw a look-alike and I'd laugh out loud. But this situation is different now. Mio-san was dead, but she was at the festival. I'm here, but I was in Gogura. Mio-san wrote about her scrapbooks, and I didn't want to believe it. They're coming closer to me. And I didn't mean the Sonozaki family. Something beyond common sense is about to happen. Should I fight or should I run? I don't even know what I should do. I feel like I'm rooted in the spot with fear. Am I about to be eaten? No, no, no. I don't want to be eaten alive. I want to run away if I can. If I can't win. If I can't run, I want to fight. I'm going to be happy. I know I am. I'm not going to sit pretty and let them get me. But the enemy Mio-san foretold is this in the scrapbooks is coming closer and closer to me. It's starting to eat me up. I'm in the garbage dump, alone. If I disappeared right now without anybody knowing it, the person who was in Gogura could replace me and start living my life. Nobody would notice the change. My father wouldn't notice, my friends wouldn't notice. It would replace me without having anyone notice it. Wait. Many people close to me might have been replaced already. That's right. Sonozaki family is plotting bioterrorism. That's the only part of what they are planning. Mice possessed by them don't get scared of cats. As a result, they don't run away. They'll be eaten by cats if they can move into the cats' bodies. Mice are only used by them for that purpose. It's not that they lose their fear of cats in order to help them achieve their purpose. Same thing goes for the Sonozaki family. They think they're doing things by their own will, but they're just helping them without realizing it. That's exactly how they've lived since so long ago, by being the parasite. We're nothing but a bunch of mice to them. Most mice are stupid. They don't even notice their existence. They help them achieve their purpose, thinking they're living their lives of their own will. But very rarely a mouse with wits is born. The mouse notices that he's being used. He also notices their existence. But nobody believes him, so it's no big deal. He starts thinking that it was his mistake that he gets swallowed by them, and he disappears. But even more rarely a mouse appears from nowhere and notices their existence and objectively proves it. That mouse was Mio-san. To them, this mouse was a rare and very dangerous existence. That's why they resorted to the unbelievably bold and violent methods to try to eliminate that mouse when it appeared. But surprisingly, we knew about those measures. But the stupid mice don't believe it. They didn't notice they were forcing them to not believe it, and they're helping them in the end. They killed Mio-san. And they tried to replace her. But they made a mistake. We found the real corpse of Mio-san. That's why they failed to replace her. They'll try to kill me and replace me too. Or they'll replace my friends in order to get close to me. So yeah, this is very much a sci-fi take on the whole curse aspect, because between the parasites and the aliens potentially and the replacement theory, they'll look just like real people, but they're totally different inside. They're an abnormal existence that's beyond our imagination. I know. They'll appear. No, they're already here. It appeared the day after Mirio-san died. And it appeared in Gogura tonight. They'll keep coming. They're openly after me now. They'll keep coming, they'll keep coming. Right then I heard somebody coming down the slope. I concealed my presence again and looked at the direction where the footsteps were coming from. I could see one flashlight. Keiichi, I hope that's you. Looked like there was only one person now. Who is it? This late at night. Its shadow is very small. I can tell it isn't an adult. I felt a chill running through my body. It shined its flashlight towards my hideout. Its footsteps were coming straight towards me. It's different from the other guys. I can tell by the sound of the footsteps. It knows I'm hiding here for sure. No, it must be just a coincidence. I should just conceal myself again. I can't make it through this again. I made it through last time. I need to hide. I need to hide. I pulled the blanket over myself and made myself as small as possible, and kept telling myself that I was a stone. But the footsteps kept coming closer and closer. And it knocked on the door of my hideout. I opened my eyes and broke out in a nervous sweat. Not wanting to believe the sound I heard was a knock, my mind went completely blank. But it knocked on the door again. I could feel a light shining on the blanket. It might be shining the flashlight on me. But I still held back my fear. As long as I don't move, it can't put a finger on me. I kept telling myself that as if I was casting a spell. I tried not to shake in fear. He. It laughed. It laughed at me because it thought I was still hiding because I thought I was still hiding perfectly. But I still tried. Because if I got out of the blanket... What are you scared of? He. Wow. I threw off the blanket and saw the owner of the voice. It is Rika-chan. Now why is she here? Why did she come here to see me? I don't understand why she came all the way here alone this late at night. She probably wanted you to eat too! I realized all of a sudden. She looks just like Rika-chan on the outside. But she's not her. It is just copying her appearance. It came from Mio-san, to me, and to Rika-chan. I decided to talk aggressively on purpose in order to work up the courage before my fear crushed me down. Is that you, Rika-chan? Beep. Who else do I look like? It answers just like the Rika-chan I know. But I know it's not Rika-chan. Rika-chan wouldn't come to a place like this so late at night. I know who you are. I know you're not Rika-chan. I'm afraid you can't deceive me like you can the others. Even though you look just like her, I know you're not Rika-chan. You're not my friend Rika Furude. Who are you? Rika looked stunned for a while. She looked as if she didn't understand what I was talking about. But she pretended like that for too long. If she really didn't know what I was talking about, she wouldn't be able to stand in silence for this long, but she kept quiet. And she finally showed her true character. It laughed. It laughed at me because I figured out something that was almost impossible to figure out. Hi, Phoenix! Lazy's there too! Hi, Easy! But figured something out. It was impossible to figure out that it was not Rika. Who are you? It didn't answer my question. It kept laughing for a while. And then it looked straight into my eyes. In a way Rika-chan never did before. And it said this. I've lived for quite a long time. But you're the first one who penetrated my disguise. I always thought you had good intuition, but you're pretty good. He. She clearly spoke to me the things that I was most afraid of, and I was completely shocked. It's like she told me everything that could possibly scare me. I didn't want to hear any of this. It was something I can't possibly twist in a way I can comprehend. Let's just say I'm Rika for now. It's been a while since I started to call myself that. Oh, really? It's been a while, huh? Like, how long? Not that long. It's only been about 100 years. I want to say stuff, but that'd be spoilery. What? What? What are you talking about? I'm contradicting myself. I know the person who's standing in front of me isn't Rika, but at the same time, I deny its existence. As long as humans hold some kind of emotion, they can never accept the unknown existences. In other words, we can never accept them. You don't have to be scared. You're in the car. I'm outside of it. It's not easy for either of us to do something to the other. I think this is a perfect distance between us. Do it. Have fun at the barcade. No matter how long I've lived, Rika Furude is still just a little kid. You're still stronger than me. I should be more careful than you, because you could snap and jump me any time. I realized that this creepy thing looks just like Rika, was only here to talk to me. I felt my tension fade a little bit. But still, I don't know what she wants to talk to me about in a place like this so late at night. I'm like a fish on a cutting board. Again with the fish metaphor. There's nothing I can do other than to wait and see what's going to happen. I waited for it to make a move for a while, and then it opened its mouth again. You're afraid of something. Am I right? It uses sarcasm. Rika-chan's cute face looked uglier than ever when it smiled. I held back my fear and tried to reply firmly. Yes. Thanks to you. So, what are you afraid of? You should know that better than anybody else. Hee hee hee. It told me earlier that we were a safe distance from each other because one was in the car and the other was standing outside. But it's obvious that I'm the one being driven into a corner. While I'm talking to it, I could be surrounded by its minions. I got scared and tried to listen to the sound of my surroundings carefully. Don't be scared. I came here to help you. Hee hee hee. You came here to help me? Oh, really? I wonder how you're going to do that. You're just sick at the moment. You need medicine, that's all. Would you be interested if I told you I brought it along? Medicine? It put its hand in its pocket and took out a small case. It opened the case and showed me what was inside. What was in there made me gasp in surprise. A syringe? It's not normal for a person to carry around a syringe. I mean, depending on the medical condition, but okay. I have no idea what's going on. But what Rika-chan was holding in her hand is a syringe. There's no way I can twist that fact around. That's right. The contents of the syringe are going to help you get better. It'll help me get better. Huh? I know what it is. It's the drug that killed Tomitake-san. It's the parasite at its full strength. It'll give me the maggot disease. This is a different drug. From the one that was used on Tomitake. I promise. It giggled. It isn't the giggling that scares me. I'm scared of it, that it admitted the cause of Tomitake-san's death so easily. And it admitted to the direct cause of the maggot disease Tomitake-san died from. I know you're going to kill me in the same way he did. And that the Rena in Gogura is going to replace me. Problem solved, right? I'm not going to let you give me the shot. Well, I knew you would say that. This syringe looks very suspicious, of course. You're smarter than I thought. So what now? Or are you going to gang up on me and give me the shot like you did Tomitake-san? Tomitake-san's autopsy report said that he had bruises on his body that proved he was fighting against several people the night before he died. That means they must have ganged up on him and gave him the shot against his own will. I'd like to give you the injection by force, but it never really works. So, I gave up on doing that. I decided to let you choose to take it for yourself. Are you kidding me? I don't want to take that creepy shot. I thought about it many times. I thought about how I could make you take the injection. I can't force you to take it, and I can't make you agree to take it either. Then, it leaves me only one choice. I have to let you choose to take it. You should know my answer to that already. I'm not going to walk into such an obvious trap. Well, that's what I thought you'd say. I didn't expect you to choose to take it anyway. It heaved a sigh and made a gesture as if it was mocking me and smiled bitterly. It looked as if it was saying that I'm a lower animal that can't understand being given a chance of salvation. I kind of wanted to say I'll take the shot on a dare, but I knew exactly what it was intending to do. Go back to your home and tell your friends that you failed to give me the shot. I'm not going to let you beat me. I'm going to fight till the end. I'm going to seize my 1% chance of winning, and I'm going to destroy all of you. I see. And you should try to do that. This world is going to end soon anyway. Hee 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 hee. End soon? It has nothing to do with you. A frog sitting in a well doesn't need to have any interest in the world outside, does it? Hee hee hee. At this stage of the game, it said something very dubious. I tried hard to understand what the horrifying creature was trying to say. What are you going to do to me? Nothing. Do whatever you want. What? It's almost too easy. As far as I know, do whatever you want means ignorance or release when your enemy says it to you. At the very least, it isn't a bad thing. Or does it have another meaning? In a way that I overinterpreted the meaning of the sentence, but then it said it again. Do whatever you want. I'm not interested in this, Ryugu anymore. I'm going to try to get along with the next Ryugu. I have to pray that the next Ryugu doesn't have such good intuition. Hee hee hee. I was scared of it, like I was scared of a judge handing down the death sentence. I used to try really hard to fix things every time a little problem occurred. But I got tired of it. I'm not interested in this Hinamizawa anymore. I'm going to find the next Hinamizawa. But you only have this one. So I hope you live the best you can. It was telling me scary things one after another. This was an obvious warning of Hinamizawa's destruction. It means the climax is coming soon. They have already prepared another Rena. When I lose this fate, they are going to replace me with that Rena, as if nothing happened. They're very well organized. What humans are most afraid of is for their lives to lose all value. Your life becomes worthless when you're told that you have a replacement. It's like an indirect death sentence. It closed the syringe case and put it back in its pocket. It turned around and started climbing up the slope. At the top, it looked down. It looked back and spoke without as much as an evil smile. Well, goodbye, this Ryugu. I hope I can get along with the next Ryugu. I shouldn't worry because I usually do get along with them. Hee hee. I'm not gonna let you replace me with the next Rena Ryugu. I'm the only Rena Ryugu. I'm not gonna let you do it. Never. Ever. I wonder if my scream was reaching it. It looked at me coldly. It looked at me like I was just an image of the past on the TV screen. It's fun to have a conversation like this once in a while, huh? Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. That laughter gradually disappeared into the darkness. It disappeared into the darkness as well. I was the only one left there. I'm forsaken. They don't care if I disappear. They told me I should struggle as much as I want because it doesn't matter anyway. They already have a replacement. They don't need me in their Hinamazawa anymore because my intuition is too sharp. When I realized that, I noticed that this garbage dump is the perfect grave for me. Then I realized that this place wouldn't work as a hideout anymore. I better start packing and moving somewhere else. It told me to struggle as much as I want. I'm gonna do just that. Damn it, damn it. I have to get ready to move out from here. I'm gonna put everything back in my backpack. I have to leave here as soon as possible. The light from the flashlight wasn't enough to be seen by, so I turned the table lamp on. The light made things show up very clearly. When I reached my backpack, I realized something and gasped in surprise. The palm of my hand was covered with an eerie liquid. Because you scratched too much, girl! I thought I'd wiped off my sticky sweat earlier. Girl! But it wasn't my sweat. Then where did this blood come from? Girl! I realized it right away. I was scratching at the mosquito bites on my neck earlier. I scratched them until they bled. Girl! When I noticed that, I remembered the sensation, the mixture of pain and itchiness. I felt something moving near the wound of my neck, so I scratched it again to get rid of whatever it was. My hand got sticky and wet with blood again. I can't see what these things are because I don't have a mirror, but I know. They're already spreading throughout my entire body, causing the itchiness in my arms and the back of my knees. If I'd never experienced this before, I think I got bitten by a bad bug or something. But unfortunately, I already knew what was causing this itchiness. Why? Why? I said it with hatred. Why now? Why here? It's the maggot disease without a doubt. I cut the veins in my arms. The dusky red gross things would flow out. But it's impossible. I didn't get any suspicious shots. But it doesn't have to be a shot. They might have put the drug in my food. I might have eaten without me noticing. I didn't think they put it in the food in my house, but I used to share lunch with my friends at school. Oh no, ad break! We're going to dismiss this. They might have put it in the lunches. That Rika who visited me earlier was shining the flashlight on me, so she knew that I was scratching my neck so hard that it bled. Nevertheless, she acted like there was nothing wrong and told me it wouldn't last long. Now that I know she was laughing at me in a sarcastic way, she knew I wouldn't have much time left. It's just very badly, but I can't scratch. The more I scratch, the itchier it gets, and I'm not going to do the same thing Tomitake-san did. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The itchiness might not be temporary. It might actually get worse. I don't know if it's going to stop soon or if it's going to last until I die from it. I don't know anything anymore. I just have to endure the itchiness. I wiped the blood off my neck with a towel, clenched my teeth, and tried to erase the desire to scratch my neck. The wound was throbbing. I wanted to scratch it so badly, but I couldn't do that. I fought back the desire, biting the end of the towel. I scratched the other parts of my body really hard in order to forget about the itchiness in my neck, but it didn't really work. I just prayed for the itchiness to go away, closed my eyes, and fought back the desire. It seemed to be the best way, and now my neck itches. I let my mind go blank, breathing hard for a while it felt like the itchiness only got a little bit better. I took a deep breath and I immediately started panicking. Staying here was more dangerous than the itchiness. I have to leave here as soon as possible. I felt while packing my stuff. I felt the end coming closer, the end that Rika-chan told me about earlier. I assumed that I could live until the very end, but I might have been wrong. I might be following the same path Tomitake-san took. Way before the end comes. I was sweating like crazy and it felt so nasty. I know it's not sweat, but I'm going to think that it's sweat for now. I wiped my neck with a towel and hurried to leave. Yeah, no, this is fine. But, here, we'll do a quick save real quick. We'll do it because I wanna have my caffeine and some food. So yeah, we're in the middle, chapter 11 out of 13. But, yeah, that was actually a lot of foreshadowing. That conversation between Rika and Rena, which will get a little bit more answered in the next arc, but it was interesting to see it. Because if you've had any suspicions about Rika at this point, yeah. So we'll close it for now. And I'll go on break. And so I'll try to be back around 3 o'clock. Go do whatever you need to do, and I'll be back in a bit. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. You're back. We're back to the game. The cat has been played with. I have been caffeinated. I remembered to bring my water bottle up eventually. So let's continue. Yes! Yay. So did the actually, let me look and see if the not that. No, sound alerts is a thing. Did the time warp play while I was gone? Okay, cool. Always gotta make sure with sound alerts. So yes. Okay, so it looks like we're back to Keiichi, who has not reached Rena yet in her car hideout after she had that interesting conversation with Rika. This area had no streetlights, so I was scared to run fast when I could barely see. Oh yes, I know. Hold on, kitty kitty. I know. Come on. Get whatever it is out of your system. Come on. Are you gonna chase it or no? This is why I tried to play with you during the ad break, you silly girl. Or are you giving up? Did we give up? Because I don't want you to, you know. Yeah, we're doing fine. Just, is it a matter of is she gonna come back up or not? The moon lit up the sky, but not my steps. The only light I could see by was the light of my... Oh, there you are. Okay. We'll do one more round. Because you want to chase the things. And I don't want you to have destructive energy. And by destructive, I mean my furniture. Even though I don't really care about that, but still, don't want any bad habits. Yeah, it is too scary for Kitty. Initially, I had a more, generic, but then Marcia and I came up with too scary for Kitty, and I was like... She was like, give me a minute, and we ran with it, and it's really funny to me. The only light I had to see was was my flashlight. The light was very weak, and all I could see was the flat gravel road before me. So yeah, too scary for Kitty is a thing now. Anything the flashlight couldn't reach was in total darkness. The expression often used in novels is pitch black, and it wouldn't be inappropriate. Again, seriously, are you really this bored, my cat? My beloved cat. You're adding to the time counter, my dear. Yeah, you play with that for a minute. That'll work. The expression often used in novels is pitch black wouldn't be inappropriate. I might trip over an empty can or rock any time. Not wanting to fall, I used the flashlight to its maximum extent to watch my step, but I was still a bit nervous. I started running slower and slower until I was just walking briskly. You know, power walking. Did I just stop running because I'm afraid of tripping in the dark? Yeah, that's, a pretty normal concern. But I usually run around without watching my step during the day. 'Cause it's bright outside, Kate! I run around with Rana and Mian all the time. Even if I can't see what's underfoot, I don't pay any attention. I don't think I might trip. I just keep running around without a care. Must be nice. My sense of balance never let me do that. Rana might be feeling the same way I am right now. Rana, the light with which she illuminates the darkness of suspicion is too weak. And the darkness of delusion she's deeply believed in is getting darker and darker. That's why she's scared to even walk the same road she always used to take. She fell for the contents of those ridiculous scrapbooks. People might laugh at her for that. But those scrapbooks aren't normal. They manipulate their readers' hearts and with evil intent take advantage of their vulnerabilities. The evil intent captured my heart for one night. That's why I know how evil they are. They're just urban legends like the prophecies of Nostradamus or the Purple Mirror. See, the Nostradamus prophecies I have heard of. I've never heard of the Purple Mirror, though. I'll have to look that up because I'm curious now. They're a bunch of feasible lies, and when you hear about them at first, you think they're too stupid to believe. But once you fall for them, it's hard to get them out of your mind for some reason. It'll be the year 1999 in less than 20 years. Boy, Keiichi, have I got news for you! Everybody knows about the prophecy that the world will come to an end in July of 1999. There are even some TV shows about it too, which irresponsibly fans people's fears, so some people might take it seriously. Yeah! Some people absolutely did, but some people worked really, really hard to make sure that no crashes actually happened. Hooray! Those people think that the prophecy means an outbreak or a nuclear war. Some of them are making shelters in their backyards. Some of them are thinking about freezing themselves by 1999 so they won't be exposed to radiation, only waking up after it's gone. All this is true. Those people are completely serious about it. But when you think about it rationally, it's impossible that there'll be an outbreak of nuclear war. Oh no, I can't say nuclear. In 1999. It's true that the Cold War makes us think that the final war will break out any time, but both powers are actually pointing their nuclear missiles at each other, and they know there's nothing to gain for either of them for starting a nuclear war. The Soviets might do it. The Soviets would destroy if it meant eradicating liberalism. Oh boy, we're getting into politics. But that delusion is that the Soviets might do it could be neatly swapped for a way that Takano-san uses the Sonozaki family in her scrapbook, which, yeah, actually, like I said, it's the nebulous they. You can switch out the nebulous they to be whoever you want. When people create large-scale delusions like the prophecies above, they always use an incomprehensible unknown enemy such as the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, or aliens. One of these things is not like the other. And they say something like, you never know, they might do things like that to try and increase credibility of their delusion without any evidence whatsoever. Boy, Keiichi, do I have some news for you. What did Takano-san know about the Sonozaki family? Nothing. All she did was use the history of the Onagafuchi and say that the Sonozaki family is still working behind the scenes, plotting a horrifying conspiracy. It's just one of those large-scale prophecies. It's nothing but a stupid story like the one about Nazi Germany, which says that Hitler is still alive and lives in an underground complex somewhere out on the South Pole, continuing his plot to conquer the world. And again, some people legitimately believe that, but you know. Rena usually doesn't believe stupid stories like that. But That was just bad timing, I suppose. It was right after she killed Rina, Mamiya, and Tepe Hojo, and was caught by us. She was in a state of panic when she heard the story. Are you gonna come up? Gonna come back up? Come on. Good girl. Hi. Go ahead and settle in for story time. I know. While we were waiting for her to recover from the shock, but before she did and regained her strength of the heart, a poison got to her and spread all throughout her body. I know. Here, do you wanna cuddle for a little bit? Is that what you're telling me? When you're sick and have a weakened immune system, okay, you're gonna settle over there? Okay. It's easy to get another disease. It's just like that. That's it. Rana's just sick right now. Hey, Koki, hugs for you too. We gotta hug Koki. It's the law, because he's my favorite Pikachu. I hope you're doing well. I'll get back here. Rana was just sick right now. When you're sick in bed with a high fever, you sometimes feel like you might die from it, and sometimes you do. But most of the time, you're just overreacting. You get better soon after taking a medicine, eat healthy food, and sleep a lot. The medicine is a very important aspect of that string of things that can help you. That's how she is right now. She caught a mental cold, that's all. Oh, I wish that was a way you could describe it. She needed to get better soon, or she might get caught by the police. I passed over several patrol cars on my way. I hid every time I saw one, since I didn't want to be questioned. I was probably passed by them twice. When I came closer to Rana's house, I saw a car parked nearby the gate. It was obviously watching her house, trying to capture her when she arrived home. Mion ordered the Sonozaki family to find Rana and to protect her from the police, but honestly, I'm not sure if they can. After all, Rana believes that the Sonozaki family is after her. But if they don't find her, the police will eventually. If that happens, all of us who helped bury the corpses will be caught by the police in the end. I don't know how or why the police came to suspect her. I think they only have some circumstantial evidence. I don't think they know she did it for sure. But since they're looking everywhere for her now, they must have some reliable evidence. Rana, come on. You don't have time to play around with the Takano-san scrapbooks right now. The police are after you! It was so dark that I couldn't be sure she was down there. But I made up my mind and headed down the slope, carefully shining my flashlight to light my way. I wanted to loudly call out Rana's name before there might be some policeman nearby looking for her. I walked around the trash pile and then saw a light. It was Rana. I ran towards her hideout, kicking aside the trash in my way. Rana was standing right in front of her hideout, holding her hatchet. Oh no! I couldn't blame her. She must have noticed all the noise I made coming down the slope. Rana? It's me. Keiichi-kun? I sure have a lot of visitors tonight. Who else is here? I shone my flashlight around, but I didn't see anybody else. I'm leaving because it's not safe here anymore. I don't want you to know where I'm going, so please don't follow me. Rana? What happened to your neck? You're bleeding. I'm okay. They might come back again, though. Rana's neck was all red. It looked like she had some kind of skin disease on her neck. She probably couldn't bear the itchiness and scratched at it really hard. Boy, howdy did she. You need to do more than just wipe it with a towel. Come to my house. You need to clean it up. Don't worry about it. It isn't an injury. And it's too late anyway. Too late? What do you mean? They must have put a drug in my food without me realizing it. It's the drug that killed Tomitake-san. They probably used a syringe to inject him with the drug, but they changed their methods this time. I think they put it in someone's lunch. You remember Michan gave out a piece of her omelet to everyone the other day at lunch? Don't you? She must have put it in the omelet. She's smart. She used a slow-acting drug this time. Damn it. Rena kicked the dirt with hatred. She was almost literally kicking Mion's goodwill to the curb. Hey, Rena? Are you seriously saying that Mion would do such a thing? Rena looked stunned and stared straight at me. I noticed a slight accusation in her eyes. I can tell by looking at her eyes that what she wants to say. What are you talking about? I already told you that the Sonozaki family is the mastermind behind the conspiracy. First of all, Mion didn't give out her omelet to everybody that day. Mion cut her omelet into 5 pieces, and she told us to take one if we wanted. Rena took the end piece of the omelet before anybody else took one. She said it looked cute, and it ate it right there. No, that's not what happened. Michan tried to make me eat the omelet because she put a drug in it. Rena, stop interpreting everything so conveniently. Mion just put the 5 pieces of the omelet on the lid of her lunchbox. No, she didn't. She gave out each piece to every one of us. Rena, think about it. Have we ever done something like that before? We usually take whatever we like from everybody else's lunch. Nobody has ever said something like, this is your piece, so take this. This is her piece, so don't take that, you know? She looked at me with accusation in her eyes. To Rena, everything comes out of my mouth must sound like a lie. To her, it's a fact that she was poisoned. She knows for sure that the drug was in the omelet. That's why she's contradicting me, because I'm saying something different. I didn't come here to make her mad. I realized that disagreeing would only escalate her anger, so I decided not to. Oh, I hope you can toe the line. Anyway, you said this place wasn't safe anymore. Where are you going to go then? Well, I'll find somewhere. It's not that easy to find a place to sleep. Why don't you come to my house? I appreciate your offer, but I can't do that. Sonozaki family is looking for me everywhere in the village. I don't think you'd betray me, but I don't think you'd hide me from them either. It's not the Sonozaki family who are looking for you. It's the police. Why? Aishi-san is on my side, and I told him to leave me alone. I don't think he's looking for me. I think they know that you killed Rina and Teppei. Oh, I see. I was relieved that we were finally on the same page, but I realized I was wrong right away when she laughed in self-derision. Do you know how the police found out that I killed them? No, I have no idea. Nobody saw her killing them. Nobody saw us burying the corpses. We buried them deep in the mountains, and we camouflaged the spot perfectly. Plus, Mion moved them to a secret place afterwards. So it's impossible that the corpses would be found. I went there this evening. I went there to check the spot where we buried them. Guess what I found? That didn't sound good. Of course. Rana has no idea that Mion took care of the corpses. She'd think the corpses were still buried there. They weren't there. The corpses. Somebody dug them out and carried them somewhere else. Rena, that's because, it's impossible to think that someone happened to dig them up. I chose the place. So the only people who know about this place are me and my friends who were there. That's right. Well, the thing is, I know who did it. It's Michan. They didn't want me to work with the police. They needed to have some insurance. But I didn't think they'd use the police to find me. I guess they don't care how it looks as long as I'm captured. Come on, do you really think that Mion would do such a thing? She did! Michan sold me out! No, she didn't. Mion is your friend. We're all on your side, no matter what happens. Even if the whole world turns against you, we'll still be on your side. Even if the whole ocean evaporated, Mion would never sell you out. I don't understand why you're defending her. It's just the opposite. I don't understand why you're doubting her. That's simple. Mio-san revealed the existence of the conspiracy to me, and the fanatics are... Shut up, shut up! Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you like that. I apologize, so please, listen to me. The corpses are gone because Mion dug them out. See? I told you! Listen to me until I finish. Okay, Mion dug them out because she found out that the place isn't going to be safe for much longer. There's a logging project scheduled to begin on that mountain this summer. That was why. That's why she dug them out, to save you from being caught. Rena laughed at me like I was stupid or something. I could tell she didn't understand anything I was saying. Don't you get it? Michan made that up. She just wants to look good when you're around. She's a dirty bit. Oof. Thank you for the 3-watch streak. Ooh. Hey. Then what was she supposed to do? Are you saying that she should have left the corpses there, knowing that the forestry service would find them this summer? Well, I'm glad you're cozy with this. She couldn't do that because she's your friend. Why can't you understand that Michan made everything up, including the logging project? Yeah, and see, this is the thing about conspiracy theories, is there's always a building point, or, you know, maybe it's a con where it just keeps building and building until there's a point where it's like, oh, this is too unrealistic even for me. You're the one who doesn't understand anything. After I yelled at her, she gave me an icy look. She stared into my eyes, as if trying to find out what I came here for. I came here to wake you up. You're possessed by an impossible delusion because of Takano-san's scrapbooks. At first I thought it was interesting, but this is getting way out of hand. You know why? Because they're making you sick. Oh, the girl who looked just like Rika-chan told me the same thing. You're actually right about it. I mean, I do have a maggot disease, so... No, you don't understand. Listen to me very carefully. You need to lie down and rest for a while, okay? It'd be a lot safer to stay at Mion's house. She can protect you from the police. But if you don't trust her, you can stay at my place. Either way, it's not good for you to stay somewhere uncomfortable like this. Let's just go to my house for now. We'll have some cold tea together. It'll cool your fever down. Then you'll realize how crazy all this was. Okay, Keiichi, your heart is in the right place, but your mouth is going off. What are you talking about, Keiichi-kun? Are you saying that I'm crazy? I'm not crazy, you are. You don't know it, but you're just being controlled by the parasite. Keiichi-kun, you think you have nothing to do with it, but you're one of the victims. You just don't realize it. I'm not blaming you for that. I can save you. I can save everybody, so please trust me for now. You think we're all crazy. You think everybody in this village is crazy and you're not. Is that what you're saying? It might even be spreading to outside Hinamizawa. They might have already spread as far as Shishibone City, or the entire prefecture. I really am the only one who isn't crazy. Oh boy. I know that, thanks to Mio-san's scrapbooks. I thought you understood that too. Wait a second, Rena. You're saying everybody in the world is crazy except you. That's the same thing as saying you're the only one who's crazy. The world hasn't changed. Nobody is crazy. Nobody is your enemy. If you ask me, it's crazy to believe that you're the one in this world who is crazy and everybody around you is your enemy. In short, your only enemy is yourself. I feel so sorry for you, Keiichi-kun. But it's okay. It's not that easy to accept the facts that Mio-san discovered. Even she wasn't sure about them. So I understand if you can't accept the truth. That's why I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight to save everybody. I'll beat them down and make them stop controlling you. Rena, that's stupid. That's just idiotic. You feel sorry for me? You're stupid. Why don't you understand? Why do you still believe a crazy story like this? You're just interrupting everything to suit your own convenience. Interpreting. They have replacements for Mio-san, Rika-chan, and me. They're going to replace me right after I'm killed. What? Replacements? Are you seriously saying that? You know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. I haven't told you about this yet. The true identities of the parasite is aliens. Aliens? Yes. Oyashiro-sama is also an alien. The description of descending from the sky matches with alien theories from all over the world. Whenever a great civilization flourished, it was always the aliens who accomplished it. Okay, she watches Ancient Aliens. They have advanced knowledge. They came to... Oh, thank you, will do. They have advanced knowledge. They came to Earth to help immature humans evolved. Hey, wait just a minute. You must be kidding, right, Rena? The parasite theory was interesting. But aliens? Come on, that's just nonsense. But Rena believes the theory so seriously. I feel sorry for me because I can't accept it. They've been controlling the community by living as parasites in human bodies. But sometimes someone with a sharp intuition comes along and tries to reveal the truth. But they get rid of them in order to maintain control of the community. They sometimes kidnap those people with sharp intuition and put pieces of metal in their bodies to gain control over them. When that doesn't work, they replace those people with their copies. They made a copy of Mio-san. They made a copy of me, too. Rika-chan is just a copy that came by a few minutes ago. I talked to it. It admitted that it came from space. It did not admit that it came from space. It told me that the end of the world is coming soon, and it laughed at me, saying I should struggle as much as I want. I'm going to fight. I'm not going to let them, decimate our species. I'll never ever... You're so stupid. I stepped toward Rena and slapped her in the face. I was hoping it would return her to sanity. Wake up! Rena, did you forget? It happened here. Just a few days ago. All of this has just been a few days ago. We all took each other's hands here, didn't we? And we promised we'd be a family made of friends forever. Rena played with her wrist. She didn't interrupt, so I continued. If you're seriously saying that aliens are controlling the Earth, I'll believe you. Even if everybody in this world didn't, I would. That's because I'm your friend, and I'm on your side no matter what. But I want you to listen to me too. I want you to listen to me because I'm your friend. Here, we're dismissing this. Because this is very important. Takano-san made up all the stories in the scrapbooks. It's true Takano-san was an occult maniac. She enjoyed interpreting the old history of Hinamazawa in any way she wanted. She made up ridiculous stories out of it, and she read them to people for fun. So the parasite story isn't the only one she made up. There are stories about UFOs, some kind of creature from the underworld, and many other things. So the one you read in the scrapbook was just a new story she made up recently. Don't you remember that she liked to make fun of people? She was just making fun of you because you took her stories so seriously. If it was just a story she made up, then why was she killed? Her autopsy report said she'd been dead for 24 hours when she was found, but she was there at the festival. Why? How are you going to explain the cause of Tomitake-san's death? What about the Sonozaki family? What about the legend of Tin Namazawa? What about Ayashiro-sama and Rika-chan? Are you saying that everything is made up? Well, technically yes, because this is a fictional story in a fictional universe, but anyway! Are you saying that the whole world is lying to us? Stop making connections between everything! Ah. That's a typical symptom of paranoia. Don't think so hard. Dear fans, stop trying to connect every dot. You're just tired. That's why you need to rest. All I'm going to do is offer you a place to relax, a bed, and food. If you can't trust my food, you don't have to eat it. Eat whatever you have. Anyway, please, just trust me for now. My story makes more sense than yours. I have evidence to prove it. But all you're saying that is I should trust you. Isn't it obvious who's right? Yes, it's obvious. Me! I'm right! How can you be so sure? It's easy. It's because I'm your friend. Friends never betray one another. Friends always help each other. So you have to believe that I'm right, even when the world says I'm wrong. Because I'm your friend. I heard a thud. Rena dropped the hatchet. She staggered, holding her head in her hands. She was muttering something, and it looked like she was asking herself questions. He wants me to trust him, but he has no evidence to prove he's right. He's being absurd. Or maybe he's right, and I'm wrong, and it really is just I'm just misunderstanding everything? It would be wonderful if that was true. I wish I was wrong so many times. I wish Mio-san's scrapbooks are nothing but a bunch of stories and the parasites don't exist. Some coincidence happened to connect together, and I interpreted them in the wrong way. And I really wish that was the case. Don't give up, Rena Ryugu. Be cool, Rena Ryugu. You haven't been cool for 3 days, Rena Ryugu. This guy has poison in his words. He's trying to take advantage of my weaknesses. Everything's too obvious not to believe. It's obvious that aliens have been trying to invade the Earth, using the village as their base since it was called Onigafuchi. Keiichi-kun is a victim who's being controlled by them. He's just a victim! But when he grabbed my wrists really hard on that day, I could tell his intentions were true. I still remember the strength of his grip on my wrist. He tried to save me. His friend! I got lost in the crazy delusion maze many times. I prayed over and over then that somebody would help me. Now my prayers are answered, and Keiichi-kun is reaching for my hand again. But don't forget, Rena Ryugu, this guy says he's your friend, but he hasn't told you everything about himself. Don't you remember? Oishi-san told you about it. He told me about what he found out. I couldn't trust my friend, so Oishi checked on everybody, including Keiichi-kun. That's why I knew about what he did before he moved here. Ah. He looks like he's a good guy on the outside, but he's crazy on the inside. I can't trust him. I shouldn't trust him. So what? I don't care who he was before he moved here. I did many bad things in Ibaraki, too. I did many unforgivable things. I hurt my friends really badly, broke the windows at the school, and was suspended. I was a very bad girl. Did he treat me differently because of that? No, he didn't. Rena Ryugu is Rena Ryugu. He'll forgive me because it was Rena Ryugu who did all those bad things in Ibaraki. He won't forgive me. I should know better. Keiichi Maebara believes that I'm a kind and modest girl because he doesn't know Reina. If he found out about Reina, what would he do? He wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't be scared of me. Rena is Rena. Reina is a different girl. The same goes for Keiichi-kun. I don't care who he was before he moved here. We're even! Are you okay, Rena? Don't touch me. Rena knocked my hand aside when I reached for her. You keep saying you're my friend. You want me to trust you because of that. You want me to believe that you're right. Even if the world says you're wrong. Are you out of your mind? That's more delusional than anything else. I don't care what you say. I'm your friend. Everything I say is for your sake. Don't doubt me. I know I'm right. Really? Then can I ask you something? Yes, anything. Friends don't keep secrets from one another, right? Of course. I'm not hiding anything from you. You're lying. I'm not. Yes, you are! What's so funny? Keiichi-kun, you think you can keep it a secret from me, don't you? Hee hee hee. I know everything. I know what you did before you moved here. I know. I felt as if my entire body was covered in frosty needles. My body and my mind froze all of a sudden. I don't believe this. I do believe this. How could she knows about that? I asked Oishi to check on everybody. 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 That's why I know what you did before you came here. Hee hee hee. Stop it. You got it all wrong. You only targeted little girls. I have to tell Satoko-chan and Rika-chan about it. I can't believe a dangerous person like you was near us the whole time. No, it wasn't like that. It just turned out that way. A series of attacks on school kids. Bravo! It has a strong impact on the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa. No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like what? You shot little kids with a BB gun when they were walking alone on a deserted street. What a horrifying incident! It instilled fear into the whole city for a while. Members of the PTA had to watch the kids at every street corner when they walked between homes and school. You shot one of the girls in her eyes, and she was badly injured. Fortunately, the damage wasn't permanent. You had a BB gun, and you only shot little kids. How disgusting. What made you enjoy it so much? You must have really enjoyed it because you continued to do it for a long time. But then, you turned yourself into the police, accompanied by your parents, in a crisis of conscience. You couldn't even take responsibility for your actions on your own. Juvenile law was kind to you, wasn't it? Prevented your name from being disclosed to the public or the victims. I bet your father spent a lot of money to protect you. He paid a lot of compensation to settle the case out of court, and he had you placed on probation. After the case cooled down, he used the power and money once again to move far away from the city. Everything is solved, right? You're lucky that your father is so rich. No, it wasn't like that. What? Why didn't you tell us about it? You told me that you didn't do anything but study in your previous school. Why did you lie like that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie. I thought friends didn't keep secrets from one another. Right? So that means you're not my friend. Blades of her words hit hard, and they made my eyes bleed. The blood was clear. It tasted salty. I can't trust you because of what you did in the past. Don't you ever think you can hide it from me. I remember how deeply I regretted it. I couldn't regret enough. I wanted to forget, but I couldn't, and I made a stupid mistake. Why? Why does she have to bring that up right now? I apologized and accepted everything, and I moved here to put it behind me. I wanted to have a fresh start in Hinamizawa. I swore to myself to live a clean life from then on. Everything is ruined now. I'll be a criminal, no matter where I go. I was stressed out with my exam studies, and I was frustrated, and I randomly shot people. I didn't care if it was girls or kids. Why did I do something so stupid? Good question, my dude. There was no reason. I had no reason to do that. I just wanted to get someone's attention. I didn't have the courage to tell my parents that I didn't want to study. I just wanted somebody to scold me, so I used a childish way to get attention. I regret what I did. I swear I'll never do something that stupid again. If I do it again, they can send me to the chair. Oh no! If there was something I could do to be completely forgiven, I'd do it, no matter what it was. But no matter how deeply I regret it, and no matter how long I atoned for my sin, I'll never be forgiven. That's why I wanted to sweep the whole thing under the carpet and have a fresh start. I have nothing to say if somebody tells me that forgetting my sin is an act of cowardice. Sins are sins. You can't just get rid of them. You have to carry them for the rest of your life. I know that's the fate of a sinner. If you don't want to live like that, then don't be a sinner. I understand that logic too, okay? But then how are sinners supposed to live? Anyway, you're not my friend. I'm not going to take any orders from someone who isn't my friend. I need you to leave me alone for a while, okay? I didn't notice until she spoke that I was on my knees, hanging my head. Rena picked up the hatchet she dropped earlier. I wanted her to hit me on the head with it. Yeah, that's right. If anything's going to be torn apart, I'd rather it be my body. Compared to the pain of my heart being torn to shreds, I'd rather she cut my head off. I believed it. I still believe it. I still believe it right to this moment. I believe that. I'm their friend. But in fact, I'm starting to become aware of it. I want to believe that I'm their friend, because I don't want to accept my past. I'm trying to tell myself that, but I feel stupid crying like this. My face is all messy with tears. I was never their friend. I'm a sinner, and I hid my past from them. I hid it because I was scared. I told her that friends don't hide anything from one another, and I hid my past from them. I hid my sins from them. My past has nothing to do with how I live my life here. If I ever attacked a kid in the village just because I was frustrated, I wouldn't mind it if they killed me and cut me into pieces. Whoa! But I'll never do anything like that again. I just want to live normally. What I did before I moved here had nothing to do with my life now. For instance, Rena moved here too. I wouldn't change the way I see her. Even if I found out she did something bad before she moved here. Right? I wouldn't, would I? Even if Rena beat some of her friends or broke all the windows in her school, I wouldn't care because it happened in Ibaraki. Yep. She didn't do that in Hinamizawa. Rena is Rena. She's my best friend. That's why I wouldn't see her differently, even if I found out about her past. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. I'd keep a distance from her if I found out that she really did such things. I'd be scared of her. I wouldn't try to listen to her. Why? It's just a rumor. Why would I be scared of her? She's my best friend. If I was in her situation, would I reject her like she did? So Rena's rejection of me was completely natural. Then what am I supposed to do? I was the only one crying. Rena wasn't crying. She looked at me as if she was looking at something dirty. After giving me a nasty look, she disappeared into the darkness. And it didn't forgive me. There was nothing I could do to atone for my sin but keep crying, still down on my knees. What a happy chapter that was! Our reason to move to Hinamizawa. Okay, we should get more context to this story. Yeah. Here, let me take a sip first. I don't remember how many years ago it was. There was this beautiful village surrounded by nature. But the village was going to be submerged in water because of the new dam project, and the villagers protested against it en masse. They held sightseeing tours so people from other places could enjoy the local beauty. I joined the tour out of simple curiosity. I wanted to take a look at the nature that might sink under the water. But when I got there, the place took my breath away. The air was so clean and clear, and the landscape was beautiful beyond words. Since then, I was hooked on the inspiring nature of the place. Oh, this is probably Dad's perspective. I fell in love with the village so much that I was very glad to hear that the dam project was cancelled. That village is where I'm building our new house. When I visited there, I found a beautiful field of wildflowers. I saw 2 cute girls playing in that field. Both of them were very beautiful with long straight hair. They were probably neighbors or best friends. I still remember how they looked. One of them had a very beautiful face, clear-cut profile for her age, and the other had a very pretty, innocent look. I'm sure both of them will grow up to be fine, beautiful ladies in the future. They were running around in the field like they were dancing. I asked them if the field was their playground. They said they were playing in hopes that newcomers would move to the village. And I saw a sign that said, "Lots for sale." That was when I began to think that this might be a great place to live. There was nothing here, and things were a bit inconvenient compared to life in the city. But I sincerely believed that this was the best place for us to start a new life together as a family. A lot of things happened back in the city, but the past is the past, and it's best that we move on. We learn from our mistakes and hope we can start a new, more ideal life in this village. Keiichi, I hope that we grow to love it here as much as I do. You do? I'm happy to hear that. I'm also happy that we've been doing a lot better as a family since we moved here. Back in the city, we were far from close. So I'm truly happy that we've been able to start from scratch. Now that I come to think of it, I've never had a chance to have a conversation with you like this before. Okay, Keiichi? Do you know any 2 beautiful girls with long straight hair in your school? I think they're a lot younger than you. Oh, you know 2 young beautiful girls, but one has short hair. Huh. I don't think they're the ones I saw. You want to know why I asked? Well, I just wanted to ask them to be models for my portraits. I was thinking about making them wear a cute katsu. Ahem! Basically, I just wanted to see them again for artistic reasons. So if you happen to see them, let your dad know, okay? Promise me, okay? Walk off. Okay. That was also a hint. So we'll save. End of chapter 11! I think I can still do this. At lunchtime the next day, everybody in class was talking about Rena's disappearance. We were all worried about her safety, but I kept a safe distance from everybody else. I do wonder where she went. Someone said that she was demoned away. How can they say such things? I can't believe their nerve. Keiichi-san, you look down today. Beep. Satoko and Rika noticed something odd about my attitude. I couldn't sleep at night because of what Rena told me. Friends don't keep secrets from one another. That sentence bit into my heart, and I couldn't sleep because of the pain. Mion, Satoko, and Rika-chan too. I have something I need to talk to you about. Is it about Rena? No, it's not. It's about me. I decided to tell them about it, because they were my friends. But I don't know what I expected to change by doing so. They might despise me. Was there a benefit for me telling them? No, there wasn't. I knew that for sure. But I still wanted to tell them about it, just because I thought it'd help heal the pain I was feeling. What is this about, Keiichi-san? Well, it's the truth about myself. I'd appreciate it if you listened to me. It's about what happened before I moved here. I was the kind of guy who wasn't good at anything but studying. I learned the tricks of the game called studying at my cram school. I enjoyed the sense of superiority I felt by getting good grades. I kept studying just because I wanted to look down on other students. When my grades got better, my parents got happier, and my teachers praised me. It felt good. It was fun to look down on the students who were good at running, dodgeball, or swimming. That was the only reason I kept studying. Before I knew it, not only was I the top of my class, I was the top of my school. So I started to think I was the most important student there. I looked down on the kids who were playing in the schoolyard during lunch break. I enjoyed feeling a sense of superiority to them for my insignificance. The more I studied, the better everybody expected me to do. They started to place high hopes in me. They expected me to go to the best school in Japan. I flattered myself, thinking I deserved to go to that school as well. But the fun went out of looking down on people while the burden of studying didn't change a bit. My classmates stopped admiring my cleverness after a while, and my teachers started to push me to study more. Oh no, gifted kid burnout! All of a sudden, the fun had gone out of it. To begin with, I didn't even like to study. I had average reflexes. I was average in a fight. I was an average boy with nothing that really drew attention. So when I found something I could do to get that attention, I jumped on it. It happened to be studying for me. But it was riding a unicycle or juggling. I would have done that too. When I realized I didn't enjoy studying anymore, it got very boring. I was just a little boy who wanted to be praised when I did something better than anybody else. I finished all my summer homework because my parents praised me for it, and I took charge of cleaning duties at my school because my teachers praised me for it. So when they stopped praising me for what I did, I began to feel as though my life had no meaning. My parents used to give me an allowance that was proportional to how good my grades were, so I used to get a substantial amount of money for my age. I don't know if I had a natural interest in violence or if I was looking for it because of my frustration at the time. I took an interest in BB guns. At first I shot at cardboard boxes. It was fun. Being violent at pieces of cardboard relieved a lot of stress. Then go to a shooting range, my guy! Nobody blamed me for doing that. But I soon started to want to do something I should have never have done. On the box of my BB gun came the warning and the label that read, "Do not shoot at people!" That was when I thought about doing just that. Why did I do something I shouldn't have? I guess I was just immature. I wasn't interested in studying anymore, but I forced myself to do it anyway. My parents forced me to go to several cram schools. I was mad at them for that. I should have told them I didn't want to study anymore. But I didn't have the courage to do that. So I used my frustration as an excuse to do something cowardly. I shot at kids who were younger than I was with my BB gun. It gave me such a thrill. It felt so good to do something bad when I was so overcome with studying. Needless to say, I had no personal grudge against the kids I shot. As long as the kids passed through the deserted street, they met the requirements to become my target. I didn't mean to hurt them. I shot at them once or twice from a distance. That was all I wanted to do. But sometimes they didn't react at all because of the BBs hit a thicker part of their clothes or something. I didn't like that, so I started to shoot until they noticed they were being hit. It inevitably escalated to the barrage of gunfire. I study a lot. I'm doing something good. So I deserve to do something bad to balance out the good I'm doing. That was the unbelievably selfish excuse I made. I thought I had a right to do the things like that because I was suffering myself. I thought the people who weren't suffering like I was deserved to be shot at and get hurt a little bit. I was so selfish, so arrogant, and so immature. Ugh, yeah, those sure are words you can use. I was disgusted with myself. If I could have met myself at the time, I would have given myself a punch in the face so hard that I'd knocked out all my teeth. I started to call it a series of attacks on school children. The principal of my school held a morning assembly to inform everyone about the case and warn them to be careful when playing outside. I was laughing sneakily. PTA issued a letter of warning and advice to take the safest way possible to and from school. Parents took turns watching kids when they walked between home and school in groups. The more serious it got, the more it reminded me of the excitement I first felt when my grades started to go up. I was absorbed in that game while I was playing. I didn't think I'd get caught someday. I didn't even think to stop doing it either. One day, I found a little girl who was walking down a narrow, dark street all alone. She was a very small girl. I don't know if she was on her way to her friend's house or if she was running an errand. I don't care which. It was careless of her to go out alone. The school had warned her not to. So it was her fault. Great victim blaming there. Just like always, I made a self-excuse and attacked her. Some of the shots hit her in the back. She noticed she was being attacked by somebody. She turned around. It was a natural reaction. At the time, I didn't hesitate to rain hell upon her. So when she turned around, I was still shooting at her. Usually when I shot at kids, they cried in pain and ran away. But this girl was different. She thrashed about in excruciating pain, holding one of her eyes. When I saw her doing that, I realized what had happened right away. The BB had hit her in the eye. As is quoted in the Christmas story, "You'll shoot your eye out." Until that moment, I didn't think about what would happen when a pellet that could easily go through a cardboard box hit an eyeball. Anyway, the girl howled in pain, and for the first time, I realized I had done something horrible. She saw me, so I couldn't take her to a hospital. I couldn't do anything about it, so I left her there while she was still screaming in pain. I wondered if she was okay, and I worried she had lost her eye. I kept thinking about her, and I didn't even feel like eating that day. I went to the bookshelf in our living room and snuck a medical book into my room and studied the structure of the human eye. It was too late to make a difference, but I studied what kind of injuries would make a person lose their vision. I knew it wouldn't make the sin I committed weigh any less if I found out she wouldn't lose her sight. I couldn't sleep that night, and I suffered from a high fever. It wasn't my parents, my teachers, or the police who punished me for what I did. It was my own body. Before dawn, I woke my parents up to confess to my sin. They were shocked at first, but they seemed like they understood the situation quickly due to my recent disobedient behavior and my interest in BB guns. Ad break! Right, looks like we're back. So let's carry on with this terrible story. My mom cried hysterically. My dad slapped me in the face till it swelled up. But the sun came up. Before the sun came up, I turned myself into the police, accompanied by my parents. Stoka stared at me with a stunned expression. I deserved to receive that kind of look. What I did was very wrong, and I needed to accept that. Is all that true? Yes, it's all true. I'm sorry I didn't tell you until now. What made you want to tell us? Mion asked me. Rika-chan nodded in agreement. To tell you the truth, I don't understand why. Well, I know, but... No. I'm just saying that I don't see any reason why you had to tell us about it. Well, I didn't want to keep secrets from my friends. You're my friends. So I couldn't hide it from you anymore. What are you expecting us to do? I'm not expecting anything. If you're asking for forgiveness, I can't give it to you. You have to ask the kids you attacked if you want that. It won't help any to tell us about it. I agree with Rika. I think you're really brave to tell us, but I don't understand what you want to do from here on out. I don't want to do anything. I just thought it's not right to keep secrets from my friends. My friends looked annoyed by the sudden confession of my past. I took a bitter medicine. I got what I deserved. Kei-chan, I have a question. Why can't friends keep secrets from each other? What? I mean, that's what you're saying, but... I really don't agree. I don't agree either. Mion and Rika-chan obviously disagreed with my statement. Satoko nodded, following suit. I don't think it's wrong to refuse to tell people things you'd rather not. We all have lots of things we don't want to tell anybody else about, like tragedies, mistakes, or other things you don't want to remember. If I have to tell somebody everything to be true friends with them, I wouldn't want to have them as my friends at all. But... Keiichi, there's a lot of differences between things you don't need to confess and things you have to confess. You have to confess what you did to receive forgiveness. But once you're forgiven, you don't need to keep confessing. Quite. You turned yourself into the police, and they scolded you good, did they not? You atoned for your sin, and you were forgiven. What more do you have to do? You turned yourself in, and you accepted the result. You did what you had to do. It's very important that you keep reminding yourself of your sin, so that you won't make the same mistake again. But you only have to take care of that on your own. It's not something you have to confess to everybody. That's very true. I have many embarrassing stories that I'd rather not tell anyone. Meep. Satoko does have quite a lot of them. It's not only me. Rika has a heap of them too. Beep, beep, meep. Satoko and Rika-chan fooled around with each other like they always did. Mio looked at them, and then looked back at me. Satoko just said something very important. Did you get it? You mean the part where she said she has dark past that nobody needs to know about? No. The bit after that. Go back up. Thank you for doing shout-outs, Soul. I need to fix it so that the thing actually shows up, but I appreciate it. She's saying that everybody has something that they'd rather hide. Considering that nobody grows up in a sterilized room, we can all learn by trial and error. That's called life, you know? You both do good things and bad things in order to grow up. Our goal is to become a wonderful person by the end. Everything that happens is a very important experience, including both the good and the bad. The same goes with everybody, with Satoko, Rika-chan, and me too. The same applies to everybody in this case. For example, me used to be a very bad girl. Meow meow. Well, I'm not proud of it or anything. But shooting at people with a BB gun is nothing like compared to what I did. I used to throw bricks at people. Probably cops. I can't even count how many times I ended up in a cell at a police station. During the dam conflict, I was a regular there. I'm not kidding. It's all true. I have a record. But it happened in the past. And she doesn't have to tell you about it. Even though she's your friend. Even though she's my friend. I made a lot of embarrassing mistakes and committed some crimes too. But I don't tell you about them because you wouldn't help in any way. If you feel better by telling us about your past, we'll listen. But there's no rule that says you have to tell us about your past just because we're your friends. I don't want to dig up the past you don't want to talk about. That's what true friends are all about, I think. I agree with you, but we're happy you feel better by telling us about your past. We can forget about it if you want us to. We'll never change the way we see you because of this. What you did in the city has nothing to do with who you are right now. You're a precious friend to us. I actually don't want to know about your past, to be honest with you. I agree with Rika. The same thing goes for the other way around. Even if you did something great in the city. But if you were a nasty person here, I wouldn't care about the great things you did back then. In other words, Kei-chan, the sin you committed in the city is something that you should keep secret in your heart. You don't need to dig it back up just to tell us. I mean, you can if you want. And if anybody changes the way they saw you because of that, I'd look down on them. No matter what happened in the past, as long as you're a great person at present, you shouldn't be embarrassed of yourself, am I wrong? What's the purpose of living if we can't earn redemption? Chizoko used to be a big baby who wouldn't do anything by herself. She regretted it deeply, and now she's a strong, independent girl. That's why I admire Satoko today. I don't care how weak she used to be. Rika. What about you, Kei-chan? Are you going to change the way you see me because you know I used to be a very bad girl who was regular at the police station? You won't, will you? I am who I am. Our friendship won't change that, and we'll keep playing and laughing like we always do, right? That's what being friends is all about. What? What's going on? What is this warm fear? What is this warm feeling? Mion is trying to cheer me up, with an encouraging smile on her face, but her expression became distorted all of a sudden. Big teardrops fell from my eyes. What? Why am I crying? You're a very emotional boy, and I admire that about you. Let me just say this. I didn't know anything about Satoshi, because all of you hid it from me. What do you mean? We didn't mean to hide it. You didn't tell me about the incident that happened every year, right? That's because we didn't want to. Oh, is this flashing back to Arc 1? You didn't want to scare me? Just because of that, you left me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion didn't know what to say. She had tears in her eyes. She thought she did me a favor. She didn't know why it turned out like this. She didn't want to make me scared of the village since I just moved here. Oh, man, no, we are flashing back to Arc 1. What more reason did she need? I asked you before, Mion, if there was a crime at the dam construction site. You told me there was none. But there was a dismemberment lynch murder. You lied! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I thought friends didn't hide things from each other. Right? So that makes us not friends. What are friends? What are friends? What were friends to me? They were my true friends. They really cared about me. They were so nice to me and helped me feel at home in this village. I couldn't have been happier. Everything was great, wasn't it? Kei-chan, please don't. Mion seemed like she didn't know what to say. Her eyes looked moist. It was hard to believe she was really acting like this. It wasn't like Mion at all. I could feel her pain. She was in pain because she didn't know what I was blaming her for. Oh, no. He is getting clarity. He is getting clarity to what he did in Arc 1. She looked so sad, but I didn't notice her pain. I thought I was her friend. I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't trust her. I just used the words friends, but I didn't do anything like friends were supposed to do. That's right. I was such a fool. Mion was Mion. She was my best friend. Why did I doubt her? Why? Kei-chan. Kei-chan looks down these days. Just moved here from the city. I guess the fatigue must be settling in. Probably caught a cold as a result. I see. Then he needs to eat something nutritious. My grandma is making a hoggy date. Oh, yeah, no, this is definitely a flashback to Arc 1. My grandma is making a hoggy today. I'm going to ask her to give me some so we can bring it to Kei-chan. For those of you who have not been watching me play this entire series, the culprit in the first arc is Keiichi. And so now we're getting Mion and Reina's perspective from Arc 1. He's having memories. This arc has been kind of flashing back a bit between arcs. So, nah, this is very cool. Oi, Mion, wash your hands first. Hello, Reina-chan, would you like to try making one too? Wow, this looks like fun! Yes, I'd love to try. Here we go. Hee hee hee. I have a great idea. Yeah, no, this is getting to the part of the story where things are starting to click. So actually having the story threads from as early as the first arc come back is actually really cool. I have a great idea. What is it, Mi-chan? What's in the little bottle? What is it? It's not fun to only have sweet ahagi, you know. Uh-huh. Let's put some hot sauce in one of them. It'll wake him up for sure. That's right. That's what happened. They brought ohagi for me to help me get better. They only tried to cheer me up. Why did I get so scared of them? Just because Mion knew I had lunch at Angel Mart, I grew terrified of her. Hey, you don't look so good. Maybe you should go lie down. That's right. Maybe we should leave. You just wanted to cheer me up with a joke. But because I took it so seriously. See you. Please get better soon. I hope we can hang out in the club together tomorrow. That was their normal way of saying goodbye. I don't want you to be absent from school tomorrow, okay? First of all, have I ever visited any of my classmates when they were absent with a cold? No, I hadn't. I'd never done such a nice thing to anybody because it was too much of a bother. They did that for me. I understand visiting friends in the hospital, but I just got a cold. But they came to me with ohagi so that I could get better soon. I should have been thankful to them when I said, I'll get better soon. I'm sure I can come to school tomorrow. So I'll see you then. That's what I was supposed to say. What did I do instead? You done did a murder. I locked the door. I closed the door and locked it as if rejecting them. What was I so scared of? What was I so afraid of? Why didn't I say the words of appreciation of my friends who cared for me? I was just so scared of the ohagi they brought for me. What was I thinking? It was impossible that there was a needle in one of them. There wasn't actually a needle at all. It was all in my head because I had read some manga or about something putting needles or razor blades in people's food. It scared me so much that I believed it could happen to me for some reason, and I thought there was a needle in the ohagi. You were so stupid, Keiichi. Why would your friends put a needle in food they only brought to make you to get better? Yeah, spoiler for Arc 1. The paranoia Ran is feeling right now, Keiichi absolutely had. It was crazy to think like that. Even if there was a needle in one of them, I should have thought it was some kind of mistake. I should have believed my friend's innocence. That's what a true friend would do. But what did I do? Pound. Splatter. Smash. I threw the ohagi that they spent so much effort making on the floor. Why? Why did I do that? I get along well with them. I moved to Hinamazawa and I made friends for the first time in my life. They were my best friends. Meeting them was the most wonderful experience of my life. I probably never have another one like that for the rest of my days. I knew that, but I got scared, and I doubted them. They noticed that I was acting odd. That's why they called the manager Irie. They thought a sedative might help me relax so I could rest and get better. That's why they carried me up to my room. Mion just wanted to make it fun. She is the kind of person who expressed her goodwill by making a joke out of it. I knew that better than anybody. She knew Irie would roll up my shirt and check my heartbeat with a stethoscope. So she was just trying to draw graffiti on my shirt like she did to Tomatake as a punishment for the game he lost. Yes, that's why Mion took a felt marker out of her pocket. A felt marker. She brought a marker from home because she just wanted to do something funny. She tried to cheer me up by making me take a punishment for fun rather than nursing me, because that was just what Mion was like. She went to the trouble of bringing a felt marker to my house, just because she wanted to cheer me up. Rena held me down tightly, and Mion came closer to me to write something on my shirt. Mion whispered the words she was going to write on my shirt. I heard them. I heard them clearly. I heard what she was going to write on my shirt. I hope you get well soon, Mion. I heard them. Then why? I should have known she wasn't going to do anything to hurt me. Then why? Why? Why did the marker look like a syringe to me? Why did I think that Mion was going to kill me? It was impossible. It was impossible. Why are you having these memories now? Oishi had memories earlier. Why did I misunderstand that Mion was going to kill me? Ah! The numbness in my head receded and I slowly felt blood start to rush through my entire body again. How long was I squatting down there? For a few minutes? Or longer than that? As I looked up at the clock, the hands weren't moving at all. As if they stopped while I had my eyes closed. Really? The atmosphere in the room wasn't filled with insanity like it was earlier, but it was quiet and gray. Rena wasn't holding me down. Mion wasn't about to give me an injection. Was all of that just some kind of illusion? There was no sense of presence other than myself in that room. It was an extraordinary experience, the kind I'd never had before. I was there, with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but at the same time, I felt some kind of relief, too. The scary incident was just an illusion after all. We'll get to that. I think some of you are starting to piece together what part of the actual narrative is, but we should get fuller answers in the next arc. Neither Rena or Mion would have done such a terrible thing to me. Tears started forming in my eyes. My emotions were running high. Why? It wasn't a question of why the tears were forming in my eyes. Why? It was the question of my sadness. Why do I feel so sad? I don't know. I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You do know. I was so stupid. What the hell was I doing? I was so pathetic and helpless. Mion just tried to cheer me up, that was all. I liked her so much. She was my best friend. She was older than me, but she hung out with me like we were the same age. She was the first one who came to talk to me in class. She was so nice to me, but Mion was lying down in an unnatural position near the window. She was covered in dusky red blood from head to her chest. The red fluid spattered on the wall. It was Mion's. What had I done? What had I done? I would never forgive myself. Yeah, welcome to the spoilers of Arc 1. I truly did think of you, all as my friends. Why did this all happen? There was nothing fun in my life at my old school. When I talked to anyone, it was only ever about my chances of passing the entrance exam at the school we wanted to go to. I'm sure that was very boring for everyone. My life was shaded in gray. Friends to me were rivals and enemies, which to vie from the school recommendation and test scores. My friends here taught me just how unnatural that was. The whole month was a blast. We raised the roof over lunch, our club activities, and the festival. A warm liquid flowed out of my eyes. To my surprise, it was my tears. I didn't have any obligation to cry for them. But I couldn't stop. Even though they attempted to kill me. Even though they almost killed me. I couldn't forget the memories we made during the past month. Or were those fun days fake? Was it an act that they kept playing perfectly to set me up until today? Was it only me who believed that they were my friends? It couldn't be. Rena and Mion, they were my friends for real. Those happy days couldn't have just been a performance. Rena and Mion must have been forced by somebody to kill me. Or that extraordinary existence called Oyashiro-sama possessed them and took over their consciousness. No matter what it was, both Rena and Mion were my best friends. I was stupid. I was such a fool. Such a fool. Such a fool. Such a fool. I wasn't making any sense at all. I killed my best friends. They were my best friends. And why didn't I trust them? Why didn't I listen to them? I beat them to death. Who did I think I was? I made it sound like I didn't do anything wrong. Felt like everybody went crazy except for me. I was such a fool. It was the other way around. Of course it was. I was the only one who went crazy. Kei-chan? I did something terrible. I'll never forgive myself. Mion was still alive. I had a memory of beating her to death because I couldn't trust her. But that was a memory from a non-existent, different world. We're gonna highlight that sentence. But that was a memory from a non-existent, different world. But even though it happened in a different world, I killed Mion. And I didn't realize how deep that sin was. Even though until now, that Mion was at fault for being killed. What's wrong, Keiichi-san? I don't know. Kei-chan, please calm down. I'm not dead. You didn't beat me to death. I mean, I'd never let that happen. Okay? Right. There's no one in our club who could have been beaten to death, Keiichi-san. No. Mion and Satoko looked confused, having no idea why I was crying. But I couldn't help myself. I learned just now that I could earn redemption by confessing my sin. But I could never earn redemption for this. Not from Mion. No matter how much I cried in this world, nobody could give me forgiveness. And so I could never earn redemption for this sin. Right then, Chie-sensei came and noticed me crying. You wouldn't see a teenage boy cry like that very often. Chie-sensei asked me what was going on, but at that moment I couldn't hear anything. Mion and Satoko looked confused. They didn't know how to explain the situation. Rika-chan approached me in the midst of my sobs. You remember, don't you, Keiichi? Do you remember how you killed Rena and me? Yes, I killed them. But I didn't accept my sin and pretended I was the victim. I cursed and blamed my friends until the moment I died. There's blood everywhere, and in the end, I just died alone, without any regrets. I clawed at my itchy throat in a phone booth. I didn't notice my sin. I died alone. Welcome to Smiler's Work 1 again. Keiichi, did you notice your sin just now? Yes, I did. It took me so long, but I noticed it. I remember what I did. Not here, but in a different world. That looks just like this one. I killed my friends because I couldn't trust them. They were just trying to help me. We're snoozing the ads. This is very important. But I didn't listen to them. I don't know why I didn't. I didn't care if people were staring. I just kept crying. I wanted to transmute my sin to tears in order to squeeze them out of me. But the tears were coming out of my eyes weren't my sin. They were just tears of regret for doing something irreversible. At that time, I felt something touching my head. I opened my eyes and saw Rika-chan petting my head gently. I didn't need any comfort. I didn't deserve any comfort from Rika-chan. But the words she spoke to me weren't ones of comfort. I forgive you, Keiichi. What? Keiichi, you noticed your sin. It's a very difficult thing to do, and not something everybody can. Not everybody can understand how great you are, and hence, they can't forgive you. But I can, because I know how great you are. Rika-chan. This is a miracle. You noticed the sin you committed in another world. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's impossible to do. But you did it. That's the most unbelievable and precious of miracles that could exist in this world. I didn't understand anything Rika was saying, but I, the reader, absolutely do. But I felt like she was the one who understood that impossible memory I had. So, you should be able to understand what Rana Ryugu is going through right now. Yes, I understand. She's going through exactly the same thing I went through. She wants to trust her friends more than anything, but she can't. She's the one losing her mind, but she doesn't understand that. She thinks that the world is going crazy instead. I don't know how to save her. I have no idea, because I failed. I didn't understand until I died. No, I didn't understand even after I died. So how can I make Rana realize that I didn't even understand? I can't save her. I can't save her. I know, because I was just like her. There's nothing I can do. Calm down, Keiichi. I did fail. that didn't mean Rena would, too. There was no excuse to not save her because I thought she'd fail. After all, what did Rena do back then? I was going totally mad, but she risked her life to save me. In my room, in that world, I'd beaten her many times with a metal bat. But she was smiling. She knew I was scared, and that's why she smiled for me. I beat her so many times, her arms were broken, her forehead was cut open. I remembered, Rena didn't block her head. Even at the very last moment, she opened her arms towards me, like she was looking for a hug. But I still doubted her, and I raised the metal bat up high. Rena told me then that it was okay. Please, trust me. My friend still told me to believe in her. She told me to trust her, but I didn't. I lost it and attacked her. She was in danger. She was actually killed. But she didn't even block her head. Instead, she used her arms to reach out to me. Rena continued to say those words until the moment she died. Trust me? Please? Trust me? She risked her life to save me. Until the very last moment, she kept telling me to believe in her. But I didn't listen for so long. I truly believed that I didn't do anything wrong. I feel a little bit better now that you've forgiven me, Rika-chan. But I still have to atone for my sin. I'm going to do that in the same way Rena did for me. I'm going to save her. Rena risked her life to save me. She cared about me until her very last moments. She trusted me. She believed that her words would reach my heart, so she kept saying them. Until I cracked her skull. I don't care if I die. Rena died for me. I can die for her too. I was such a fool for failing to understand my friend's feelings. That's why I didn't understand what she was saying. But Rena, it might be different. This world is messed up. But it doesn't mean that I can just quit. Quitting isn't the same thing as not believing. I believe in Rena, and in our friendship. That's why I can still make it. I can still prevent a tragedy from happening. I can change fate. We will struggle together to seize our future. Rika-chan nodded with a serious look on her face, and she put her hand in her pocket of her skirt. Keiichi, I won't give up either. I'm not going to lose hope in this world. I was tired from meeting with the countless failures. I gave up on this world as it started to go wrong. That's why I kinda gave up on Rena last night. We are dismissing the ad break again. This is, again, very important. But I was wrong. I realized that the will to fight is such a beautiful and divine thing, and it can work miracles that can even alter the paths of fate. So I'll fight with you. I'll fight again. I'll keep fighting. Until I reach the future. I have no idea what you two are talking about. That's okay, Satoko. Hee. It's normal that you don't remember. Keiichi's a special exception. Huh? I suppose I'm too brilliant to understand what's going on? Rika-chan touched Satoko's forehead with hers. But please remember one day, when you're desperately driven into a corner of misfortune, please remember that he risked his life to save you. Keiichi-san fought for me? Yes, in Arc 4! It's hard to believe. Hehe. Isn't that right, Keiichi? Rika-chan looked at me smiling as if waiting for my agreement. I wasn't sure if I could risk my life for Satoko. No, I was sure I'd risk my life for her. Satoko is my friend. If anybody tried to make her unhappy, I'd beat them up without hesitation, like he did in Arc 4! I'd risk my life to save her. They might even have been a world like that. I nodded to Rika-chan. Rika-chan nodded back at me, looking happy. Nibara-kun, is everything okay? Chia-sensei realized that I finally calmed down, and she asked me that. Yes, everything's fine now. I'm sorry, I worried you. Anyway, Mion? What? What is it? I walked towards her. Mion stepped back, not knowing what was going on. She bumped into the blackboard. What is it, Kei-chan? You look so serious. I held Mion tightly. She still didn't know what was going on, and her face turned red. Crying on her shoulder, I told her the following. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What? What are you sorry for, Kei-chan? This old man doesn't really get what's going on. It's okay, you don't need to get anything. So just listen to me. I'm very sorry, and the yohagi you made. They were really good. They were delicious. They cheered me up. Well, I wanted to tell you that. I would go to school the next day, and the day after that too. I wanted to tell you that. I would see you tomorrow at school. But I couldn't. I'm very sorry that I didn't give you any words of appreciation until today. I'll never doubt you, Mion. I'll never doubt any of my friends. Never ever again. So, Mion, please forgive me for what I did that day. Mion must have had no idea what I was talking about. Of course, I didn't either. I didn't understand what I was talking about. But my sin wasn't forgiven yet. I needed to confess my sin in order to receive her forgiveness. I know you risked your life to save me, Mion. So I'll risk my life to save you too, when you're in some kind of trouble. I promise I will. Kei-chan? You're making me blush. Mion's face was bright red. She didn't know what was going on. Satoko was blushing too, with a confused look on her face. But Rika-chan and I understood everything. We weren't going to accept a tragedy. We couldn't give up just because this world was going out of order. We were going to fight against fate to the very last moment. Mion fought for me. Rena fought for me. That's why I was going to fight for Rena. Just like she did for me, I was going to risk my life to save her. Okay, that was intense. Okay, and that was the halfway point. But I am gonna pause real quick. We're gonna save real quick. Because I kind of want to discuss that. Because that whole thing was very important. I can now reveal that we are in a time loop story. That each arc is a different timeline, and different things happen in the different timelines. And some of you might have already guessed that there was something up with Rika. Rika's the actual looper. So, yeah. That's why I've been like, oh, that's interesting, because there's actually been quite a bit of foreshadowing to some of the reveals. But I didn't want to spoil anything too early for anybody. Just in case you didn't know. But yeah. So, while Keiichi's ostensibly the main character's actually Rika. And I'm gonna get up real fast. Because we are so close. We've got like a chapter and a half left. So I'm gonna just BRB real quick. Alright, let's continue. So we're gonna load it. Summit was being held at a traditional Japanese restaurant in Shishibone City. When a black car suddenly stopped in front of it, 3 burly cops got out of it, followed by Oishi. They were welcomed by the Sonozaki Corps members in equally black suits. It was something you didn't see every day. Thank you for having us. We apologize for being late. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. There was a sign saying reserved at the entrance. They were taken inside. They walked through the restaurant's pretentious landscape garden and came to a gorgeous Japanese-style entrance. Oh, hey! A woman in a kimono was waiting for them at the entrance, as was Kasai. So, I think we've seen their mom before, but yeah, this is Akane. Upon seeing the police officers, they stopped chatting and bowed deeply. The woman in the kimono was Mion's mother, Akane. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Sonozaki. Thank you for having us today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks for coming all the way out here despite your busy schedule. Not at all. I've been looking forward to this feast I'm going to have today. Kiyomitsutai is famous for its dried bean curd, right? Nyahaha. I can't wait. Long time no see, Kasai-san. It's been forever since we last met in person. Yes, it has been a while. Well, we seem to be at war, but I hope we can settle this like adults. Although we're ready for an all-out war whenever you are. No, we have no desire to fight. Nyahaha. Neither do we. Everybody knows how messy things get when you get involved. To avoid that as much as possible, since I'm not that young anymore. Obviously, this was a meeting between people who hated each other. The tension in the air would indicate that it wasn't likely to be a friendly meeting. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. I feel bad that our host is taking us to the table. Well, I know you sent the invitation under my name, but it's actually today's host is the Sonozaki main family. I'm sorry for the confusion. I see. Can I go back and get my bulletproof jacket? Yeah. On the other side of the door, there were several tables, and Mion was sitting at one of them. Since Mion was still young, her school uniform functioned as her formal dress. Still, it looked strange with both the police and the corps members in black suits. Hello, you must be the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family. Thank you for having us today. Hi, JQ! Oh my gosh, thank you for the follow! Oh yeah, I've seen you around Misaki, right? Thank you so much! We are in the throes of Arc 6 of Higurashi. I hope you were probably doing, Colorful Stage, right? Or were you doing a different rhythm game? I know you were doing, Colorful Stage earlier. Because I was lurking there for a bit. But, yeah, so, things do be happening in Higurashi. Yes, because you want to have that alt, which good for you. I respect the grind. No worries, thank you so much. I'm hoping I can finish this in like 2 hours. No worries, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Everybody's gotta take care of themselves. Thank you for having us today. Thank you very much for coming. Please take a seat. Mion politely welcomed the police, undaunted even though they were older than her parents. Mion gave Kasai a look and tapped on the door. There was a waitress who had been waiting behind the door, started bringing out drinks. Oishi-san, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Well, let's enjoy the meal first. Their dried bean curd is really famous, you know. They started drinking, but the tension continued for a while. Mion made the waitress and the other members of the Sonozaki Corps leave the room, and soon only Oishi and his subordinates, Mion, Akane, and Kasai were left in the room. Well, let's start talking about why we're here today. Akane nodded and began speaking. We're having this meeting today so we can resolve our misunderstandings. Such as? Kasai wanted us to talk to you about Rena Ryugu for personal reasons. Therefore, this meeting is about the private circumstances between Tatsuyoshi Kasai and Rena Ryugu. The son of a Saki family has nothing to do with this. Nyahaha. What are these private circumstances? Ryugu-san lives an honest life. How can she have any kind of private connection with Kasai-san from the Yakuza? Kasai? Yes? Allow me to explain. Kasai told the police officers that he happened to meet Rena in a coffee house in Okonomiya. He explained that Rena found something he lost there, and she offered to bring it back to him. That doesn't sound right. But for argument's sake, why don't we assume that you're telling us is true? What happened after that doesn't make any sense. I heard that you told your members to find Rena Ryugu. That is actually my fault. Rena-san's father was worried about her because she didn't come home after dark, so I sent my men to ask if anyone had seen her downtown, but I made a small mistake. Wait a second. You made us come all the way out here, and now you're telling us to believe this bullshit? Could it be that you're making fun of us? She looked a lot more like a member of the Yakuza than the real Yakuza did. She threatened him with a nasty smile and piled on all the more tension into the atmosphere in the room. Oishi-san, please don't. Kumagai tried to make him stand down. Officers with hot tempers paired with others who are good at calming them down, just like how the Yakuza do. Oishi backed off with a grin. Kumagai took over and continuing from there. So what are you trying to say? Do you not want us to intervene because this is a civil matter between Rena Ryugu and Tatsuyoshi Kasai? That's not going to happen. We're going to give her protection. Mion opened her mouth for the first time in a while. You need to explain to me why the police have to protect Rena Ryugu to begin with. Why? Because you guys are after her. Oishi answered bluntly. But Mion remained nonchalant. That must have made him all the more annoyed. What makes you think we're after her? Why don't you ask what's in your chest? It might know something. Oishi-san, we're here to resolve our misunderstandings. It's your choice not to listen to us, but I think it's better that you do. Oh, and what are we misunderstanding exactly? Your misunderstanding concerning the scrapbooks of Mio Takano that Rena Ryugu is in possession of. The officer's expressions grew stern all at once. All of a sudden, she had gotten straight to the point. You want to protect Rena Ryugu because she has the scrapbooks, isn't that right? Oishi and his subordinates glanced back at her without saying a word, making it obvious that her guess was right. Kasai. Akane gave him a look, and then he left the room. Haber shortly returned, carrying a black suitcase. Every one of the officers assumed that was a tremendous amount of money in the suitcase and that the Sonozaki family was trying to buy them off. Kasai opened the suitcase and showed the contents to the police. Are these? These are Mio Takano's scrapbooks. I'm afraid we don't have the one she gave to Rana Ryugu. This is going to be our main course for today. Do you mind if I take a look? No, feel free. We can talk after you've read them. I'll make my people leave if you like. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. The cops produced latex gloves from their pockets and put them on, and took one of the scrapbooks out of the suitcase. There were more than 10 of them in there. We found them in Mio Takano's house in Okonomiya after she passed away. Oishi and the others desperately turned the pages of the well-thumbed scrapbooks. Are you sure? These are real? Without a doubt. Oishi-san, if Rena Ryugu has the other scrapbooks, that means... maybe the ones she has have the same kind of stuff in them. Oishi looked stunned by the contents of the scrapbooks. He started turning pages faster, then closed the scrapbook roughly. Do all of these have the same kind of contents as this one? Yes, they do. Feel free to take time to look at them until you're fully satisfied. The other officers rapidly turned the pages. They weren't reading them, just flipping through. They took one scrapbook from a suitcase after another, flipped through the pages roughly. Oishi-san, this is absurd. These are just crappy occult novels. This one says that the netherworld collided with this world, and that dead souls flowered across the gap. How are we going to use this as proof? Well, you say something about the netherworld? Mine is about the creatures from the bottom of the ocean. This one's about a classified weapon of the Nazis. This one's about the legacy of the Mu continent. This one's about... I'll say the mysterious creature of Onigafuchi Swamp, totally not Nessie. We can surmise that Rena Ryugu most likely has a scrapbook about the parasite theory we've all heard of. Police were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other officers started shooting glances at Oishi. They hadn't said anything to him, but they never really believed the story about the parasites, let alone the bioterrorism. But Oishi had believed it and told them that he had proof. None of the scrapbooks in front of them said anything about parasites, but it was easy to assume the contents of one of the scrapbooks were no different in nature from another. In other words, all of them were just crappy occult novels. Wow. Oishi appeared unable to accept the fact that that was facing him. But now that he was actually looking at it, it was too difficult to ignore. Mio Takano was an occult geek who had laughable ideas about the legends of Onigafuchi. But Rena took them seriously, and so had Oishi, because that would have been a convenient way to tie things together. The other officers could no longer stop themselves from laughing at the ridiculous scrapbooks. Oof. Oishi glared at them and they stopped laughing. The main reason Oishi took the story of the parasite seriously was because the Sonozaki family was apparently after Rena Ryugu for the scrapbook she had. Plus, the Takano, the owner of the scrapbooks, was killed. Because of these two reasons, he believed the occult bee novel. Oishi was frustrated without a doubt. He has to accept that he was wrong. Oishi was eager for any information that could help solve the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa before he retired. A combination of numbers of factors made Takano's ridiculous theory become highly credible to him. Let me ask you something. Why is Mio Takano killed? We have no idea what happened to Mio Takano or Jiro Tomitake. Of course you don't. A liar doesn't call himself a liar. Come on, Oishi-san. Do you think we'd do such a lousy job as to let the police find the bodies? Mion wore a cold smile. She had said too much. Akane cleared her throat as to condemn the statement and made Mion shut her mouth. Oishi glanced at the young successor. But he knew she was right. Then why are you after Rena Ryugu? We're not. I admit it's our fault that we made it look like we were after her. For that we apologize. The reasons which made Oishi take Rena's delusion seriously collapsed one by one. Mion and Akane looked at each other. They must have decided to let Akane speak, she did so firmly. We We'd like to ask you for a favor. We don't want to be involved with the police because of nonsense like this. We heard that that Sankai from the police headquarters started to work with the public safety division. They're going to do simultaneous raids on our family using this case as an excuse, aren't they? That had been at Oishi's request. Oishi took Rena's story seriously, and he wanted to find the research facility that was delving into the parasite. He was intending to use it as proof of the potential bioterrorist attack. But as he had no idea where to start looking, he tried to conduct simultaneous raids of all the facilities the Sonozaki family owned in the entire prefecture, in cooperation with the task force of the gang groups and public safety. Normally, the circumstantial evidence he had wouldn't be enough to get their cooperation. In fact, public safety doubted Oishi's sources because they hadn't heard of any potential terrorist attacks. They trusted the information network. But Oishi took advantage of his long career and his old friends, and he managed to get them to cooperate. Oishi's face broke out into a nervous sweat. Needless to say, he realized he was completely wrong. We caused you some trouble during the dam conflict, but the era reached its end. Things have changed. We're a Yakuza group that sides with the weak and crushes the strong, but we're also trying to achieve peace and stability in line with these changing times. If we get raided now, we're going to lose face. Who cares about your face? I know we'll find something in those raids. We're going to go through with them. If you find something good for you. But if you don't, it'll cause a big liability issue that even you won't escape lightly, Oishi-san. Alright, it sounds like you really do want an all-out war. Huh? If that's what you want, please carry out your job to your own satisfaction. We'll take on the challenge any time. Akane Sonozaki didn't betray Oishi's expectations. Although her right to become the successor was taken away, Akane had been through a lot more than Mion. Oishi couldn't back down now. But he knew he was at a fight he probably couldn't win. Kumagai butted in and tried to calm him down. If we put a stop to the raids, what would we get in return? Mion answered this time. We'll give you these scrapbooks as proof of our friendship. I'm sure you can use them to cancel the raid attempts. These scrapbooks proved how ridiculous Mio Takano's theory was. Takano was dead anyway. Oishi couldn't show people these scrapbooks and say he was fooled. He could still pretend the whole raid thing never happened. He might have taken responsibility for it if he didn't back out now. There's no doubt he'd face a hopeless mess. If he was going to back off, it was now or never. The administrative staff at his station weren't exactly fond of him. If he made such a huge mistake right before his retirement, people who would be looking for a chance at revenge would cut his pension with glee. His pension was decided by multiplying his base salary by a certain number. If they cut his base salary, there would be no way he could avoid a big reduction. Oishi-san. He decided to back off. It was hard for him to admit the mistake at his age, and he grimaced with anger. Kuma-chan, can you take over from here? I think I had too much to drink. I'm gonna get some fresh air on the porch and scream, "Excuse me." Oishi-san stood up quickly and left the room without making a lot of noise as he walked. Kasai closed the door and Oishi left open. The room was filled with silence again. At that point, Kumagai opened his mouth. We understand your point. Our intention isn't to cause trouble to all the organizations you own. So I want to confirm that the police and the Sonozaki family will help each other to maintain peace in this city. Therefore, we are going to put off doing the simultaneous raids. Thank you very much. I'm sure our leader Oryu appreciates your concern as well. As you promised, we'll take the scrapbooks. And there are 2 more conditions. Go ahead. First, if you find the other missing scrapbooks, you must bring them to us immediately. Second, if you find Rena Ryugu, you must turn her over to us immediately as well. I'm afraid the second one is unacceptable. Rana Ryugu is in a state of delusion. We'll make sure that her safety, and we'll find the best medical facility we can take her to. She has the right to receive treatment. We can't accept that either. We have the right to question her about the murder of Takano. As a material witness. Not as a suspect. Akane whispered to Mion. Ad break. Okay, we're back. Mion, in turn, nodded and began to speak. Very well. We'll accept the second condition. But let us add another condition on top of that. We're going to send her a lawyer. We'll only question her in the lawyer's presence. Understood. One more thing. You weren't allowed to delay us by sending the lawyer on purpose. We'll start questioning right after we find her. We'll have no problem with that. But you must contact us immediately after she's found. We will as soon as we can. Akane cut in. You have to call us before you question her. You must call us the very moment she's found. This agreement is made in good faith, founded on our mutual trust. So please do be careful not to do anything that might waste it. Understood. You have my word on that. We'll try to keep our promise with the best of intentions. Akane and Kumagai glared at each other for a moment. Surprisingly, Kumagai was very calm. He was always in the shadow of Oishi, who was loud and noisy, and he had about as much guts as his superior did. Brr. Oishi was good at taking care of matters in a rough and threatening kind of way, but Kumagai was good at negotiations like this. The meeting ended and the police stood up from their seats. The tension in the room finally ceased. Kasai put on the scrapbooks on the suitcase and handed it to Kumagai. Kumagai looked at Kasai, nodded lightly, and took what it was offered to him. This is a very expensive case made in Italy. Please take it as a souvenir from us. No, we're only supposed to take the scrapbooks. We'll just return it to your office later. Thank you for your time. Please give my regards to the family head, Oryu-san. The officers left after bowing to Mion. After making sure that the police had left the hallway, Mion sighed heavily and finally let go of her tension. She spread her feet on the floor, flapping the rims of her skirt. Oh man, my shoulders hurt. Why didn't you take care of this, Mom? Don't be silly, your rank is higher than mine. Rank is everything, not age. Hey, Kasai, have a waitress bring me a beer. Oh, you can let the grunts in and give them something cold to drink too. You want me to bring only beer? Oh, she can't drink. Bring some orange juice for her. Don't treat me like I'm a little kid. Guess my rank doesn't matter to you, huh? You'll always be a big baby to me. Anyway, your father pulled many strings for you this time. You should thank him. And you too, Kasai. You have to play it smarter when meeting with the common man. I'm a little embarrassed. By the way, I'm very impressed with Rana-chan for making a fool out of Oishi. You have many friends with good potential. I'd like to meet her. We can go see a play together or something. Kasai, whenever you see her next time, let her know I said that. And don't tell her any more creepy stories, all right? Of course, I'm well aware of that. With that, they successfully dispelled the magical power of Takano's scrapbooks. The whole mess shouldn't grow any larger. The only remaining problem was Rena. Where could she be hiding? Before I went to bed, I headed up my window to close the curtain. I saw the shadow of a person near the porch. Oh? Who could it be so late? Oh, are we getting flashbacks to Arc 2? Well, I didn't have to guess who it was. There was only one person I knew who might come to see me so late. I opened the window and looked more carefully this time. I was right. It was Rena. She was just standing there, under the light. I wondered how long she'd been standing there for. Oh! No, this is another, callback to Arc 1. It didn't look like she was going to ring the doorbell. She was just standing there. She seemed to be asking herself whether or not to ring the doorbell. For how long she'd been hesitating in front of my door. It looked like even standing there was giving her a hard time. She looked very tired. I ran down the stairs, put my sandals on, and rushed out of the house. Rena looked surprised to see me, even though I came out after making a lot of noise. Rena? Is that you? Rena? She looked relieved to see me for a moment, but then she glanced downward and looked again. How long have you been standing here? I don't know. Maybe since the sun set? Rena must have been staying somewhere outside for the last 2 days at the very least. It wasn't like she'd been camping for fun. She'd been in a state of high tension the whole time, believing someone was trying to kill her. Rena looked utterly exhausted. She seemed to have taken care of the deep scratch she made on her neck the other day with some large band-aids. The band-aids had cute pictures, but they only made the wound on her neck look more painful. I saw some band-aids soaked with blood on her arms and body too. I could tell she made them herself. She had more scars than she had last night. Anyway, let's go inside. You haven't eaten anything for 2 days, have you? When I tried to take her into the house, she refused, with a vague expression on her face. It wasn't as if she didn't want to go into the house. It was more like she refused to because she thought she didn't deserve it. I can't take it anymore. Even at this moment, the maggots are moving through my body. It itches really badly, and it feels like they're about to come out from everywhere. Rena, I think you have some kind of disease. Why don't you get some rest here and go to the clinic first thing in the morning? Hello, kitty kitty. You want to come over here? Hi, baby. Hi, kitty kitty. He understands your very delicate situation, so he'll see you in private. No. I know it. I know exactly how Tomitake-san died. I'm trying not to do what he did for as long as possible. Rena believed she was given some kind of super suspicious drug that made her claw at her own neck to death like Tomitake-san did. Hold on. Cat's getting bored. Here. Look. She had convinced herself that that was going to happen. She wouldn't hear anything else right now. But she really wanted somebody to help her. She wanted help. But when someone tried to give her her hand, it looked like the hand of the devil. This was some kind of disease. If this was some kind of disease, what horribly depressing disease was it? Well, I don't know how I'm going to die, but I don't think I have much time. It's not going to happen. You're a member of our unbeatable club, Rana Ryugu. You're not going to die so easily. Thanks. Well, I wanted to say sorry before I die. Sorry? For what? Yesterday I said terrible things to you and I hurt your feelings. She must have been talking about last night. She trusted me, but when Oishi-san told her about my past, she felt betrayed. And after that, everything I did out of goodwill seemed to have the opposite on her. I knew what that was like. I once felt the same way about you, Rena. Well, before I moved here... No. Before I moved here, I did many horrible things too. A lot, actually. Really? I didn't know. What I did was beyond comprehension. You just shot somebody with the toy gun. I hit somebody's head really hard with a metal baseball bat. Oh, he could relate to that. Everybody got hurt really badly. And I also broke the windows in my school. And... I know. But I don't care about any of that. You did that before you moved here. That's why you stopped being Reina Ryugu and became Rena after you moved here, right? To me, you're my best friend who's very kind, thoughtful, and fun. That's the most important thing. I don't care who you were before. So, I was way worse than you were. I have no right to say you're not my friend. I felt the same way too. Huh? I was afraid of you because I heard about your past. Oh, you knew. Rena laughed sadly. She seemed shocked to find out that I knew about her history when she thought I didn't. But I was like, so what? Eh? It doesn't matter how bad you were before you moved here. You've been through ups and downs, with tears and laughter, but since you moved to Hinamizawa, you've been living a proud life. The important thing is that you regret what you did. That's all that matters. You've grown up to be a respectable person. I don't care about your past. I should have noticed it earlier. Rena is Rena. That's why she's Rena Ryugu. I couldn't understand that simple thing when she said she wasn't Reina. You heard about my past too, right? I was pretty bad as well. I was such a brat. I regret the stupid things I did. So I thought moving here was a good opportunity for me to start over. I believe I've been the person I wanted to be since I moved to Hinamizawa. Isn't that the same with you, Rena? It doesn't matter how you've lived in Ibaraki. The important thing is that you're Rena Ryugu. You wanted to be in Hinamizawa. So I don't care about whatever Reina Ryugu was. Yeah, you're right. We can start our lives over as many times as we want. We might make a lot of mistakes and hurt ourselves, but let us become the people we want to be. You fall once or twice in your life, but that's life. We can't let that beat us down. We have to keep going. So I was such an asshole for getting scared of you because of your past. It doesn't matter how many times you fall. When you go through a lot of pain, you can be kinder to others. Alright, I think she's satisfied now. You gonna come back up? So I don't need to know your past, and if I do know, it shouldn't change the way I treat you. You gonna come back up? But we were fools. We couldn't understand that until we went through things like it ourselves. Really? Okay. Either chase it or don't. Thank you. There you go. Okay. Hi. Hi. Mia knew that from the beginning. We were such fools. We hurt each other, and we made each other cry. So, Rana Ryugu is, and will always be, my best friend forever. When you go through a hard time, I'll help you no matter what. Trust me on that. Seriously. Girl. You're being bossy today. I'm trying to have you not do the destruction of the furniture. Thank you. I trust you, Keiichi-kun. It's very tragic, but what she said isn't true. She probably didn't mean to lie. But I knew she didn't trust me from the bottom of her heart. My words didn't reach her. I knew that because Rena kept telling me to trust her that time. She kept saying those words. Well, I kept hitting her with that bat. But they still didn't reach me. I don't think I've had much time left. But I'll try my best to save Hinamazawa because of the wonderful people like you live here. No, Rena. I'm not going to let them take over this village. I'll fight so we can regain the peaceful days we had. I'll defeat their conspiracy. She said as she trusted me, but she didn't understand anything I was saying. Hello, welcome back. I even kept telling her that the conspiracy was Takano-san's delusion. It wouldn't reach her. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Thank you for forgiving me. I do forgive you. So please, forgive me for what I did to you. I'm going to save Hinamazawa, I promise. So, Keiichi-kun, will you help me? I trust you. Only you, Keiichi-kun. We'll save Hinamazawa together. Rena. Rena! I knew how bad of a corner Rena was driven into. If I was her, yes, hi. Yes, what? What? I'd be walking around with a baseball bat, thinking every single person around me was my enemy, like you did in the first arc. Rena cared about me so much. But I saw her as my worst enemy. But Rena, you still trust me, even when you're driven into this bad corner. Yes, kitty kitty. I beat you to death while you kept telling me to trust you. But you're different. You still trust me? You are so... Why are you crying? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never betray you. I trust you, Rena. So please forgive me. I don't know what you're talking about. You've always believed in me, Keiichi-kun. So I trust you too. I can trust you, right? You're the one who trusts me, right? Tears fell from my eyes. I sobbed and nodded again and again to answer her. Tears welled up in Rana's eyes too. Before I knew it, we were putting our foreheads together with tears in our eyes. There you go. That's the way to settle down, you silly kitty. Well, I found a way to end this battle. Really? Yeah. I might not stand a chance, but this is the best and only resistance I can think of. Rena, I don't know what you're going to do, but if you do that, we can regain our happy days, right? We can, can't we? We have to. Or I'm not going to be able to let you go anywhere. Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. It's gonna be a come-from-behind victory. We'll regain all our happy days for sure. I don't know what she had on her mind. It began with a delusion, and it'd end with a delusion. If I'd encouraged her too much, she'd twist it into attack on her. I was like that at the time. I took Rena's goodwill as a complete opposite thing. So I stopped denying her story. This was Rena's battle. It was her lonely battle she had to fight against her own delusion. The more we tried to help her, the more we drove her into a corner. But I would always be there for her. Whenever she needed help, she could reach for me. I wanted to let her know that, so I said just one thing. I'm on your side until the very last moment. No matter what, I'm on your side. Even if I told her to trust me, I knew she couldn't right now. I knew that, but I told her those words anyway. Even if she couldn't believe me, all she had to... If she tried to smash my head in, I'd say those words. I'd keep saying them until I die. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Everything will be over tomorrow. We'll win for sure. And then we can play around in the club together again. With everyone. We'll return to our happiest times. Although she wished to regain our happy times so badly, I couldn't get rid of the darkness that controlled her mind. Well, I have to go now. I have to get ready for tomorrow. To tell the truth, I didn't want to let her go. I wanted to stop her, even if I had to grab her arms. But I couldn't stop her like that. If I grabbed her arms, she wouldn't trust me anymore. Wait, Rena, what do you have to do to get ready for tomorrow? It's a secret. I might ask for your help later. You'll help me if I do, right? Of course. I nodded strongly so she could tell that I was still on her side. But I didn't know her come-from-behind victory meant at this point. The first thing I could think of was that she was going to invade the house of the Sonozaki family, which she thought was her enemy. So I called Mion to warn her after Rana left. Mion laughed bitterly and said, "Does everybody want us to be the bad guys so much?" But she understood the situation. It'd be easier if we really did act like the bad guys. It might be better if we tied her down and took her to the hospital. If it comes to that, I guess we have no choice. But I want to believe in her. Until the last second. She still had that strong heart to trust in me no matter how badly she'd been driven into a corner. She's not like me, so I'm sure she can defeat her delusion. It's hard for this old man to understand what you and Rika-chan have been talking about these days. Did anything serious happen lately? You can say it happened lately, in a way. I killed Mion a couple days after the festival. I'm sorry, I've been talking crazy lately. Anyway, please don't lose confidence in Rena. Alright? You know I won't. Anyone can catch a cold of the heart sometimes. And it just happened to Rena this time. That's all. Well, she had a relatively high fever, but I'm sure she'll get better soon, and we can laugh about this later. It's not as bad as you think, Kei-chan. Silly Yoshi admitted his mistake. He doesn't even know about you-know-what. So we'll just have Rena say Rena overreacted a bit, and that will be over. Really? You really think we can do that? Did you forget that I'm the next head of the Sonozaki family? I have both the skills and the power to do that. This little man had a meeting with Aishi at the restaurant today, and we cleaned up that whole misunderstanding. Aishi was shaking in fear the whole time. Hey, I'm pretty good, don't you think? Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. I could tell she was exaggerating a little. Anyway, compared to the sense of impending doom Rana seemed to be feeling, the others seemed to be taking it rather easy. It was all up to Rana now. If she understood everything, she could go back to the peaceful world she wished for. We were waiting for her to reach out to us, just like she did in that abandoned car in the garbage dump that day. Rena, I couldn't win, but I know you can, because you're the one who told me to have faith until the end. So I know you can win. It didn't mean that she could literally win the last battle she was talking about earlier. Rena would win. She'd win and she'd regain her peaceful life. Okay. What chapter are we on? Because if this is the end of chapter 12, I'll push through. Let's view the new tip. Last night. Tomorrow's the day. Oh, you mean the day when we die? It's going to end up the same way this time, just like last time. I don't know about that. Oh. It's been very similar to the last one, but there were some things that were different too. Keiichi remembered what happened. That's impossible. There's no way he could remember. I mean, there's no way he could know. The more you say that it's absolutely impossible, the more it makes me feel like it's a real miracle. There's nothing we can do. It's going to end up the same way again. I'm not sure about that. Yes, it will. Everything will be over. When the Higurashi cry. Was it all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens and you get 6 twice or 3 times in a row, the total will average out in the end. That's a fact of statistics. When you throw a die 100 times in total, the number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater the likelihood that the number will converge on the average. But the truth is, the more you throw, the more possible outcomes you create. There are 500 different futures you've already created by throwing a die 100 times. There are 5,000 different futures you can create by throwing a die 1,000 times. There might be one future among them that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Keiichi showed me that miracle, and taught me that it was not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. Don't give up on something like an average. You think we'll never have a different ending, do you? I can tell because it's written all over your face. I think so too. I think we're going to have the same ending this time again. But I'm not going to give up hope until I throw the die for the last time. Keiichi taught me that. Something is going to be different this time. I'll try to believe in that. Mika, you're a very strong person. Yeah, I know. That's because I'm a lot younger than you. Rika? Meep. Why are you still awake? It's not good to stay up so late. I'm sorry. I couldn't sleep, so I was just looking at the stars. I'm going to go to bed now. Please do. Good night, Rika. Good night, Satoko. Right. Let's see where we are. End of chapter 12. Okay, let's do this thing. I might take a break to eat again, but let's do this. Walking with only Mion to school made me miss Rena a lot. What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why are you looking around? What? Oh, ad break. Okay. Let's go. What? Oh, nothing. It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wondered what Rena meant when she said she was going to win and come from behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Mian was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mian with a knife. Don't worry. Rena isn't going to do something as rash as that. Even if she does, I can protect myself, Mian said, brightly, as if she telling me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her, because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now, and she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mian if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take a violent action. But I couldn't deny the possibility either. This old man is more concerned about the reason why Rena went crazy all of a sudden. Was there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy. But I remembered we got lost in an awful scary world. It started with the small things. Those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh because it was really a stupid thing. But once those tiny stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease. If you could call it one. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it was such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. It was because he had been lied to, and he felt betrayed by that. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died. I have a relative who is a doctor. He said that if you have a tumor in specific parts of your brain, it can change your personality, make you a totally different person. People who suffer from this disease used to be considered haunted by devils or possessed by foxes. People dramatize it like it was something oculate. You mean Rena is suffering from this physical disease in her brain? In her case, it might be better to say that it's a mental disease. Rena is upset and mentally unstable because of the murder of Rena and Teppei. At the time like that, the stupid Oishi told her about what happened to Tomitake-san in an exaggerated way. I think Oishi and Takano-san's scrapbooks have many things in common. Really? Like what? Well, he believes the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. But that's a delusion, isn't it? I mean, something actually did happen for 5 years in a row. But I think there's no series of murders in the first place. It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row. But they were each solved individually. It was the same as the past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths which going through something was going to happen this year. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connected those things because of the series of things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't have done that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? What do you think, Kitty Kitty? Takano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history. And she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Oishi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all that it was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say that Oishi believed in the same delusion as Rena. I think the Sonozaki family is partially accountable for that because you guys act like you're behind it every time something happens. In this village, people think it's the doing of the Sonozaki family whenever something strange happens. It's like a magic word that makes everything settle down. It's like those people who say they can explain all the phenomena in the world with plasma. Oh, and what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying that all of this is the Sonozaki family's fault? Exactly. It's all your fault. So I'll call you Plasma Mion from now on. That sounds like a wrestler's name. Well, I like professional wrestlers. Hey, Kei-chan, do you know what abdominal stretching is? Stop, I don't want to wrestle with you in this freaking hot weather. No, that hurts! Rip! Stop! Rip, Keiichi! Good morning, Keiichi-san. Good morning. Stoke and Rika-chan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon, and she'd start morning homeroom. Everybody was pulling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then. Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we do that. Oh. Right. It smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline on the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We're using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes. This is nothing. I remember I once brought a few big piles of juniper branches. They were awful. It had the distinct irritating odor that gave us all headaches. What's a juniper? Meep. That's the name of a vegetable. We sometimes put it in curry. Haha. You should look for it next time you go grocery shopping. Huh? I know a little bit about vegetables, but it sounds like it would be better to make Rika and Keiichi-san taste first, just in case. What? Our ball is missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Hojo? Boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko. Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was going to hide anything, I'd hide something better than that. Hey, Chie-sensei's coming. Everybody take a seat. Hello, everyone. Get to your seats. I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the mastermind behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Rana do alone against them? Mion lived with their grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rena would try to break into their house with a knife. But I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd been guarding herself, too. There was a black car parked near the school gates. They must have been the bodyguards. But according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle would end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki. Wouldn't end by just attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion she believed in, the conditions for her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family. She needed to destroy the research on the parasite. Plus, Rena didn't have much time left thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win from a come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? She might have interpreted the town council was the group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they were having a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It would be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irie Clinic. Rena suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning. And that suspicion must have changed the certainty in her head by now. Did she mean she was going to attack the clinic? This wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that there was we're actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get the questionable weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. If she believed she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate, disadvantaged conditions, she might try to stab whoever she thought was as an enemy. But Rena sounded like she really believed that this would regain her happy, peaceful days after everything was over. Rena probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. But there was something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote, Rena's delusion didn't matter what it was. It could be the water you washed your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she had left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for her delusion was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting all that together, I felt like Irie and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinics all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there for her, it'd be a perfect place to attack. I told Mian about this during lunch break. If that were a normal situation, I'd say she wouldn't do such a stupid thing, but I can't actually deny that possibility. I'm gonna call my house. I'll make sure they send some people over to the clinic. Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. It sounds so dangerous. I can hardly believe Rena-san is going to do such a scary thing. Are you sure she's going to attack the clinic? Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. But if that happens, we're screwed. We need to prevent a disaster from happening. I hope nothing happens at all. Okay, I'll send 2 of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she'll do it, but you never know what's going to happen. Can we capture her by force if she does? Honestly, I don't want to do that. What do you think we should do? We made an agreement with the cops that we're going to give Rena Ryugu to them right after we find her. So even if we use force to capture her, we won't get in trouble. I'm not worried about losing face. I just feel sorry for Rena. I really want to settle this calmly if possible. Well, she's still young. So as long as she didn't kill somebody or something, all she has to do is apologize and everything will be fine. Ah ha 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 ha. Well, then she might be out of our hands. Ah ha ha. Well, I mean, as long as they didn't find out about it, she'll be safe. She'll definitely be safe. Nobody really cares about the disappearance of those 2 anyway. RIP! People think they ran away somewhere because they did something wrong. Those things happen all the time. So she's fine. Don't worry about it. She's out. She's safe. What? Are you playing baseball now? Anyways, please just be careful. Will do. So it's okay to capture her by force, right? Don't make any mistakes. You have to get her. Please don't make it a chase scene or anything like that. I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder. As she'd been able to hear the conversation clearly from the tiny room. Chie-sensei put her spoon down with a sad look on her face, and she said the following. Were you talking about Ryugu-san? Yes. So Nazaki-san, do you know why Ryugu-san ran away from home? You're close, aren't you? It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation except for me and Kei-chan. So most of them thought Rena just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. But she stupidly believed the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town's council phone directory to find her. So people in the village thought Rena did something wrong and was trying to run away from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was going to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detained her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down, hit her head on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. Or she misunderstood something big time and he thought it was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Oishi was the one for misunderstanding everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was still feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was to not make a big deal about the situation. To create an environment that would allow Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible. Everything's going to be fine, Chie-sensei. Rena's a little sick right now, that's all. A fat cop somehow made a lovely mistake and things got twisted around. You don't believe that Rena did something wrong and that she was trying to run away from the police, do you? Of course not. But making her family worry by running away from home isn't a good thing to do either. She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with. I wonder if she had some problems she couldn't talk to anyone about. I must be a bad teacher because I never realized it. I wish I could have sat down and talked with Ryugu-san before all this happened. Chie-sensei, you're taking it too seriously. You need to relax. It's normal for young kids nowadays to run away from home for a while. Oh no, what am I gonna do if Ryugu-san becomes one of those bad kids and starts doing really bad things? Ow. Ryugu-san became a bad kid. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. Oh no. Oh, no. Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked so funny I decided to leave her alone. I made her leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but... Right then, the phone rang. Hello, this is the Hinamizawa Branch School. Chie-sensei had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change. What? Where are you right now? What? I yelled back. It was probably Rena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chie-sensei gestured me not to come in. Chie-sensei acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then looked up at the clock. Okay. I'll be there. I'm your teacher. You promised me, all right? She said only that and put the phone down and got her first purse out of her locker. Class president, I have an emergency to take care of. I'm going out for a while, so please have everybody study by themselves while I'm gone. She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Rena somewhere. Chie-sensei, was it Rena? That's all. You're in charge of the class, okay? Chie-sensei completely ignored me and she ran out into the hallway. She ran out into the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment a car left through the gate, I ran out of the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window. "How are you doing, milady? Everything is quiet so far." "I know, but I need you to follow that car that just left. I think she's going to meet Rena." "Understood. Rena's very paranoid, so you need to be careful. Bring her to my house right after you catch her, and after that follow Kasai's orders. She's my friend. You better not get her hurt." Rena must have told Chie-sensei that she wanted to take her home alone. I could tell how easily the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise. But it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make up an excuse as she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and chased after Chie-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was pray that this would settle calmly. "Hey, pay attention, everyone. We need to study by ourselves for the rest of class today. So get back to your desks and study quietly." "Self-studying?" Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly. "Rena just called." "What? Really?" "Yeah, she just called the teacher's office. I think Chie-sensei went to meet with Rena. Rena, I wonder what she's going to do." "I have no idea. Anyway, I told my bodyguard to follow Chie-sensei's car." I feel bad for Rena, but we're going to capture her. We're going to capture her there by force. I hope it works. They're used to doing that kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll do fine. So if they catch her and everything is going to be over? Yeah. We'll send her to a hospital. If a doctor sees her, I'm sure he'll find a typical kind of disease or something. It'll be like an excessive psychosomatic disorder or whatever. While we're spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chie-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be as easy as that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. Going to be easy after that. And in the end, everybody understood that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending. Problem solved, right? Mion winked at me. She looked like she was already thought everything was over. But then, that didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chie-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her. But I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chie-sensei. While I was thinking about the door opened and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. With Rena. "Rena?" Everybody stand up. Move to the center of the room. Everybody gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei couldn't make everybody go quietly all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulders of a student who came back from the bathroom. In her hand, she had a big scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Everybody immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage. "Are you deaf? Move to the center of the room. Push all the desks to the sides." Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying. "Mi-chan, you're the class president. Tell everybody to move to the center." "Rena, what are you doing?" Bam. A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh. She broke it. Chie-sensei's gonna get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell? "I knew I just couldn't trust you, Mi-chan. I'm going to ask Keiichi-kun then." "You're my only friend, right, Keiichi-kun?" So I can trust you, can't I? Rena, your eyes, they look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people so afraid of insanity? Insanity means that the person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as all of us. For example, we say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You will get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too, and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, with the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you, to show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like a blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. I thought it was the definition of insanity was doing the same thing over and over again. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at this very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood the fear instinctively. Keiichi-kun, make them move the desk to make room in the middle. Okay. Everybody, let's do as Rena says. Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode any minute. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right, just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Mion. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desk against the wall to make space for the space where Rena wanted it. Rena saying that we were moving too slow hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible... Ooh, that would be terrible, actually. Every time she did that, it left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing we looked at most in school. Keiichi-kun, can you get the jump ropes out from the lockers? Use them to tie our classmates up. I'm not good at tying knots. I probably can't tie them up very well. I'll check one by one, if you tie them up well enough. If I find rope slips, I'll kill the person, so you better tie them up really well. We're still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It's used a lot in comic books and cartoons, after all. So normally you'd assume you were used to hearing the word kill. But when Rita said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I'd never heard anything like that before in my life. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiations. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it, why did we use such a scary word like get rid of for a simple thing like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. There was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two just as an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers. All of you get on the floor. Keiichi-kun, you can start tying their hands behind their backs. Tie them really tightly. You're on my side, aren't you? You wouldn't tie them loosely on purpose. Would you? Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in the class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. Okay, once the ad break hits, we're gonna dismiss it. We are so close. But there's enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with a hatchet. And she used the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured, or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how we tried to cover it up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes they weren't going to be easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head wide open immediately. Of course, Ren had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent a bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve the situation, and we dismiss the ad break, without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend this never happened. At least we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone. Let's do as Rana says. Kei-chan. Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostages. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. Best thing to do at this time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted in the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All of my classmates were lying face down on the floor, while Rana pointing the hatchet at the hostages. Watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk, I stood frozen in the middle of all of it. Keiichi-kun, there are many things I want you to help me with, so hurry up. If you take too long, some of them might have to die. Some of the littlest kids started crying when they heard the word die. It's all right, everyone. Keiichi-kun will save you, so nobody's going to die. Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could fight against Rena under these circumstances. But I wasn't going to easily overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there could be a chance. She made me tie them up, because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do, because she was all by herself. If I could cover this up somehow before Chie-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were all kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chie-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out a way to get rid of Chie-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first. But there was a risk there. Chie-sensei was a grown-up woman, so she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chie-sensei and told her she wanted to talk to her in private, or in order to lure her out someplace far away from here. Most people, including Chie-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Chie-sensei must have thought Rena had some problems that she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The school was using part of the forestry service building, but the particular location was more of a branch office. So it's not like somebody was here all the time. Rena knew that, and she probably had been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and made Chie-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it all perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane. But I knew she was actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. So, she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I'd been through the same thing before. What was worse was that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chie-sensei because she thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it, everything seemed to be working out in her favor. I'm done. I tied up the last person and looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. but when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pain cries made me feel useless. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. I don't mean to doubt you, Keiichi-kun, but I'll just make sure, just in case. Please put your hands on your head and lie face down on the floor. And I'm saying this to everybody. If you stand up without my permission, I'll kill you. I'll kill whoever stood up, one more person randomly to set an example. It's not nice to be chosen randomly, huh? Oh, there's a good idea. Kill the person who didn't listen to me and add 10 to his or her student number, and kill that person too. For example, let's say Okamoto-kun didn't listen to me. I'd kill him and Watanabe-kun, because his student number is 11. Get it? I'll always be killing two of you at the same time. You'd better remember that you involve another person's life besides your own when you attempt to stand against me. How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you'd stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. But you were responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody else's life with your own decision. Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody's tied up nice and tight. You said you weren't good at tying knots, but you did very well, Keiichi-kun. You should be proud of yourself. Well, you can stand up now. It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of bad joke. I had to. I had to do something. Anyway, what are you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me this is the come-from-behind victory you were talking about. Okay. Okonomi SP to all vehicles. Okonomi SP to all vehicles. A hostage situation has broken out at Hinamazawa Forestry Service Building. There are reportedly multiple hostages. All vehicles are to head to the Forestry Service Building immediately. Kuma-chan! Sorry I'm late. What's going on? Hello, sir. Today, around 1 p.m., the Hinamazawa branch school classroom was taken over. All 25 students have been taken hostage. The suspect's initial demands were to prohibit all entry to the branch school's property and to secure a hotline for us. So they're willing to negotiate with us from the start? What's going on? Also, the suspect is asking for you, Oishi-san. It's Rena Ryugu. Ryugu-san? Very well. We seem to be inseparable, huh? I'll be dealing with her until the end. Oishi gave a crooked smile. We don't know if she has any accomplices. The curtains are closed, so we can't confirm the situation. Have you asked whoever told us about this? No. Reina Ryugu declared it herself. Therefore, we don't know what's going on inside. Their teacher received a call from Reina Ryugu as she left the classroom before the incident took place. This has been well planned, huh? Has anyone from the forestry service been taken hostage? Nobody from the service was there today. All 25 hostages are students. The number matches with the attendance the teacher took this morning. Plus a suspect, right? Have you seen anyone else suspicious other than Reina Ryugu? No, we've seen someone peeking out from behind the curtain, but that's the suspect herself. We're guessing there must be at least one or two more of them, though. Well, maybe she really is doing it by herself. Rena Ryugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Rena Ryugu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she could trust. However, Oishi-san also believed in Mio Takano's delusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Ren Ryugu. Oishi-san, the principal and the teachers are here. Hello, Chie-sensei. Are you okay? Oishi ran up to Chie-sensei, who was carrying a handkerchief held up to her face. Rena-chan's a good girl. For her to do something like this, there must be some mistake. Oh. If I were to do this by the book, I would ask you about Ryugu-san's recent behavior. But when it comes to Ryugu-san, I probably know better than you do. Please don't worry. I'll take care of this as peacefully as possible. Chie-sensei was huddled over, and Oishi didn't think of anything else to say to her. On the contrary, the principal was standing strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation. Mr. Oishi, please. If possible, I would like to request to be a hostage myself. I will take the place of the children. Let me do that instead. It's all my fault. Please don't blame yourselves. If I have things I want to ask you, so I'd appreciate if you cooperated. Von Chie-kun? Please show them the blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Takasugi is on the radio. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi-san, how goes things? Kumagai-kun informed me of the situation. The suspect is underage, huh? Please keep strict control of the press. I understand. Also, the suspect is requesting me as a negotiator. Is that okay with you? You've known Reina Ryugu since the parasite incident from the other day. I bet she still thinks of you as her ally. Only you can do the job. Good luck. Nyahaha. I really don't want to be, but since I caused so much trouble, I guess I have to do this to make up for it. Oishi-san, Reina Ryugu is on the car phone. That was way faster than expected. I'll go get it. Thank you. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi-san, this is Ryugu. Hello. This is Oishi. Is the signal weak on your car phone? It's kind of hard to hear. Nyahaha. Just like me, getting old. Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway in the teacher's office. The cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom. Let's get down to business. I'll check and see if you're qualified to negotiate for me. Okay. Shoot. You are my ally, aren't you, Oishi-san? Getting a little tired. Of course. Let's expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family together, you and me. Oishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was the sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do. You don't believe me for a while either, did you, Keiichi-kun? But you do now, right? Keiichi-kun was sitting on the floor, facing away from me, with his head resting in his hands. We're comrades now, huh? Yeah, that's right. Rena Ryugu asked Keiichi Marabara if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me Keiichi Marabara was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages? Mayabara-san is your ally too, huh? That's nice. But weren't you suspicious of Mayabara-san for a while? Yep. When I heard about the BB gun incident, I couldn't believe it. But we can't let the past fool us. We have to learn from the past in order to grow. That's very good. You're absolutely right about that. That's why we forgave each other. So I didn't doubt Keiichi-kun anymore. Keiichi-kun is my comrade. I understand. Therefore, Keiichi-kun is my ally too, isn't he? Please say hello to him for me. Sure, I will. Actually, I'd like to say hello to him myself. Can he come to the phone? The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong? Sure. Here he is. Keiichi-kun, Oishi-san wants to talk to you. I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone. Hello. This is Maibara. He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Maebara must have been pretending to follow Rena Ryugu's orders. Hello, Maebara-san. This is Oishi from the Okonomiya police station. Thank you for coming to the phone. Let's do this together. Yes, let's do this together. What's Ryugu-san doing right now? She's walking around the classroom. Maebara-san, please say yes if the answer is yes, and yeah if the answer is no. Do you know what Ryugu-san wants? Yeah. That answer told me for sure. Keiichi Maebara wasn't Rena Ryugu's accomplice. There was no way Rena would tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. Wouldn't tell her accomplice. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she wanted? I'll ask you directly. Are you Rena Ryugu-san's ally? No, let me change the question. Are you being threatened by Rena Ryugu? Yes. There you go. The other guy in the car listening in our conversation raised their fists to victory. Is Rena Ryugu the only suspect? Yes. If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano-san's scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line. See? Keiichi-kun is my ally, isn't he? Yes, you were right. That's very promising. Okay, now it's your turn to talk, Oishi-san. How are the simultaneous raids on the Sonozaki family going? Remember, you promised me when we talked about it on the phone before. Have you found the secret research facility yet? I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me. We're trying to come up with a plan for the simultaneous raids as we speak. We're talking to the prefectural police as well as the public safety division. We're talking about the entire city, so we need a little more time to prepare for it. You're taking too long. Oishi-san, don't you realize the kind of emergency situation Shishibone City is in right now? What are you doing? Oishi-san, you don't believe me, do you? You're my ally, right? Right? Please answer me. Of course I am. But the police department is a little more complicated than you think. I'm doing my best, I really am. The thing is, this is only on a really big scale. Oishi-san, they poisoned me recently. With the parasite that killed Tomitake-san. They poisoned me with them. I've been itching like crazy since yesterday. I'm all bloody from scratching at my throat. I might claw at my own throat and die at any moment, and you're telling me you're still preparing? I knew it, Oishi didn't realize the dire situation he was in. He understood that there was some kind of conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon the plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body, and the bound to die soon is the same way as Tomitake-san. I'm sorry, I really am doing my best. But everybody asks me if I have proof. Proof? Do you need proof? Yes, on scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I needed to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Oishi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right, I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. Okay, I'll give you Mio-san's scrapbooks. Please use them to convince the other policemen. And that should help. Please do give me the scrapbooks. I looked through my backpack, which was lying at my feet. Mio-san's scrapbooks were in there. This is our last resort. Oishi-san, do your best. No, you must take care of it, please. Of course. Trust me. I'll expose their conspiracy. I knew the police would take too long to get moving. They're an organization, after all. That's why I'm doing this, to make them understand. You have an excuse now. Please use the chance wisely. Thank you. You can count on me. So how should we do this? Do you want me to come get it? I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still too cautious. I could guess Rena Ryugu was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed the memo with my instructions to a colleague. I can't really leave the classroom, so I'll have Keiichi-kun deliver it to you. Maybe that's better. If you left the building, something might happen. What do you mean? Well, I'm sure the Sonozaki family already knows about what's going on here. They didn't expect you to do something like this, so they might try to shut you up. To shut me up? Do you mean? By shooting you. A hitman from the Sonozaki family might try to put a stop to this by sniping you. That's why you shouldn't come outside. Or even go anywhere near the windows. I saw you peeking out of a window, but you shouldn't do that. They may fire at you at any time. Wait a minute. Aren't there policemen around? Can't you stop that from happening? We would if we could, but there's an open area around here. But it's so open around here. A well-trained sniper can easily shoot as far as 400 meters. As you know, attack units from the Sonozaki family have gone through military training, and they specialize in assassination techniques. Don't underestimate them. I need you to help me expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family. I understand. Thank you for your warning. Even if my life comes to an end tomorrow, I can't die now. That's right. Under no circumstances should you peek out the windows, okay? Be very careful. The phone conversation ended. Rena Ryugu was going to let Keiichi Maribara deliver out the scrapbooks. Did you get what I wrote in the memo already? Yes, we've got it. Do you think it'll work? I scared her, so I don't think she'll peek out the windows. I'm sure she'll still have her eyes open, though. I'll work around it. I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation. Okay, Keiichi-kun. Here are the scrapbooks. Their contents are very important. They're proof of the Sonozaki family's conspiracy, and the police can use them as evidence to conduct a raid. Please take this to Oishi-san, okay? And when you give it to him, come right back. I'm watching you. If you do something you aren't supposed to do, I'll be angry. Rena took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at me on. I'll tell you about these later, Mi-chan. I'll tell you all about the scary conspiracy your family is planning. Or maybe you already know, huh? Anyway, go on, Keiichi-kun. Just go halfway out to the schoolyard. Don't say anything. You're just delivering the scrapbooks. Don't talk, okay? If you do... If it was Chie-sensei, she'd slap you with a ruler. But, what should I use instead? Alright, I won't even say a word. Come on, put that hatchet down. I'm your ally, right? Trust me, okay? Yeah, you're right. I trust you. So please don't betray me, okay? Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That's why she didn't tie me up. Okay, I'll be going. I'll be right back. Okay. I walked past my friends who were lying down on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful. Some were sure that I'd use the opportunity to run. And some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her touch any of you. If Rena tries to do something, I'll stop her, even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'd do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I'd have to make sure Rena got angry, or didn't get angry. I'd just have to wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran to the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy, and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing wasn't my safety, it was to make sure that Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Oishi-san. Are you Keiichi Maribara-san? Hello, I'm Oishi, from the Okonomiya station. You can call me Kura-chan. No. Sorry. Rena told me not to talk and just give these to you. So please, just take them in silence. I understand. These are the scrapbooks, huh? I'll take them. I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oishi, but he stepped aside a little. Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. Then he took them that time. And at that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket in my pocket. Don't worry. Even if Ryugu-san was watching, the building behind you, she couldn't have seen that. What is this? I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything, but whatever it was pretty heavy for its size. I have a memo for you, too. On your way back to the classroom, please read it without Ryugu-san noticing. Go on now. She'll get suspicious. I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena would begin to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. But that didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it could easily cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There's no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone else would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, because they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance, then, was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi-san had put in my pocket. There was a radio in there with an earpiece? And something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a foldable piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw the note written in small print. Dear Mayabara-kun, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice, so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earpiece, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure to aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button and the gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this thing required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' face rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for a little self-defense purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, and while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please do not forget that there's a possibility that your enemy fight back desperately in panic. The spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Oishi. Was he telling me to use it or not? It was probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they'd be held liable. So he gave me a weapon, while he made me consider its use. I hid the bug in the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders, because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position. But my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit. What am I going to do? What should I do, Keiichi Maribara? Did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I needed to aim for her face. That wasn't going to be easy. Shit. Besides, Rena was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within only 1 meter? But that's what I'd have to do if I had any chance of winning. Hi, Liv! Rena would do anything to reach her goals. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. Any apology definitely wouldn't be enough. and at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rana would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone in an effort to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. Alright, I'm gonna get up for a second. Gonna just BRB real quick while the ad's going. Thank you for the raid, Liv. I hope you had a good time with your art. Were you working on the comic again? Or were you doing something else? Alright. Cool! I've been watching you make progress on it, and I think it's been really neat. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rana killing one classmate after another. You're welcome. I want to fix the command so that the emote actually shows up, but yes, Liv is awesome. As is JQ, and as is Belle, who I don't know if they're still here, but they're all awesome people. After I killed Rana and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Rana would. She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She'd rip out her own throat and die. And that, dear viewers, is why we have the content warning in the corner. That would be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember, and be saddened. That's okay. I thought it was just an oops, but I was happy to see you regardless. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rana to go through what I had to go through. It's all good. I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. I just remembered what the command was. So it's like, we're using that now. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rana became stronger. Rana would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from the nightmares on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that. Welcome back, Keiichi-kun. Did Oishi say anything? What's this smell? As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved from one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. It wasn't just the classroom. Classmates were soaked in gasoline too. Ooh! How could she? I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she'd burn the hostages. Oof! I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. All right! Rena, what do you think you're doing? Of course I won't actually do it. This is just insurance. I don't want to barbecue everyone either. So I hope this will all just end as a joke. Rena shut off the lighter. Obviously she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. Oof. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might be thinking that it was extinguished right away. It wouldn't be that bad. Oh yeah, it would. But human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, that's enough to be fatal. So, yeah, no, if you can burn your skin by just touching a hot whatever, no, it's delicate. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. Thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, no, this is a horror visual novel, and we are at the climax. But yeah, no, I appreciate that you're giving me a chance, and thank you. Although, now I realize you probably can't hear me. Well. I still appreciate it regardless. So let's give you a nice little emote. There we go. We'll do this. Very much appreciated. People seem to like this, which, makes me happy. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I had been put in a disadvantaged position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter, or the fact that everybody else was covered in gasoline. She'd probably use it the moment she was attacked. I didn't know if she realized it, but that kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she had to do was light it and drop it onto the floor. In other words, my spray can couldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Oishi-san had given me lost all its power. What do you mean, insurance? With those scrapbooks, Oishi-san will convince the rest of the police. After that, their investigation will expose the conspiracy, right? Do you really think those scrapbooks are enough? I know government people don't move nearly quickly enough. Rena was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbook, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline. Let's just trust Oishi-san for now. We should just wait to hear from him, okay? Yeah, that's right. Okay, let me pick up where I left off. Anyway, those parasites become harmless with the passage of time. But some people didn't like that. Those people are the 3 families of Hinamizawa. Therefore, they are... Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi-san know what was going on. What a smell. Scattering the whole portable tank of gasoline. I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wished I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether they could hear me. It'd be nice if I could hear a car honk. Kuma-chan, honk the horn. He done honked the horn. Gasoline, huh? Shit. That explains the smell. I'm sure she's intending to use it to get what she wants. Kuma-chan, people usually mean an 18-liter tank when they say portable tank of gasoline, right? Well, probably, but I'm not so sure. Komiya-kun, is there still someone on the forestry service here? Could you get him? I see those cars have gasoline, cans have gasoline written on them. Do plastic kerosene tanks have kerosene written on them? Yes. We don't want to mix them up. All the fuel containers have labels. Not too many people know about this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable, and it can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. They call those carrying cans. So, what Maibara-kun called gasoline really is gasoline. Are there different sized carrying cans? 18 liters and 5 liter, I think. 5-liter ones are rather flat in shape, aren't they? Yes. It's red and flat, with a handle. Keiichi Maibara called it a portable tank. Do you think it's an 18-liter type? Maybe. He called it a portable tank because he wasn't familiar with the shape. But either way, if it's really gasoline, it's really dangerous. Gasoline burns when lit. But when an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. We're learning a lot about gasoline today. And gasoline evaporates easily, even at freezing temperatures. It evaporates. So in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would become a bomb itself. Kuma-chan, do you know anything about Class 4 hazardous materials? No. I know gasoline fumes are dangerous, but I didn't know any more than that. To prepare for the worst-case scenario, I want to find out the differences scales between an 18-liter and a 5-liter. I know. I'll ask the old guy. Excuse me, could you call the station and see if the old guy from the forensics department is still there? Oh, I've heard what's going on. The criminal requested you, huh? Kaboom! Richie, Ippon, Ippatsu, run! Nahaha. Ura-don on top of that, too. Shogi things I don't understand. Or not Shogi, Go. This isn't a laughing matter anymore. Anyway, do you know about the 4th class hazardous materials? 4th class, huh? Heh heh heh. If we had everyone here, we'd know everything about hazardous materials. Didn't the suspect spread gasoline or something? Yes, that's exactly what's happening here. We bugged one of the hostages. Supposedly the suspect spread gasoline throughout the classroom. But we don't know if it's from an 18-liter can, or a 5-liter can. Can you tell me the worst-case scenario for both of them? How big is the classroom? Let's see, approximately 50 square meters? And the room is closed, huh? More than likely. I'm sure the smell must be horrible. That's not good, Oishi. I had a feeling. The classroom will blow up. Everyone in the classroom will be dead for sure. You mean the case of the 18-liter? Fool, I'm talking about the 5-liter one. If I remember correctly, 4 liters is plenty enough to blow up an 8-by-8-meter room. Policemen listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8-by-8-meter meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters was needed to blow up at the end at least 5 liters and scattered in a 50 square meter room. Math! Nyahaha. In other words, the room has more than enough gasoline, huh? That's not good. I'd rather not hear this, but what would happen if it was an 18-liter can? Heh heh heh. Let's see. To put in your words, Oishi, the dealer's hand is Arichi, Ippon, Pinfo, Tanyo, aka, or Aka Aka, and Adora Dora. What do you mean? Buy 'em in from the dealer, 24,000 points. The base distribution is 25,000 points, so there's one 1,000 point stick left. Heh heh heh. Something like that. There may be one pillar left if you're lucky. My gosh, I didn't know it was that kind of reachy. Ahaha. You should call the fire department and get a chemical unit ready. You'll need to have them deal with any after the incident is taken care of. Shit, I heard this through the bug, so if a fire engine shows up, the suspect will find out. I guess I'll have to have to get them ready where she can't see them. Yeah, that's a good idea. You mentioned a bug, didn't you? Yes. I had a chance to come into contact with one of the hostages. I gave him a bug. That's how I found out about the gasoline. That's not good. There have been incidents where sparks from the electronic devices set gasoline on fire. You know, the gasoline splash point is about 300 degrees. Even static electricity can easily cause an explosion. You've got to be kidding me. Why is such a dangerous liquid available to just about anybody? Good question. It was like how arsenic was easily available to most people in the Victorian era and before. How the heck should I know? Tell that to the fire laws and the automobile companies. Since it's June, the air isn't that dry, but it'll be... yeah, but it'll just be on the safe side to tell them to turn the listening device off. Hello, kitty kitty. Oh yeah, I know, it's your bedtime. I'm sorry. Oishi-san, according to what we can hear through the bug, the suspect has a lighter. You gonna settle down for a little while longer? Gonna settle down. Hi, baby. Hello, sleepy kitty. Yeah, I know. That means even if Maibara-san used the pepper spray to stop her, he won't be able to prevent her from igniting the gasoline. And we can't even use the bug anymore. Damn it. Oishi, a lighter is really, really bad. Don't even let her play with it. The suspect may not know how dangerous gasoline is. From hearing how much she spread, I don't think she knows anything about it. Oishi's back was covered in a cold sweat. He never even thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. I mean, I had an idea, but now I know more about gasoline. He didn't know because he'd never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. Probably because they have better, things for that. Oh, I know. I'll play with you for a little bit as I read. Probably because they prepared for it. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are on completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Oh, are we getting car facts? Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine's cylinders. In other words, the little explosions of the... I know, this is an educational dark time we're having. I'm learning so much about gasoline and cars. The little explosions in the engines is what gives the car the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. Okay, that makes sense. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know. Well, I don't have that, so tell me. But a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is. Because it's too familiar. Did you hear that, kitty kitty? It's too familiar. 25 hostages and one... Right! Yes, I'm still going! Oh, right! We're doing Solo Repo! I will have to check the bod later. I meant to do that, but somehow... Yeah, you did! You done rated me! Thank you so much! I was only half off with the I hope this doesn't take 8 hours, because we're on hour 7! Yeah, I'll totally check the VOD out later because I want to see how you did. Yep, people did the wrong rate message again. I think you'd be used to this by now. But yeah, thank you so much. Yay, good job! I'd imagine it's much harder doing it solo. 3 grandpas and oh no. That was just I'm sure that was just fun. I will definitely have to check the bot out. Triple grandpas in the cave. Oh no. I bet it did. Alright, 25 hostages and 1 hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Oh, I definitely want to check that out because Freddy, I want to see what his mechanic looks like. Furthermore, the suspects might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. So, for those of you who just came in, we are on the very last chapter of Higurashi, Arc 6, and there is a hostage situation where the building might be on fire. So, we're having a fun, educational time learning all about gasoline. The classroom might explode at any moment. Thank you so much. Enjoy your food. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion, and her request for something so unreal. Yes, all the ways to die by it. Excuse me. I found a letter in this scrapbook. One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. She opened it while the others watched. Saw a girlish handwriting on the paper. You could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oishi-sama, if you are reading this letter, then it means I am at the final stage. I must have ceased the school and held the students as hostages. Hello, kitty kitty. You want to settle for just I don't think it'll be that much longer, and then we'll do the bedtime routine. I'm planning to appoint you as negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozaki family, and it's also the aliens, who are pretending to be parasites, that control the Sonozaki family. Aliens? Yes, we're having ancient aliens in Hinamazawa. I don't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. UFOs! They landed in Onagafuchi Swamp. They used the village as their breeding grounds. And throughout that selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth. What the heck is this? All the other policemen frowned at the letter. No, it's not surprising. Hi, sweetie. Yes, I know, I'm going over time. But we're gonna finish this tonight. I read Takano-san's other scrapbooks, and they were full of even stranger stories. Yes, this Hazel is my kitty cat. And she's mad because it's bedtime, and I'm not doing the thing. Personally, I like the ones about, Aussie the best. Yes, all the pets for the good kitty cat. The Sonozaki family, as well as the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempt to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama was actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The area clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check the bottom of the swamp. The UFO might still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the 3 families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them and replace their hosts with the look-alike That's how they've been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It's possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been alien lookalikes of Mio Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Rena Ryugu. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be the proof the aliens exist among us. Mio Takano? Why does she think that? Because you oopsied. Ah, I know. I told her over the phone that according to the result of the autopsy conducted by the lab over in the Gifu Prefecture, the day of her death doesn't match up. Are you talking about the mistake on her autopsy results? I told her I didn't know why Mio Takano was witnessed on the day of the festival when she died the night before. I never thought she'd take it like this. Maybe I joked around a little too much.
Perhaps you did do that, Oishi.
It's interesting that she included herself. Did she look into a mirror or something? One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night. I can understand that. Remember the night we looked for Rena Ryugu? Somebody said she was seen in Gogora? That must be it. It was probably a bluff from the villagers. And she must have heard it somewhere and assumed that there was another version of her walking around. Damn. Nostradamus, was it? This was just like that. No matter what happens to her, everything sounds like it was predetermined. Rena Ryugu would blame aliens if she was to trip and fall down now. Or maybe she was coming up with all this crazy stuff so that once she was caught, she could use the insanity defense in court. You gonna come back up, or no? No, it isn't about that. She really does believe in this crazy stuff. She does from the bottom of her heart. I know that for sure.
Okay, are you gonna settle for a little bit? Or are you gonna be mad about me? Are you gonna be mad at me for the next, 40 minutes?
She truly believes in those stupid scrapbooks. There's another letter. Let's see. P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitake-san. I've been scratching at my throat since then.
Yes, hi. Meow to you too.
I will probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the Irie clinic, please bring it to me.
Hi. This sure is something. I know what this is. This is a kitty cat. Hello, there you go. Yeah, you just settle down right there.
Yeah. Yeah, if she believes in alien stories, maybe we can trick her with an antidote. But you might not be able to find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead. 7 p.m.? What time is it now? It's a little before 6. Oh. Days are long nowadays. It doesn't get dark even in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7 p.m. We only have an hour. No, it might as well even before that. Shit! What do we do? What the heck is she talking about? An alien invasion? And she's trying to take hostages with her? That's just crazy. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. We can't negotiate with her normally now. Especially when she thinks she's absolutely sane. Oishi-san, look what comes next.
What?
I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous this is. If anyone suggests storming the room, please tell them exactly how bad of an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. Even if those alien policemen rush in and kill me, they'd still have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. Oh my gosh, she's smart. In other words, it will take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I ripped the tip off the plug so it will create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around. Nope. Dismiss that ad break. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. I'm sorry to ask you like this, Oishi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the three family know that Mion Sonozaki, the successor of the head of the Sonozaki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the cult of Oyashiro-sama, are in the classroom. If anyone from the three families tries to help you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Oishi-san, Rena Ryugu. Yep, I am losing the ability to read. Smash! As she threw the scrapbooks on the ground. Damn it. How can she call me her ally? Is the kitchen timer like an alarm clock? Old appliances don't have timers. A kitchen timer is a device that turns on appliances at any given time. When you plug it in, it provides electricity to a set time so the appliance will come on when you want it to. Wow, that's convenient. It's possible to use that to make a time bomb. Using a kitchen timer is something a girl would come up with. I'm learning a lot about things I shouldn't be knowing about. Why don't we call the electrical company to turn the electricity off? If there's no power to the timer, it can't go off. But that won't work. If the classroom became dark, she'd probably light her lighter. Maybe we can give her a sleeping pill as an antidote? But that would take too slow to be effective. I'm sure she'll have the hostages try it first. Be very careful. Understood. Good kitty. I'll get everyone ready. I need to talk to Mayabara-san one more time. I have to tell him not to let Rena Ryugu play with the lighter. I also have to tell him to turn that bug off. How about that, by the way? Have you heard anything interesting? The suspect seems to be abusing a hostage. What? Thank you so much for the gifted sub! I appreciate you. What? Let me just... Thank you so much! I hope you have a good rest of your night, too. The suspect seems to be abusing a hostage. Shit. I think it's Mion Sonozaki. Meanwhile... Stop it, Rena. Rena kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fists, but instead the handle of her hatchet. Keiichi-kun, you promised me you wouldn't move. If you do, I'll be angry. Rena's gaze intimidated her. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut Mion's arm off. Oh, yes, I know. Here. I know you're bored. I know you're like, why is it not bedtime yet? What I can't forgive is that you dug up the corpses and turned them into the police, which she did not do. I trusted you. Rana hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock, so there was no way Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got into the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood would smear it on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Mion couldn't say that she hid the body so that all that she could do was endure. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken. Stop it, Rena. Haven't you done enough? I'll tell you the truth, so Rena, please stop hitting her.
The truth? What is it, Keiichi-kun?
No, you can't, Kei-chan. Everyone, please don't listen to what I'm about to say. I may say some disturbing stuff, but it isn't anything wrong. So please don't listen. Even if you hear it, forget that you did. Please.
What are you going to tell me? Go on, Keiichi-kun.
It's not a complicated story. That was for your sake. We found out afterwards that the place you buried the bodies was going to be clear-cut this summer. So we thought we had to do something about it, and Mion hid them in a safer place.
You told me the same story the other night.
Didn't I tell you that was something that Michan made up? Why would she lie? She wanted to help her friend. Mion did it to help you. That's a lie! I won't believe it! Why did you do that without talking to me then? Why did Mion have to tell her? Mion was trying to be delicate.
You gonna come back up or what?
Mion did her best to try to hide what Rena did. Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end.
Oh, this might be too squicky for you, but for you, Rashi, but thank you for popping by anyway.
And that's why what she did was a secret. Rena didn't want to believe her.
Yes, Kitty Kitty, are you gonna come up or no?
Oh, hi, Kitty. That's not so, Keiichi-kun. How contemptible of you, Michan, to even deceive him. I won't say anything about your tricks during club activities, but this, I can't forgive you. Like my cat can't forgive me, apparently. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. Ooh, that did not sound good. That was probably not good for her face. Stop it. Don't hit Mion. Mion didn't do anything. I never knew you having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands.
Hey, is that true, Mion? If so, why didn't you tell me?
Can't you understand Mion's position? She had to follow certain rules as a member of the Sonozaki family. Shouldn't you be grateful for what she's done for you? I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me.
That's right, Keiichi-kun. Michan sold me out to the police because of the circumstances surrounding the Sonozaki family.
She sold out her friend.
I was her friend. I really liked her.
That was mean, Michan. I really liked you so much. Why? How could you? Ugh! This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally, this would be so odd as to be impossible. But I had seen this scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged for me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop, stop, stop. Stop, Rena. Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friends with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friends betrayed you, right? But that's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time. For the past, I don't know, 20 hours. But she couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she made a terrible mistake. But someday, you'll realize. Even as an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder, Rena. You will remember this bloody Mion one day. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody, and you'll regret that you did. But I was the only one who understood that, because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wonder if I was suffering most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy, with different actors.
Yeah?
The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come to the stage. Stop, Rena. Stop. Are you crying? What's wrong, Keiichi-kun? I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena. Just like when what Rena did for me before, with my arms open. Please stop. Stop this, Rena. You may not know why now. You may not know why you have to stop now. But if you don't, you will regret it someday. So please, stop. Keiichi-kun, I'll be mad if you don't move back to the wall. Rena's eyes went cold as she lifted the hatchet in her right hand. Don't, Kei-chan. I'm okay. Mion told me, but with such a bloody face, how could she be? Are you going to hit me with that hatchet? If you come any closer, I will. Without hesitation. I don't need you anymore, Keiichi-kun. But I want to be with you until the end. So please don't make me mad, okay? Okay? She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with that hatchet immediately. But who cares? If you were in my shoes, what would you think you would do? Of course. I didn't want to die, so I would oppose my opponent. If I had a weapon, I would be scared. Or if they had a weapon. That's a lie. I know. I know you're strong enough to give up on your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong. I'm just like you. I won't hesitate to give my own life for my friends. If you want, I'll give that life to you. So stop this. If you trust your friend, stop hurting her. The same pain will attack you later, so stop. Nobody is trying to scare you. We are all thinking about you. Don't doubt that. Please believe it. Trust me. If you can come to trust me by smashing my head, and go ahead, crush my head with that hatchet. I won't try to protect myself. Come any closer. If you do, I'll light this place up. Rena lifted the lighter overhead. You fool! How long are you going to dream about such crazy things? You already know that yourself, don't you? This is all just a bad dream. You want somebody to wake you up. I'm here. I'm here to wake you up from your nightmares.
Oh, I know. It's very intense. Come here, kitty. Hi.
You're the one who has to wake up, Keiichi-kun.
Yeah, I know.
Can't you believe that all those aliens are trying to invade the village? You believed me back then. You're doubting me again?
Come on. Just I know. But if I put you to bed too early, you'll be mad. You'll be mad I'm doing activities without you. You don't like that.
Can't you trust me? Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing this was The world was crazy. She would die cursing everything in the world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? Oh, we're getting meta. This was the theater from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil? Shit. I won't let this happen. Don't underestimate Keiichi Maebara, the original main character. Oh, we are getting so meta here. Don't think the same storylines will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it. I won't let the bad endings take place. I am going to destroy their expectations. You're the one who doesn't trust me, Rena. Just trust me and shut up and trust me. This is all for your own sake. As the main character of the previous tragedy, I'm telling you this. Excuse me. You just shut up and listen to me. What are you talking about, Keiichi-kun? Shut up and trust you? You're the one who doesn't trust me, Keiichi-kun. Why don't you believe me? Shut up! I know you're wrong. I know you'll end up. I know how you'll end up. I know you're going to regret it in the future. I don't want you to finish your life without realizing what you've done. You don't know how sad it is yet. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you okay, Keiichi-kun? Yeah, I bet. I bet you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the story of a pathetic guy. Once upon a time, there was a pathetic guy named Keiichi Maebara. He had no complaints about his life, and he spent every day having fun with his friends. But one day, he started to doubt them. Also known as Arc 1. After a while, he started to doubt everything. He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and how he hurt them, repeatedly. How sorrowful. They treated each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened? Then, I beat you and Mion with a metal bat to the point of death. But you begged me to trust you until your final moments. You didn't even try to protect your head. You trusted me until your final moments, reaching your hands out to me. I didn't realize what you were doing and beat you to death anyway. Do you know how sinful that was? I bet you have no idea. That's why I have to make up for what I've done. I'm going to stop you, Rena. If you come any closer, I'll light the lighter. Just as you tried to save me with your life, I'm going to save you, Rena. I still remember how magnificent you were when you died. You weren't even afraid of it. These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiichi-kun realize. Trust me, Rena! That was when Rena hit me on the head with the hatchet. I crumpled down on the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. I felt the blood on my face. Poor Keiichi-kun. That's not of your own will. The parasites that are living in your brain are controlling you. Aishi-san said he would find medicine for it. When he comes, I'll let you take the medicine first. Then you'll be free. You'll return to the Keiichi-kun that I loved. Just hang in there for a little while longer, okay? Like you, Hazel the cat. Damn you. I heard the phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rena listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Rena tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead. I'm going to the office for a bit. Don't run away, okay? If any of you are missing, something terrible will happen to Me-chan, okay? Rena glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That's when I heard a honk from outside. I remembered the signal from earlier. Did Oishi-san want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver earphone in my ear. Can you hear me? This is Kumagai from Okonomiya Station. Please cough if you can hear me. Cough. Cough. Very good. Please listen carefully. The gasoline and the suspect spread everywhere are very dangerous. The classroom is filled with vaporized gasoline right now. It's like a bomb. Please don't aggravate Ryugu-san, and don't even let her play with the lighter. Please don't provoke her anymore like you just did, okay? This bug is awful. It's possible for gasoline fumes to ignite at the slightest spark. Therefore, please turn the bug off after this communication. That's just to be on the safe side. Also, one last thing. According to the suspect's notes, she has set a time bomb. A time bomb? She used a kitchen timer to make a simple time bomb, and the classroom will explode as if it goes off. We are trying to get some sleeping pills ready to give to her as an antidote. But we don't have much time left. According to her note, the timer is set for 7 p.m. It's like 6:30. I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45! There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rin screaming into the phone. No, the time has already been set. Hurry up, Oishi-san. I won't wait even a second longer. As you can hear, Rena Ryugu is refusing to reset the timer. She's going to kill herself in 15 minutes. I remember thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. We've been trying for like 6 arcs, my guy! And if that was what Rena was thinking, then she'd have been planning to kill herself from the beginning. What do you want me to do? The sleeping pills should arrive soon. But if an explosion took place, we could negotiate, and there would be no point. We want you to find the time bomb and disassemble it, because we trust that you can do— I mean, granted, he's probably smart enough to do that, but still! You mean cutting the red and blue cords, like in the movies? It's probably simpler than that. According to the suspect, she used a kitchen timer. That's not a battery-operated one. It's the ones you can plug in. It hooks in like an alarm clock. Do you see anything in an outlet in the classroom? There was one outlet on the back or around the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in. No, I don't see anything. If an ignition was taking place somewhere else, it shouldn't work. It must be somewhere in the classroom. No, I don't think so. The only cord coming from the hallway is the one from Rena's phone. Isn't it possible for the kitchen timer to be battery operated? It's the type that's powered by electricity. Could it possibly be in another room, like the phone? If it was in a different room where she spread the gasoline, then the timer could be in there. Are you telling me to check the whole school? Perhaps check the phone? In 15 minutes? Damn it, I'm injured here, you know. But if I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. I sure hope so. I am running out of breath. She spread the gasoline while I went to deliver the scrapbook, so she must have done this in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she could have enough time to spread it anywhere other than the classroom. Then where was the time bomb? We are doing everything we can here. So please, help us. That is all. If you don't have any questions, I'll end the communication. Is there anything else? Are you gonna come up? Yes, I know. I know what you want, but I can't give it to you yet. We gotta finish the story, Hazel! No, not really. Wait, yes, I do have one thing to say. What is it? Please, tell Oishi that he should never have told Rena about my past. That's screwed up a lot. If I come out of this alive, I'll punch him, so he better be prepared. Wait, 2 punches. One for telling Rena about me, and another for telling me about Rena. I understand. 'Cause yeah, that wasn't any of his business. Oishi-san is disappointed in himself for letting Rena Ryugu fool him. I'm sure he'll be happy to let you throw a punch or two. Is that it now? Yeah. I've already wasted a few minutes here. See ya. Be safe. Click. Rena was still on the phone. Oishi-san was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could tell, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki residence and found something awful in their secret basement or something like that. You mean the well? The well where the bodies are hidden? I mean, what? Alright, I think she's settled down, so I will readjust myself. There's an awful secret in the basement or something like that. Why, if you went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Nan was going to get hit again for lying.
Keiichi?
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan crawled up to me. Oh, babies!
Did you hear? Naps are my specialty. I can't let Rena-san do this to me.
Satoko realized how serious the situation was. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong. Satoko, even if you die, please don't hate Rena. Rena's sick. She was just unfortunate enough to get this tragic disease. Remember? We had so much fun together.
Satoko, I still believe both you and Rena are my wonderful friends. Can you still say that she is your friend after what she's done to Mion-san? But can't you understand, Satoko? Once a demon starts acting up inside, no matter how tragic the outcome, you can't stop it.
Satoko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika-chan was trying to say to Satoko. But maybe.
I believe in Rena-san.
There you go, Satoko. I hugged Satoko's head. Rika-chan's arms were tied, so she couldn't embrace Satoko, but she put her forehead close to her in praise. Okay then, I'm asking the world's best trap expert. If you were to blow up the room, where would you set a time bomb?
Count on me. The device has to be connected to an outlet, huh?
Yeah, that's right. But could it be somewhere else other than this room? Is it possible that she spread gasoline over a different room to set the device there?
No, I don't think she had enough time to do that. She had gasoline hidden close by and only spread it here. That was all the time she had.
I remember now. Rena told me last night she had prepared something for today. That means she had things ready since then, at least.
Those are all the hints I get, huh?
What a cruel mind-sweeping game.
You can find it, Satoko.
If you can't, there's no way I can. I'm wagering all my trust in you.
You can do it, Satoko. In order to save Rena, please find it. In that case, very well. I shall prove that Renaissance Trap is child's play compared to one of my own.
I'm going to ask you one more time. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set a time bomb? Satoko grinned and then closed her eyes to concentrate. Who are you people? Move over. Who's in charge here? Several cars had arrived, producing several men that weren't from the Okonomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside. Hey, look who's here. Good to see you again, Ohata-kun from the prefectural headquarters. Watch your mouth. I'm ranked much higher than you now, so don't address me so casually. Can I help you with something, Ohata-kun? I'm rather busy at the moment. You can't possibly be thinking about taking over this case. Who approved that exactly? I did, Oishi-kun. Chief! Tatsugi-kun has informed me of the situation. He also told me that you started all this. Oh no, Rip Oishi! Your career is in tatters in this timeline. You can go now, the troops will take over. The troops, Ohata-kun, you aren't going to storm the building, are you? Or Otaka, whatever. I understand the risk, but we don't have any time left before the bomb goes off, which is why I'm going to dismiss the ads when they start going. You've taken too long. We're here to take care of the mess you left behind. Just step back for a minute. I couldn't talk back to both the chief and the guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order. Oh, who the heck is he? That's Ohata-kun. A long time ago he was showing off, even though he was bad at Mahang. That's what it was! So I taught him a lesson. Or maybe he's still holding a grudge from the time I kicked him unconscious in that kendo tournament. Obviously, we didn't get along. Give me the latest update, Oishi-kun. Are you serious about storming the school? We were about to settle things peacefully with some sleeping pills. What are you trying to accomplish here? It's too late for that. If we had another hour, that would have been possible. Instead, a special unit from the prefectural police department will move in. No. Dismiss them ads. Your unit will be their backup. Chief, you know what's going on, don't you? The classroom itself has turned into a huge bomb. But even the classroom isn't the bomb we are scared of. It's a suspect, Rena Ryugu. We finally calmed her down and found a way to settle peacefully when we were about to start that operation. I know we only have about 10 minutes, but I'll make sure this works. This has been the longest 10 minutes. What is this, the Namek saga? I'll continue negotiating. If it doesn't work, I'll be blown up. Then you can sit back and say I told you so, okay? Oishi-kun, the special unit from the prefectural police department isn't just any old unit. You've heard about the second company, haven't you? What's that, Oishi-san? Is this second company that well known? Do you remember about 5 years ago, when the JRA hijacked the airplane, Flight 472? That special counter-terrorist unit was put together in Tokyo and Osaka after this incident? So they really do exist. Well, why would a special unit from Osaka be here? Otaka-kun smiled proudly. Just happened to be holding a training session within your prefectural police unit. We requested their help. Nyahaha, you haven't changed, have you? You have a bad tendency to escalate matters quickly. Company members exited the vehicles one after another into position. They didn't move like policemen. Ohata-kun, or Taka-kun, whatever. Are you going to have a gunfight here? One shot and it is all it'll take to trigger an explosion. Don't worry, they won't use firearms. They'll use riot shields and riot guns. These guns send out tear gas at high pressures. There will be no issue with explosions. It'll just suck to inhale that. Well, I've never heard of such a convenient water guns. By the way, can that toy reach the classroom from across the schoolyard? You don't need to worry about that. Just move over and let us do our job. I lifted my arms exaggeratedly. One elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose. Are you trying to get Keiichi Mariboya's attention? Of course. I just hope he heard it. What are you going to tell him now? They're probably thinking about breaking one of the windows with a grenade and then shooting tear gas into the room. They have no idea how serious Rena Ryugu is. Deadly serious. Even the noise of a window breaking could drive her over the edge. Are you saying the special units can't suppress her? Of course not. That's why we've been so careful. Rena Ryugu has been intending to kill herself this whole time. A raid doesn't work on people who don't care about dying. We only have Mayabara-san now. Oishi-san. Here he is. Hello, this is Oishi. Can you hear me? Please cough. Cough, cough. This is an emergency. Please listen. I have a feeling it's not good news. Unfortunately, you're right. The prefectural police are getting involved. They're going to ruin everything that we worked so far. Blur, 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 blur. There's a special unit about to break in. Okay, the only reason I haven't used my pepper spray is because that won't stop her from igniting the gas. A raid won't work. The prefectural police don't understand that Ryugu-san is prepared to die. They're assuming the lighter is just a threat and she isn't really going to ignite the gas. They'll break within 5 minutes or so. Please take the lighter from Rena Ryugu before they move in. Is that in addition to your order to do something about the time bomb? Yes, that's right. You've got to be kidding me. You want me to take the lighter from Rena and do something about the time bomb all within 5 minutes? Come on. You're the only one we can count on. You're the main character. I'm begging you.
How is it, Satoko? Can you think of something? I just have to check the hallway on the first floor. To check whether it's there or not. Knowing Renaissance patterns, if it's on the first floor, it would be there.
And if it's on the second floor, it would be there. I just have to check to see if there's a cord on the hallway on the first floor, right? It should be there. If Rena-san was in the normal state of mind, I would know for certain. But with her being like this, I cannot really figure out her thought pattern right now. Okay, I'll do something. We don't even have time to think about it. I'll look into those two options myself. I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell, I bet you're waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm going to change everything. And then I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens.
What is it? What's the matter, Keiichi-kun?
Hey, did you hear something just now? Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. When she became worried, she couldn't ignore it.
Really? Are you sure, Keiichi-kun?
Yeah, I'm sure I heard something. I knew she'd want to check on it herself. She really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check it out for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing.
Keiichi-kun, can you go check?
Rena gave me an order, with a fake smile on her lips. Yeah, okay. Rena watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me.
Don't make me angry,
Okay? Trust me. I'm your friend.
Yeah, I trust you. I trust you. So don't betray me, okay?
After being freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office was probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where was the outlet? Unlike the light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near the entrances. Damn, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise? A mysterious ticking noise, you say?
Don't worry, Keiichi, we'll find it. Rena-san would. If I were Rena-san... if Rena-san is even more mistrusting than usual, why would she set the trap? A trap expert like herself ought to be able to discern that.
What's this? I saw a plug inserted to the unit under the principal's desk. I also saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to extend into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tiptoed over the reception room and opened the door.
Squeak!
The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw a suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door in the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway and the cord was extended to the storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the lights on. The cord was attached to another extension cord, and there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there. I found it. The time bomb. So all I'd have to do was unplug the cord. Picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remembered Kumagai calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. But that wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? The alarm clock was a battery-operated one, too. I looked at the extension cord and there was nothing plugged into it. What is this extension cord for? Why is this extending all the way from the teacher's office?
No, Keiichi-san. Run!
Sadoko, that's the wrong place. You've been tricked. A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head.
Uh-huh.
I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground.
did you follow the extension cord? And why did you have the alarm clock in your hands? Why did you?
All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rana's trap. Rana was suspicious of everyone, including me. The whole time she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, and so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me. Wait, Rena.
I trusted you, Keiichi-kun. How could you?
Rena hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time, she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my entire head open. Rena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly, as if everything was in slow motion. She looked to be almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying, after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life. Wah! It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Rena from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika-chan used, but Rena started moaning. It clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. Go, Rika! I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Rena. Ah! Don't think you can win with mere force. Rena knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika-chan grabbed something onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika-chan, I could use both my hands to get the lighter. Ah! The lighter flew out of Rena's hands. It hit the hallway wall and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Rena managed to shake Rika-chan. Keiichi-san! I know now! I figured it out! I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Rena hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rena, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead! Keiichi! Hurry up and go back to Satoko! Rika-chan has spread her arms out, blocking Rena's path forward. What are you doing? Just run!
Keiichi, this is the first time I've done this for you. Or this isn't the first time I've done this for you. Don't you remember?
If you tried a little harder in the previous time,
you could have made it. So this time, you are going to make it. Just go.
I didn't know what Rika-chan was talking about. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, I was willing to give up mine. Rika-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her to show she wasn't my friend. And so, I will depend on my friend Rika-chan. Thank you, Rika-chan.
Keiichi-san, we're running out of time!
Leave me get to Rika-chan. I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came even closer.
Ah, that's great, that's just great, isn't it? This isn't a club activity, you know. You'll be killed for real. You'll be killed by an angry Rena. Ah.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
You're amazing, Rika-chan.
Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down like a spear. Rika's stance told Rena that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Rena was even startled by it.
Boy, you really are amazing.
Oh, we've hit hour 8!
You weren't afraid of being killed at all, huh?
Yeah. Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled in this way. Do you really think I would be afraid of death? I've experienced several hundred deaths up until now. Why should I be afraid of it all of a sudden? Da-da-da! You aren't Rika-chan, are you? You're the one I met that night. Show yourself, alien!
Where's the real Rika-chan? The real Rika? She's right here. Beep! Beep-ah! Ah! The way you're looking down on me, that really is Rika-chan. I get it, Oyashiro-sama is an alien. The Furide family is descended from him, therefore you are a descendant of aliens. I'll crack open your head and drag out all the parasites in your brain. Rena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream. Yeah! One swing is all you need to smash your head open. Rena looked like a beast charging toward its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. She did that with no hesitation. Even a minute is plenty. I'll play with you. Come on, hatchet girl. Do you not get it, Keiichi-san? All the hints were already in place this morning. Calm down, Satoko. Explain more slowly so I can understand. What are you trying to say? It's simple if you just remember. Come on. It's quite obvious when you do. Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we close the windows. We had been smelling gasoline coming from the outdoors, which is why I went, oh no, at the beginning. There was no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, the smell was of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just the container she used to spread it around in the classroom. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. Didn't know that. It stinks. There is another hint other than that. What? Our ball is missing. You hid it again, didn't you, Hojo? Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was going to hide something, I'd hide something better than that. Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. Should have been in the same place as it always was, but it was gone. So that must have meant Rena used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere. Like the chimney, Rena-san blocked the drain with the ball and poured gasoline down the drain canal. Where? On the roof of the second floor. The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor, and then came straight down into the ground. If it wasn't plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the class windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too. Therefore, the time bomb must be. I bet she ran the extension cord out the second floor window in the rooftop. I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds. By the way, how did Rika-chan free herself from the rope? I apologize for not being thin enough to slip out myself. I rubbed Satoko's head. Take care of the rest here. I'm going up to the roof. As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me. Keiichi-san, here! What is it? Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat. That's Nini's. Make sure you give it back to me, okay? Sure thing. Thanks, Satoko. The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. You are now armed. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother, Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I, we're the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who's waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of the demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway in the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika-chan! You held it as long as you could. Damn it! If my body were 5 years older. You're next, Keiichi-kun! Oh! Shit, I have to go. I have to get to the rooftop. Where do you figure it out? How did you figure it out? How did you? Still, I won't let you get up there.
Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart as soon as she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jumped from the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned the bug on in my pocket. I didn't have time to put it in the earphones. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot got caught in a jump rope. She tripped and 3 buckets fell on her head. The results of Satoko's trap. Oh, it was Satoko-chan, huh?
Hi, baby.
And Satoko leaned against the wall, waving her index finger in a mocking gesture. You were pretty good, but you were about 300 million light years too early to go up against a trap expert like me.
Satoko-chan, light years are a unit of distance, not time. I learned that from Pokemon.
Smash. The 4th bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Rena ignored Satoko and ran after me. Oishi-san! I did it! I got the lighter! I know where the time bomb is. It's on the roof of the drain canal. I'm headed up there right now. Oishi-san, is that it? Oishi-san grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending to the 2nd floor window. It was so obvious that they didn't even notice it until just then.
Hi, baby. Yeah, I know.
Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck. Just run, everybody. Forget about me.
That doesn't sound like Mion-san. Why not act like a club president, even in a situation like this? All you have to do as our president is to give me an order to undo this lock, okay?
Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed up the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion. Everyone open the curtains up in the windows and then run. But, Class Prez!
Yes, hi, baby. You wanna come over here? I know, it's late.
Class Prez, what about my Abara-san? The police will help Kei-chan. Hazel will write and chat. No, she won't. But she did press enter. You will need to run as soon as possible. Huh? Did you unlock it already?
To me, this type of lock is child's play.
The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open, as well as all the windows. The children, in turn, were running out into the schoolyard. She pulled Otaka aside and then grabbed the radio and yelled into it. All units go! Go, go! Secure the hostages! The suspect is going onto the 2nd floor, running after one of them. Hey, what are you doing? Otaka tried to grab the radio from Oishi, but Kumagai stepped in. Oishi-kun, give me back the radio! Ah! There was a dull noise, and Otaka crumbled to the floor, convulsing. Oops, sorry. I guess my knee happened to hit your balls. The classroom is still filled with gasoline. Be very careful. You are forbidden from using any gas bombs or flares. Again, do not use gas bombs or flares. The whole place will blow. Support unit to HQ. We secured 24 hostages. 1 is injured. This is the assistant unit. We're trying to take control of the 1st floor. We got a problem. The electrical room is locked. We can't get in. You can't get in? Can't you break down the door? It's located directly opposite of the classroom.
Oh yes, I know. Hi, baby. I know you want to write and chat.
Do not cancel my stream though, sweetie. Here, we might ignite the gas when breaking down the door. We'll await further orders. Shit. We could have just turned the power off. Forget the electrical room. Go secure the 2nd floor. Assault unit, roger that. Alpha, go, go, go! Otaka-kun, what are you going to do if you fail to secure the electrical room? That's what the special unit was for.
Come here.
I know. That's the problem with rich boys. We'll just have to secure the clock's outlet now. Sniper unit to HQ. I can see a male hostage on the rooftop of the 1st floor. Oishi-san, this is my Barakun. Give me that speaker. My Abara-san, The clock is plugged into the back room of the second floor! I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Rena was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to give up to the roof of the second floor and get the clock down from there. Maebara-san! Continue up to the roof to the second floor. I'll direct you from there. Aisha-san was telling me to go further up. Satoko only told me that it was the rooftop of the second floor. She didn't tell me where exactly. She only said it was in the drain canal. But maybe Oishi-san found it with his binoculars. I put my foot down on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with two or three fingers. That's it. Keep going. It's all the furthest end of the drain pipe. You only have 30 seconds. Heh. 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half that. Oh, intense zoom! Over there? What was that? It was! Sniper unit to HQ. I can see the suspect on the rooftop of the first floor. I wish you could fire, but you're using live ammo, aren't you? It's not tear gas or anything, is it? No, it's live ammunition. Use those in the military. Japanese police don't need anything like that. Maebara-san! She's after you! Hurry! She'll be there soon. How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? Whoa! Intense zoom again! I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks to start an explosion. The hands of the clock were moving with the second hands, trying to reach the minute hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Wow! I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Assault unit to HQ, the time bomb has been stopped. Yes! Oishi-san, we did it! Yeah. Maebara-san, good job. Keiichi-san certainly made me nervous. Cutting it so close isn't elegant, you know. Not only policemen, but the children were on their way with ambulances, raised their voices and cheer. Oishi-san, there's a message from the fire department. The scene is still dangerous, so order the units to retreat immediately. Isn't the time bomb gone, though? Although the ignition device is gone, it's still extremely dangerous. This is the chapter that never ends. The lives of the assault unit might be at stake. Yeah, I know. Damn. What about Maebara-kun up there? Can he jump off? Oishi-san, according to the map, there's a flower bed on the school building. We'll tell him to jump there. Yeah, I know. Oishi to all units. Stop the operation. Fall back immediately. Fall back. Alpha here. Roger that. Betty here. Roger that. Fall back. Can you hear me, Maebara-san? Can you hear my cat complaining? Ryugu-san, too. It's too dangerous to stay there. It might explode at any minute. There is a flower bed by the school building. Jump down there. A flower bed? Damn, I can't see it from here. But I didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Reina's head. Reina slowly crawled up the rooftop. I waited for her there. I never thought you would find it. It was all for nothing. Reina scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat was starting to bleed. It's game over, Reina. We were confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Reina was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed the service yet, though. Yeah, It was a board game. You'd have reached the goal and won.
But this isn't a game. So this isn't a goal. It's a dead end.
Shit, you don't give up, do you? Rena, you really are strong. You never gave up. You fight until the bitter end. You keep believing until that point, too. Praise like that won't make me happy now.
You ruined everything that I had risked my life for, Keiichi-kun.
Dismissed. I was simply trying to protect our species from the aliens. You ruined it. If humans go extinct, it'll be your fault, Keiichi-kun. That'll be recorded in history. I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in history books as the aliens were the ones who destroyed the human species. Somehow that sounded kind of cool. Rena, no matter what you have to say, I've won this game. I've already won, and you don't want to admit it, that's all. Yeah, maybe you're right. But maybe that's not how it works. A game doesn't end when there's a winner. It ends when there's a loser. That means, for me, winning isn't enough. What do you mean? I tapped my shoulder with the metal bat, gesturing to Rena to come at me. I'm going to make you understand that you lost. I won't run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies. I'll prove it to you. That you've already lost, Rena. Are you ready? Parasites and aliens? How stupid. Who would believe in things like that these days? I can only laugh. Ha 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 ha.
You never believed me in the first place. You pretended you did. How dare you deceive me? I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you.
I don't care if you believe in those things. But I would never believe anything that stupid. Well, if I did have anything to believe in like that, I'd rather believe in the buried treasure of Tokugawa, Shogunate. But if you still want me to believe, don't you remember our club rules? Whoever concedes victory is the correct one. There you go. Ren and I grinned at each other and went around in circles on the rooftop. We both checked the distance between us. If you can take me down, I'll believe your alien stories. I'll perform a mysterious dance every morning and night and call the UFO to come beam up the livestock. But Rena, if I take you down, then I want you to be ready.
I don't think you even need to think further than that. I don't think you do. You will never defeat me.
Rena came after me with a heavy strike. I caught it easily with the metal bat. Looked like there were some sparks. Finally getting interesting. Hey, maybe you shouldn't say that yet. You might be wrong, you know? When I went through the whole lot of fierce battles in our club, I learned something. I learned about myself. Now I know what I need to bring out my ultimate power.
Really? I wonder what that is. I wonder.
Rena, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon. But my metal bat is just as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches further and is easier to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm going to fight you face to face. I'm going to defeat you. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Rena. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. I won't need to hold back at all.
So what are you going to do after you beat me?
Take that and that and that.
I think I might have the upper hand.
Huh? I'm just warming up. Just wait and see. Wait and see what I did after I take you down. I'll both put a lot of chips on the pile. Or we both put all that, but whatever. Prepare yourself. It's for having to make a big payout.
Aren't you counting your chickens before they're hatched? Your bluffing is just pathetic.
Hehehe. You don't get it, do you? My strength is increased in proportion to my reward, don't you know? Let's see. You'll be my personal maid. Starting from the moment I wake up until I go to sleep at night, you'll serve me all day, every day. With Coach's help, you'll be wearing a different costume every day. Wait until I go to sleep at night? What if I make it so you won't let me sleep instead? How about that?
That's so like you, Keiichi-kun. Thank you. Or, no thank you. Actually, I'll win and make you my servant.
We both laughed like crazy people and were as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Ren and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Like the more intense water gun fight from the very beginning. Sparks went flying, we could get seriously injured. If we fell off the roof, we'd break our bones, yet this was so much fun. Oh, I know. I had been mourning and crying all day while Rana terrified me. How did it all turn into this? I don't know! The two of us can't be serious even if we try. Sparks went flying. We're only goofing around.
Too bad. That's not me. I like being elegant and graceful. We can have fun goofing around by yourself, Keiichi-kun.
Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it. Blah. Ah! That's too weak. You're done.
Finally, I'm all warmed up.
This is just a warm-up, right? Huh? Stupid, this isn't even a warm-up. This is like taking a walk. Hey, you're all sweaty.
Instead of sweat, you'll be covered in your own blood.
Maibara-san, jump off! Stop dueling with your classmate! Come on, jump! He isn't even listening to us. He's so into it, he can't even hear anything. Oishi-san. Let them fight, hmm? Ah, yeah, sorry. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? We have to figure out a way to rescue him. Oishi-san couldn't figure out a way, out why he was distracted considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them, but Oishi wasn't the only one. Everyone who was watching was captivated by the battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. Maibara-san, hang in there! Careful, don't fall! The students who were about to climb up onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Anne was being loaded into the stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up, captivated, as she was by Rena and Keishi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable. But, why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game. But wouldn't it be fun to stay in a stalemate forever? Rana and I kicked at each other with the perfect timing and increased the distance between us. Hey, this is a blast. What do you think, Rana? Isn't this just the best?
I've been having fun since the very beginning. But it's even more fun to split your head open, Keiichi-kun. Split it open!
Wow, that's dangerous. Over here. Come back. Over here. Let's use more space. Something like this doesn't happen too often. Let's enjoy it as much as we can.
This would make a great picture. Look, there's a beautiful moon behind us. The breeze feels great.
It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of a school building with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Liv.
think I've still got a couple sips left. Hopefully it'll end before I run out of water. All the policemen and children looked at the mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun? Yeah, let me put it this way. I expected to stream for maybe 6 or 7 hours, not 8.5 going on. Getting all fired up in a breeze this cool reminds me of the Watanagashi festival. I don't really like to just sit back and enjoy the cool of the evening in silence. When the moon comes up, I turn into an animal. All of us club members went crazy at the night of the Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year. Going crazy under the moon, huh? That sounds cool, doesn't it? Maybe we're already crazy. Yeah, I feel the same. We're having fun trying to kill each other. We must be mad already. This must be what insanity is like. Some people say that the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe it's true, and maybe it's not. One thing that's for sure is even if there was a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we created would hit each other looked like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in a drain pipe right nearby? Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens. Okay, are we actually gonna explode now? Hey, what are you doing? Are you getting too sweaty to hold the bat? Why don't you take a break and dry your hands off? I'll split your head open while you do that, though. That's a good one. Isn't your skirt clinging to your legs? You can take it off if you want. I'll just watch you instead of attacking. Really? Then I'll give you a good blow to the head while you're charmed by my legs. This is really so much fun, isn't it, Rena? Yep, it sure is. We flew. We danced. We struck. We laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch our breath and then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as if we were around in circles on the rooftop of their school, our special stage. Rena and I were all sweaty. But we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolled down my body and just tickled me. We exchanged various blows one after the other. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us was exalted in victory or raged in defeat. The battle with Rena itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched. Didn't you think the same thing, like we did in the club activities with the whole class? The day we dueled with the water guns? Yeah, I did. We wanted to fight like this again. As we thought of that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everybody thought the same thing. I want to join them. It was the same back then. We were using water guns, but we had the same thing. But this was far more fun. I don't have to worry about how much water I have left in my gun. Yeah, we can create the sparks with water guns. We couldn't even strike at each other like this either. We were both breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other. This is exactly what I said then, but I'm going to say it again. Okay, I'll respond just the same. We both smiled wickedly at the same moment. This is so much fun! I don't even want to end this! Please end this! Don't hate me if you lose! No, I won't. I'd hate myself for ending this game. Please end this game! But you know I wouldn't be the one to cry at the end. I don't know about that. Your feet are getting weak as if they're made out of straw. Shut up. Whoa. Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons. Weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched. And neither of us had hit the other yet. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with a beautiful moon as the backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. This was impossible. This battle was absurd and absurdly impossible. Keiichi-san, try to stay in the middle of the roof. Use the height to your advantage. Satoka and some of the classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. To them, there was no longer a fight to the death. It was just a second round of their water gun battle. A club activity is a club activity, and a game is a game. This was just a second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering, she was just looking up at the rooftop.
I've never seen anything like this before,
Rika thought to herself.
Hi.
She thought Keiichi could win. Not just against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit. What are the snipers doing? The suspect is trying to harm the hostage. Fire immediately! As Otaka yelled into the radio, Mion screamed for him to stop. No! Don't shoot Rena! Rena isn't crazy anymore. She is who she was earlier. That's a different Rena. So please don't shoot her. What do you mean she's different? Look! She's swinging at that weapon or around that weapon. She's trying to kill him. Unless we shoot her down, the hostage is in danger. No. Don't shoot at Rena. If you shoot Rena, Kei-chan will kill you for sure. I can guarantee it. Well, you would kill me? They aren't trying to kill each other. They're just having fun creating sparks. Can't you see? Kei-chan is talking to her too. He's telling her that they're equal. That means she can trust him more than anyone. Kei-chan will wake Rena up. No, he's already waking her up. Rena's nightmare is almost over.
Keiichi-kun, you're the best. I don't even want to kill you anymore.
Hooray! A world without you would be so boring. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. So what's gonna happen to this world, huh? Aren't aliens trying to invade it?
You know I don't think I even cared about the aliens or parasites anymore. If this world is going to perish, go ahead and perish. Who cares about the conspiracy theory of the three families anyway?
That's right, even if a meteor hits Earth tomorrow. Nothing could be more fun than this moment. Hey, aren't you supposed to die tonight due to some poison? Are you sure you don't look like you're having only a few hours left to live?
That's right, I completely forgot that I'm supposed to claw out my own throat and die tonight.
Hey, that's the scenario you came up with. That's the scenario you came up with, don't forget. Come on, scratch at your throat once in a while at least. Hey, I know it doesn't itch anymore. I know, it doesn't itch anymore, does it? It definitely doesn't. This is more fun than scratching your throat could ever be.
Yeah, this dance of ours is really way more fun.
I wished it would never end, but my body was screaming. I'm screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from the lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a breeze would take me away. It really had to be a blast, but it needed to end soon. I felt the same sadness as the water gun fight. Back then, it had been decided in a draw. I wonder what will happen this time. Who knows? But one thing is for certain. What? I love doing this with you.
Me too!
I jumped backwards and slammed into the roof with my bat. The sound was intense, as a huge drum, and the noise woke up people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned and the chorus of the Higurashi filled the air. Okay, let's pause for a moment.
Sure. Let's end this with one more strike.
We started to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon. Okay, this is it. I'm going to ask you one more time.
What is it?
You're betting on something on this, right? Isn't that why you're fighting?
I did? Sorry, I forgot.
You're hopeless. Okay, listen carefully. If I win, you'll become my personal maid and service me every day. You'll have to introduce me to others as your master.
My uniform better be cute.
Of course it will. There will be a variety of uniforms ranging from old-fashioned ones to new ones that are a little dangerous. They'll be custom made so they'll fit you perfectly. How about that?
My goodness. I don't intend to lose, but that would be fun somehow.
If you win, Rena. I paused for a moment. If you win, I'll believe your stories. Rena was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression suddenly wiped from her face. Aliens are invading the Earth, and we have parasites in our brains. The Sonozaki family is pulling the strings, and they're researching the parasite in secret. The aliens will control the world starting tomorrow. I will believe in that. Also, since you're dying tonight, I'll make sure you go peacefully, so don't worry.
It's not fun if I win, is it? Your word sounds a lot more fun, Keiichi-kun.
Well, what can I do? You did all this because of what I said, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Sorry, I almost forgot. Rena smiled sadly for a moment, but as soon as that expression was wiped off her face too. I'm going to win no matter what. I want my personal maid.
Boo! Boo!
It's not fun if I win. Then do you want to change it? What do you want? Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just sit down with our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Rena spoke.
I want the same reward as yours, Keiichi-kun.
What? You want me to be your maid? That's something.
You don't have to be my maid. But the rest is the same. I want you to say good morning to me every morning and good night every night. I want you to treat me well and let me play around all the time.
Huh? I guess, no matter who wins, we'll always be together.
We'll be together, but the one who gets the special treatment is different.
And they're laughing. Why am I fighting with someone I like so much?
I don't know.
Are we on the rooftop?
Did we even come up here in the first place?
I don't know. I forgot. Maybe we're both airheads. Yes. That's why we floated up here.
Yep, we're airhead buddies.
We're buddies, all right.
Well then, shall we get started?
I don't want to cool down too much.
You're right. We'd better finish up before it gets too cold.
We readied our weapons and took our stances.
I was going to suggest that we stop this. I really was.
I shook my head slowly. No. We have to finish this. Otherwise it won't end. Our fight won't end. We can't quit. We have to bring it to an end.
This isn't right. It's possible that no matter who wins or loses, there will be no reward.
Even if it happens, we shouldn't hate each other. So I'm going to tell you this now.
What?
It was fun.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Rena, even if one of us dies, we'll see each other again. And when we do,
we'll have fun in a normal way. We'll laugh together in a normal way. And we'll fall in love in a normal way. We won't doubt each other. We'll trust each other. And we'll meet again. Right? For sure, right?
Yes, for sure. Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too. Okay. Are you ready? There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. It must have looked like a shadow play. Everybody was watching the shadows dance. Rena's shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. The metal bat bounced off on the roof and then rolled down into the schoolyard. Oh no! I had lost my weapon. Here was Rena's chance. Of course she wouldn't miss it. I was lying flat on the roof and Rena was on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms. There was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided in two. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end. Shit. That was so good. I can't even pull my arms up away.
Hey, Keiichi-kun? It's over, right?
Not yet. It's not over until you swing down your hatchet.
I don't wanna.
Huh?
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Rena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes. What happened? What went wrong?
I loved everyone, and I trusted everyone. When did I start to doubt them? I don't know why I'm doing this to you. I don't know. Why? Why am I doing this to people I love so much?
You realized it. You realized it in this world.
I can't believe myself. Every day was so much fun, but why? Why? I didn't have any complaints. Didn't worry about anything. So why did I try to destroy everything? With these two hands?
Rena, you're incredible. After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I had done anything wrong, so I left a note and called Oishi-san. I still believed that someone else was at fault. Even after that, even after I was dead. I didn't even notice that I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was not to realize it was a sin. Therefore, you're amazing, Rena. You didn't kill any of your friends. You just traumatized them majorly. You came to your senses before you committed a sin. You're incredible, Rena. Just incredible. Well, you didn't kill any of your friends, but you totally left two people in the dumpster. You're totally different from me. Rena stood up slowly, lowered her hatchet.
I hurt my friend. I hurt Mi-chan.
Just apologize to her. Personally, I appreciate that the wounds will help me tell the twins apart. I've already killed... Huh? No, you haven't. Who did you kill?
Minamamiya and Teppei Hojo.
Ah, those two. We don't care about them. I thought it was right to kill them. But the day I killed them, the world started to go crazy.
Did that mean
that it was wrong? To kill them? I don't know if it's right or wrong, but it wasn't the best thing you could have done. What do you mean by the best thing? Don't you know? I grabbed her in his head and embraced her. Then I told her. I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. But Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then. If you're in danger, or you feel like doubting others, or something sad happens... It was so simple. you should talk to your friends. That's right. Meow. You're right.
Oh,
More sobbing, Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. No. We are almost done. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure there was something that was within her grasp, I know. How stupid was it to worry about it herself? She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it? That's been the entire thesis of this whole arc! I was wrong. Why didn't I talk about it? Everyone trusted me, so why didn't I trust them? I was the same before. That's why I won't laugh at you. But you realized it. You realized it a lot sooner than I did. We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That's why friends are always happy when we can endure anything together. Okay, Rena. Why don't we respond to the curtain call? This is really the end of everything. Hi, baby, I know.
what do you mean the curtain call? What do you mean?
Well, I was just talking to myself. Come on. We stood up together, holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory. That's all for tonight. We overcame this tragedy. We'll never doubt each other again. We'll be united forever. No matter what disaster might befall us, don't think we'll ever yield. Who cares about the tragedy? Who cares about disaster? Even when the script has been written by demons, we'll tear the whole thing to pieces. The incident at the Forest Service in Hinamizawa. Date of event, midday, June 25th, the 58th year of the Showa era. Location, Hinamizawa Shishibone City X, Chrome, inside the Forest City Service field office. Summary, on June 25th, the suspect, Ryuga Reina, broke into the Forest Service field office in Hinamizawa. She forced her way into the classroom of her local school, housed with the office complex, and proceeded to take 25 people hostage. The suspect scattered around a large quantity of gasoline and held the school hostage for over 7 hours, like I held my viewers hostage for nearly 9. Within the office, the situation remained in the deadlock, and the time is 1845. Several hostages resisted and fled from the building. The same time, the special unit, the main remaining hostage fled to the roof in the pursuit of the suspect. Casualties: 4, all minor injuries. Sonozaki Mion. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 8:45 and taken to safety. The suspect inflicted minor injuries during the fight. Kurude Rika. She was captured and the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 8:45 and was taken to safety. The suspect inflicted minor injuries during the fight. Hojo Satoko. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She did blah blah blah. She fell and suffered minor injuries during her escape. Mayabara Keiichi. He was He 1910. He received minor injuries when engaging with combat with the suspect. Regarding the arrest, Ryuga Reina, she disarmed and surrendered to the police at 1910. Was subsequently arrested. She was taken to Okonomiya Police Station and questioned. She admitted the outline given above. There has been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined the suspect was fully accountable for her actions. The defense, in the direct opposition of this, has been submitted to their own psychiatric examination, Report denying the suspect's accountability, and the trial is currently in session. Alright, there should be just a couple more things I want to do. And then we should, hopefully, be done after nearly 9 hours. Higurashi when they cry, Kai. I appreciate anybody who's still in the audience right now. Y'all are amazing. And then nobody died! Except for 2 people we don't care about. The scenario jump mode has been unlocked. Right? The tips reading room has been unlocked. The staff room has been unlocked. You've received a new tips, the demon script. Okay, so if I finish this last one, that should be all the tips for the game. Overcome the tragedy. And then we'll do the staff room, and then we'll call it. Finally! Oh my god! So, first order of business. Okay. View tips. The demon's script. The 17th year of the Heisei era, early summer. The car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cries of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sounds of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool in the air conditioning turned to the max than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the rainy season at this time of the year. But this June, the summer had already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago. The air around the area was just as clear as I remember it. Oh. Yeah. Oh. The winds are cool, and the sunshine is bright. Yeah, no, AC all the way. Unless there is a nice breeze and it's like 70 degrees or lower. This place could have become a World Heritage Site like the village in Gifu. What a waste. But thanks to that, there are no irritating tourists around here. See, that makes it much better. Do tourists forget the pedestrian traffic laws when they're in rural areas? Yes. Walk in the middle of the road, you know? Akasaka-senpai, do you still do stuff outdoors? Hey, it's Akasaka! Not as much as I used to. My job doesn't give me much free time. Same here. Oh, hey. There he is. The other man noticed and waved the hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man. Captain, it's good to see you again. Yo, how have you been doing? Well, I hope. You can take it easy today. This is Akasaka-senpai. He took care of me back in college. Hello, my name is Akasaka. Oishi was supposed to come today, but he had to go in for medical checkups at the last minute. Anyway, a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor, sir. So, Akasaka-senpai, where shall we go first? His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from Tokyo in the Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instincts and sharp eyes at all. Good for him! Those eyes showed the confidence he'd built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He could have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping of the grandson of Inugai, the then Minister of Construction. There, he met Oishi and Rika Furude. Rika Furude predicted her own death. Akasaka regretted that for the rest of his life they couldn't save the little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up again with Oishi. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Unfortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasaka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they gathered, and ask for their readers to send in any tips or clues. But recently the seal on Hinamizawa has finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup because he's probably like 80 or something. Then the other two who came along were Akasaka's juniors from university. One worked at the ground SDF, and the other was his subordinate, who were all assigned a mission to sealing off Hinamizawa, so when they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages and thought for a second, and let him know of his first destination. "All right, please take me to the Onigafuchi swamp." "No problem. Right this way, sir." The young man on his bike waited for the others to get back into their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water for the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what the Onigafuchi swamp looked like now. There isn't even a single drop of water, let alone a swamp. I was told that they sealed away the swamp after the disaster. This place was already encased in concrete by the time I arrived for my mission. Let's go down there and take a closer look. Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge, empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest. So this is the place where people say that there was a landing spot for UFOs. Really? I've never heard that. Well, that's what they write in the Oculus websites. They say that this place is where our government met with aliens. I can't blame them all for such rumors, though, because an empty concrete space in the middle of the forest sure does look weird. Aha! Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June 1983. The deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed the destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. Engulfed and destroyed. The village was sealed off by the SDF and covered the swamp in concrete. People who write rumors on the internet actually have a point. We have hit 9 hours, oh my gosh. Any geologist could tell you that they were covering the source of the volcanic gas with concrete was absolutely useless. That's true. I've never heard of anyone trying to prevent a volcano from erupting by pouring concrete over the crater. On the other hand, our country is known for wasteful construction using the taxpayers' money. Oof! Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the great Hinamizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred at Lake Nyros in Cameroon, Africa, so people easily believed that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that would happen in Hinamizawa as well. However, a rumor about another possible explanation began flying around the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was all actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens, because rumors never die. Why had such a rumor begun to spread now? They claim to back up the theory with a secret file known as file number 34. Ah! Someone online named it File 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. It's unknown how or why they obtained those documents, but from the posted scans and pictures, which were all ridiculous, plus more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, the truths and the lies are mixed together, and it's become more like an urban legend. So this is what's believed to mostly be true. File number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse named Miyota Kano who worked at the local clinic in Hinamizawa. File number 34 was most likely named after her. The woman was a researcher who studied the demonic myths of Hinamizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the Great Hinamizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash landed on Hinamizawa a long time ago and sunk into the Onagafuchi swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space, and they began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began behaving extremely violently, so much so that they were fit for the word demon. Miyota Kano insisted that this explanation for the myth was about demons pouring out of the swamp. An alien who survived the crash realized the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria he had brought in, and decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. This is how Oyashiro-sama was born. The aliens were able to cure the village with their highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers looked up to the aliens as some sort of deity, the aliens utilized its status to hand down the specific rules of the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat, so if the carrier of the disease left Hinamizawa, their symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the aliens made it a rule not to leave the village. And this leads to a legend of the transcendence of the Onagafuchi. The weird practices and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by means of advanced technology they received from the alien. Ah ha ha, those maniacs do indeed have a colorful perspective on things, don't they? Remember the Nostradamus prophecies? People said that the world was going to end in 1999, but nothing happened in July, and people acted like they didn't even know about it. Those TV shows made people scared and all they could think as they could be, and then ignored the fact it didn't happen. But Miyota Kano did predict the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It's not a lie. Look at the page on the scrapbook. You must be joking. Akasaka-senpai, is this real? As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The aliens and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the aliens had lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. They still live on in the spirit and the deity of the secret temple in the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the living bacteria inside of the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. All the alien wanted to do was regain its power, and started researching how to bring back its lost powers in the bacteria, etc., etc. Things must get strange from there. People say the disaster was only part of the aliens' plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the reawakened bacteria. The Japanese government had a secret division that fights against against alien invasions. And they train at the Area 51 in the US, etc., etc. And they moved to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village and killed the residents by using toxic gas. Oh, there's a movie just like that. Some black guy's the lead character. What's the title? Men in Black? Yeah, Men in Black. Yeah, I know. It's too crazy to be real. But the writers of this bunch of bull, Miyota Kano, was mysteriously murdered in June 1983. Right before her death. She gave the scrapbook to a girl as if she knew she was going to die very soon. The girl is known as Girl A. Aiko, if you will. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track it down to a girl named Reina Ryugu, so now it's known as the Reina Ryugu theory on the internet. Reina Ryugu inherited Miyoto Kano's will by means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding the school hostage and demanding the local police uncover the aliens' plot. Of course, no one believed her, and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Reina Ryugu took Miyoto Kano's delusions seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Reina Ryugu told the local police that the aliens controlling her families and that was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. And the very next day, the Great Hinamazawa disaster occurred. You've got to be kidding! Couldn't have just been a coincidence. I don't know. According to the people who believe it's not just a coincidence, there are many inconsistencies with the SDF's immediate sealing off of the operation. Filling the swamp with concrete is one example. And several SDF soldiers on duty at the time testified that some people were conducting secret investigations outside the usual geographical survey area before it was closed off. Of course, those who think it's a coincidence just to say the research took a precautionary measure to keep the unauthorized people out of the area. I'd have to agree with the latter people. People also question why they sealed off the village for such a long time. After its volcanic gas eruption, Miyake Island was only sealed off for 4 to 5 years. What happened to Hinamazawa that was exceptionally rare natural disaster, yet it sealed off for over 20 years? I heard the residents of Miyake Island returned to their homes islands faster than was originally intended because they had requested it so strongly. But in the case of Hinamazawa, there was no residents alive to wish to return to the place. Perhaps the government took its time until they were absolutely certain that it was safe.
I know.
How about this one? The SDF members who were on the mission to seal off Hinamazawa had their blood samples taken periodically. Some of them were expected to discharge on a mission without any explanation after some of them were discharged from the mission without any explanation after the results came back. Some of them truly believed that they were fighting members of the SDF as human test subjects and to see if they got infected or not. I think they were just checking on members' health conditions while they were in the area while the gas disaster occurred. You know, a logical explanation. Besides, normal businessmen also take annual physical checkups when they had their blood samples taken as well. Yeah, I understand your point too. But I have another interesting theory. There are some people who believe that there was no gas emitted during the so-called Great Hinamazawa disaster. No volcanic gas? What does that mean? Basically, what they're saying is there's no volcanic gas, and it's some sort of government cover-up. That's like in the Spielberg movie, you know, the one where the humans make contact with the UFOs, you know, Close Encounters with the Third Kind? Of the Third Kind? See, that's exactly how maniacs always explain things. What kind of basis do they have to say that when there's no volcanic gas emission? Well, a bunch of those maniacs came to Hinamazawa as soon as the seal was lifted. According to them, the hydrogen sulfide in the volcanic gas should have caused some corrosion to the metallic objects and the damage to the wildlife. However, they found no such gas or disruption, which led them to claim that there was no volcanic gas to begin with. But the village was abandoned for 20 years. I doubt that they could find anything anywhere. Well, that's the thing with the internet. You can't believe everything you read on it. No kidding! Akasaka-senpai, please don't tell me you're buying these stories. At first I didn't, but lately I'm beginning to think that there might be some truth to them. You believe in UFOs? Oh, come on. Well, what's this? What if this scrapbook is the real file number 34? Huh? This is the scrapbook, the one that Reina Ryugu possessed when she took the school hostage in June 25th, 1983. It was assumed to be lost during the confusion of the disaster, but Oishi-san's old friend was able to locate it in the evidence storage of the prefectural police headquarters. Back then, Oishi thought Reina Ryugu was delusional, but after reading again after the events of the Great Hinamazawa disaster, some of the contents seemed to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory about the endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Hinamazawa was responsible for the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, there's no such proof that such microbes exist, so it still remains on a theoretical level. Oishi-san says that the three families might have been researching how to bring back the original, deadlier microbe in order to revive the religious devotion the villagers used to have. The Great Hinamazawa disaster could have been an experiment that went wrong. The theory also is based on the theories and myths found on the internet. The village clinic chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Hinamazawa disaster. A girl, Rika Furude, was brutally murdered on the night. Rana Ryugu took the school hostage. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic. Dr. Irie could have been forced to do microbiological research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. So she couldn't even... The miracle occurred, but she couldn't even fight her death. Rika Furude could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice of some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Oyashiro-sama's revival. However, their experiment went wrong. Instead of microbes being parasitic in the village, they became a killer virus. And they exterminated the entire village in one night. It's obvious that that wasn't a simple gas disaster. We cannot ignore the fact that the girl predicted a bioterrorist attack right before the disaster, and several villagers died mysteriously. Including Mio Takano herself, who wrote about that in the scrapbook. That doesn't sound right to say that the Great Hinamazawa disaster was unpredicted and a coincidental natural disaster. When you read this file 34, it's obvious. So you're saying that the Great Hinamazawa disaster wasn't a rare natural gas, but it was in fact caused by bioterrorism by some cultists? In the modern era, when everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where the Doomsday Cult created created a nerve gas, sarin, and enlisted it on the purposes for mass murder. Yeah, no, that actually happened. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds. Some also whispered that the FDS kept the area sealed for so long so they could study some lethal virus, but I'm not convinced. Haha. At least the story sounds more convincing than the ones with the aliens and UFOs, and the idea that the cultist and a domestic terrorism sounds more rational. Maybe there really was a UFO that crash-landed. When Rana Ryugu took the school hostage, one of her demands was that the police have them pull out the wreckage of the UFO in the Onagafuchi swamp. That's ridiculous. Well, even if I wanted to make sure it's ridiculous or not, look at it. The swamp is filled with concrete several meters thick, and there's no way we can check. This is all because of that ridiculous construction that doesn't even do anything to prevent volcanic gas. Well then, the only way to prove Akasaka-senpai's theory would be to go find a survivor of Hinamazawa, try to find the microbe in him or her. Sadly, that's almost impossible. After the Great Hinamazawa disaster, some survivors were subject to a witch hunt. So even if there are any survivors, they wouldn't tell you they're from this area. Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamazawa started to display erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Hinamazawa lied about where they were from, having kept it that way since. In that case, it's a dead end. But it was my duty as a cop to keep trying. There's enough circumstantial evidence to say that the Great Hinamazawa disaster wasn't a natural one. If one could grab a hold of a piece of concrete proof, I could think it could start reeling from the truth behind all of this. Yeah, but it's been over 20 years. The truth might be lying somewhere very deep in the darkness. That's true. I might not find any answers. It's already the 21st century. What happened in Hinamazawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence that I had was the Mio Takano mysteriously died after she left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen to the prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village committed suicide. People believed that a little girl, Rika Furude, was the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, and she was brutally murdered. What is the truth behind this scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy? Or was it just a bunch of delusions written by an oculate maniac? If the contents of the scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook?
I know!
After the sarin nerve incident, nope, no ads. The words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts of the short term, mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that he or she must do the right thing, and to act upon it was his or her own idea. It's a form of character alteration, which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident introduced fear and anxiety into its members through its revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as a means of salvation, and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Rana Ryugu became a puppet for file number 34. So does this mean that Rana Ryugu was mind-controlled by someone? Does this mean that the cult was mind-controlled and tried to end the world in order to increase credibility of the teachings just like the other cult did? Would that make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? When I lost my grip on what was true and what was not, sometimes it makes me feel like someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. The scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for a demon who laughs at the loss of human life. Someone wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it. What the hell happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? Do I get it? Do I get it? I did! I read all the tips! Okay. One last thing, and then we're done. Staff room. Let's go. Hello, my name is Ryuki Shio7. Hi, Ryuki Shio7. I hope you enjoyed playing Higurashi When They Cry Ho, Chapter 6. Tsumehoroboshi. There are several themes I wanted to write about in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. It's about denial of murder. There's something I had to write sooner or later, since this is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that the youngsters in particular use in particular these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stressed, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. Let's say you're bullied as a kid in school. You have two ways to solve the problem. You either choose to get rid of the kid from your current environment, or to get away from the environment itself. Usually bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you don't stand a chance to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or to quit school, so you can easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. And you come up with murder or suicide as easy solutions. Do not do either of these things. If suicide is considered defeat, you want to consider murder. It feels like there are many people who would think that way. However, if you actually committed a murder, it wouldn't be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that too. Or that well too. If you really hate the bully who pushed you to your limit, then you have no choice but to kill him. So it's a detriment that turns your entire life upside down. You commit murder. I know. But you have such strong determination. There have been more ways to take the opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your family. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your teacher. If that doesn't work, then what? There have to be more ways. I know. There have to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many hotlines you can call to talk to someone. Even if you don't have any friends or family, there are many places you can go for help. The people who will answer the phone aren't amateurs. I know. I hear you. They have worked as social worker or juvenile counselors for a long time. I can assure you that they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free can't be bad people. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or to commit suicide, please call one of those hotlines. Real talk. People who think it's useless to talk to others usually haven't really talked to anyone. Have the courage to call. There will be somebody that you can completely rely on at the other end of the line. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody. Ryukishi07 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. He must be a very poor writer. No, that was one of his themes. So Ryukishi07 wants you to talk with you all rather than worrying all by himself. How can I write even more entertaining stories? Bitter laughter. It's okay, we've got 2 more arcs to go. And then side stories. Did it. Okay. That only took 9.5 hours. It's fine. We are finally ending, oh my god. Okay. Exit. I don't know who's even on. I did it! We are ending! I'm going to put my cat to bed. She's been whining at me for the past hour. 2 hours. So, we're gonna just see if anybody's live right now. I know some people tend to... Yeah, we're gonna redo that yippee. Thank you, but yes, I will do the thing, but yeah, we're gonna redo that yippee. Once I find the right thing. Thank you for sticking around. I was not expecting it to, whatchamacallit, last this long? But that's always the case with these games. There we go. But yeah, we'll do... I'm sure some of you, are probably just gonna chill, but... Oh boy, 9+ hours! Who would have guessed? It's Higurashi. Koki, you're still here! Oh my god! Thank you all! Okay, we're gonna raid into somebody. I'm gonna see who's going right now. Okay, we've got Momika is going. And Milk is going. And she's going. Let's go to Momika. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me all day. I'm going to bed now. I can't believe there are 11, 12? 12 of you? Y'all are amazing. Good night, everybody.